Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the First of the Nature of Crimes and Their Punishment, Part 1. We are now arrived at the fourth and last branch of these commentaries, which treats of public wrongs or crimes and misdemeanors. For we may remember that in the beginning of the preceding volume, wrongs were divided into two sorts or species, the one private and the other public. Private wrongs, which are frequently termed civil injuries, were the subject of that entire book. We are now therefore lastly to proceed to the consideration of public wrongs or crimes and misdemeanors with the means of their prevention and punishment. In pursuit of which subject I shall consider, in the first place, the general nature of crimes and punishments; secondly, the persons capable of committing crimes; thirdly, their several degrees of guilt as principals or accessories; fourthly, the several species of crimes with the punishment annexed to each by the laws of England; fifthly, the means of preventing their perpetration; and sixthly, the method of inflicting those punishments which the law has annexed to each several crime and misdemeanor. First, as to the general nature of crimes and their punishment, the discussion and admeasurement of which forms in every country the code of criminal law, or, as it is more usually denominated with us in England, the doctrine of the pleas of the crown, so called because the king, in whom centers the majesty of the whole community, is supposed by the law to be the person injured by every infraction of the public rights belonging to that community, and is therefore in all cases the proper prosecutor for every public offense. The knowledge of this branch of jurisprudence, which teaches the nature, extent, and degrees of every crime, and adjusts to it its adequate and necessary penalty, is of the utmost importance to every individual in the state. For, as a very great master of the crown law has observed on a similar occasion, no rank or elevation in life, no uprightness of heart, no prudence or circumspection of conduct should tempt a man to conclude that he may not at some time or other be deeply interested in these researches. The infirmities of the best among us, the vices and ungovernable passions of others, the instability of all human affairs, and the numberless unforeseen events which the compass of a day may bring forth, will teach us, upon a moment's reflection, that to know with precision what the laws of our country have forbidden, and the deplorable consequences to which a wilful disobedience may expose us, is a matter of universal concern. In proportion to the importance of the criminal law, ought also to be the care and attention of the legislature in properly forming and enforcing it. It should be founded upon principles that are permanent, uniform, and universal, and always conformable to the dictates of truth and justice, the feelings of humanity, and the indelible rights of mankind, though at some times, provided there be no transgression of these eternal boundaries, may be modified, narrowed, or enlarged according to the local or occasional necessities of the state which it is meant to govern. And yet, either from a want of attention to these principles in the first concoction of the laws, and adopting in their stead the impetuous dictates of avarice, ambition, and revenge, from retaining the discordant political regulations which successive conquerors or factions have established in the various revolutions of government, from giving a lasting efficacy to sanctions that were intended to be temporary and made, as Lord Bacon expresses it, merely upon the spur of the occasion, or from lastly, too hastily employing such means as are greatly disproportionate to their end in order to check the progress of some very prevalent offense, from some or from all of these causes it hath happened that the criminal law is in every country in Europe more rude and imperfect than the civil. I shall not here enter into any minute inquiries concerning the local constitutions of other nations, the inhumanity and mistaken policy of which have been sufficiently pointed out by ingenious writers of their own. But even with us in England, where our crown law is with justice supposed to be more nearly advanced to perfection, where crimes are more accurately defined and penalties less uncertain and arbitrary, where all our accusations are public and our trials in the face of the world, where torture is unknown and every delinquent is judged by such of his equals against whom he can form no exception nor even a personal dislike, even here we shall occasionally find room to remark some particulars that seem to want revision and amendment. These have chiefly arisen from too scrupulous an adherence to some rules of the ancient common law when the reasons have ceased upon which those rules were founded, from not repealing such of the old penal laws as are either obsolete or absurd, and from too little care and attention in framing and passing new ones. The enacting of penalties to which a whole nation shall be subject ought not to be left as a matter of indifference to the passions or interests of a few who upon temporary motives may prefer or support such a bill, but be calmly and maturely considered by persons who know what provision the law has already made to remedy the mischief complained of, who can from experience foresee the probable consequences of those which are now proposed, and who will judge without passion or prejudice how adequate they are to the evil. It is never usual in the House of Peers even to read a private bill which may affect the property of an individual without first referring it to some of the learned judges and hearing their report thereon. And surely equal precaution is necessary when laws are to be established which may affect the property, the liberty, and perhaps even the lives of thousands. Had such a reference taken place, it is impossible that in the 18th century it could ever have been made a capital crime to break down, however maliciously, the mound of a fish pond whereby any fish shall escape, or to cut down a cherry tree in an orchard. Were even a committee appointed but once in 100 years to revise the criminal law, it could not have continued to this hour a felony without benefit of clergy to be seen for 1 month in the company of persons who call themselves or are called Egyptians. It is true that these outrageous penalties, being seldom or never inflicted, are hardly known to be law by the public, but that rather aggravates the mischief by laying a snare for the unwary. Yet they cannot but occur to the observation of any one who hath undertaken the task of examining the great outlines of the English law and tracing them up to their principles, and it is the duty of such a one to hint them with decency to those whose abilities and stations enable them to apply the remedy. Having therefore premised this apology for some of the ensuing remarks which might otherwise seem to favor of arrogance, I proceed now to consider, in the first place, the general nature of crimes. 1. A crime or misdemeanor is an act committed or omitted in the violation of a public law either forbidding or commanding it. This general definition comprehends both crimes and misdemeanors, which, properly speaking, are more synonymous terms, though in common usage the word crimes is made to denote such offenses as are of a deeper and more atrocious dye, while smaller faults and omissions of less consequence are comprised under the gentler name of misdemeanors only. The distinction of public wrongs from private, of crimes and misdemeanors from civil injuries, seems principally to consist in this, that private wrongs or civil injuries are an infringement or privation of the civil rights which belong to individuals considered merely as individuals. Public wrongs or crimes and misdemeanors are a breach and violation of the public rights and duties due to the whole community considered as a community in its social aggregate capacity. As if I detain a field from another man to which the law has given him a right, This is a civil injury and not a crime, for here only the right of an individual is concerned, and it is immaterial to the public which of us is in possession of the land. But treason, murder, and robbery are properly ranked among crimes, since besides the injury done to individuals, they strike at the very being of society, which cannot possibly subsist where actions of this sort are suffered to escape with impunity. In all cases the crime includes an injury. Every public offense is also a private wrong, and somewhat more. It affects the individual, and it likewise affects the community. Thus treason in imagining the king's death involves in it conspiracy against an individual, which is also a civil injury. But as this species of treason in its consequences principally tends to the dissolution of government and the destruction thereby of the order and peace of society, this denominates it a crime of the highest magnitude. Murder is an injury to the life of an individual, but the law of society considers principally the loss which the state sustains by being deprived of a member, and the pernicious example thereby set for others to do the like. Robbery may be considered in the same view. It is an injury to private property, but were that all, a civil satisfaction in damages might atone for it. The public mischief is the thing for the prevention of which our laws have made it a capital offense. In these gross and atrocious injuries the private wrong is swallowed up in the public. We seldom hear any mention made of satisfaction to the individual, the satisfaction to the community being so very great. And indeed, as the public crime is not otherwise avenged than by forfeiture of life and property, it is impossible afterwards to make any reparation for the private wrong, which can only be had from the body or goods of the aggressor. But there are crimes of an inferior nature in which the public punishment is not so severe, but it affords room for a private compensation also, and herein the distinction of crimes from civil injuries is very apparent. For instance, in the case of battery or beating another, the aggressor may be indicted for this at the suit of the king for disturbing the public peace, and be punished criminally by fine and imprisonment. And the party beaten may also have his private remedy by action of trespass for the injury which he in particular sustains, and recover a civil satisfaction in damages. So also in the case of a public nuisance, as digging a ditch across a highway, this is punishable by indictment as a common offense to the whole kingdom and all his majesty's subjects. But if any individual sustains any special damage thereby, as laming his horse, breaking his carriage, or the like, the offender may be compelled to make ample satisfaction as well for the private injury as for the public wrong. Upon the whole, we may observe that in taking cognizance of all wrongs or unlawful acts, the law has a double view, viz., not only to redress the party injured by either restoring to him his right, if possible, or by giving him an equivalent, the manner of doing which was the object of our inquiries in the preceding book of these Commentaries, but also to secure to the public benefit of society by preventing or punishing every breach and violation of those laws which the sovereign power has thought proper to establish for the government and tranquillity of the whole. What those breaches are, and how prevented or punished, are to be considered in the present book. 2. The nature of crimes and misdemeanors in general being thus ascertained and distinguished, I proceed in the next place to consider the general nature of punishments, which are evils or inconveniences consequent upon crimes and misdemeanors, being devised, denounced, and inflicted by human laws in consequence of disobedience or misbehavior in those to regulate whose conduct such laws were respectively made. And herein we will briefly consider the power, the end, and the measure of human punishment. 1. As to the power of human punishment, or the right of the temporal legislator to inflict discretionary penalties for crimes and misdemeanors. It is clear that the right of punishing crimes against the law of nature, as murder and the like, is in a state of mere nature vested in every individual. For it must be vested in somebody, otherwise the laws of nature would be vain and fruitless if none were empowered to put them in execution. And if that power is vested in any one, it must also be vested in all mankind, since all are by nature equal. Whereof the first murderer Cain was so sensible, that we find him expressing his apprehensions that whoever should find him would slay him. In a state of society, this right is transferred from individuals to the sovereign power, whereby men are prevented from being judges in their own causes, which is one of the evils that civil government was intended to remedy. Whatever power, therefore, individuals had of punishing offenses against the law of nature, that is now vested in the magistrate alone, who bears the sword of justice by the consent of the whole community. And to this precedent natural power of individuals must be referred that right, which some have argued to belong to every state, though in fact never exercised by any, of punishing not only their own subjects, but also foreign ambassadors, even with death itself, in case they have offended, not indeed against the municipal laws of the country, but against the divine laws of nature, and become liable thereby to forfeit their lives for their guilt. As to offenses merely against the laws of society, which are only mala prohibita and not mala in se, the temporal magistrate is also empowered to inflict coercive penalties for such transgressions, and this by the consent of individuals, who in forming societies did either tacitly or expressly invest the sovereign power with a right of making laws and of enforcing obedience to them when made, by exercising upon non-observance severities equal to the evil. The lawfulness, therefore, of punishing such criminals is founded upon this principle, that the law by which they suffer was made by their own consent. It is a part of the original contract into which they entered when first they engaged in society. It was calculated for, and has long contributed to, their own security. This right, therefore, being thus conferred by universal consent, gives to the state exactly the same power, and no more, over all its members, as each individual member had naturally over himself or others, which has occasioned some to doubt how far a human legislature ought to inflict capital punishments for positive offenses, offenses against the municipal law only, and not against the law of nature, since no individual has naturally a power of inflicting death upon himself or others for actions in themselves indifferent. With regard to offenses mala in se, capital punishments are in some instances inflicted by the immediate command of God himself to all mankind, as in the case of murder, by the precept delivered to Noah, their common ancestor and representative, "Who sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." In other instances, they are inflicted after the example of the Creator in his positive code of laws for the regulation of the Jewish Republic, as in the case of the crime against nature. But they are sometimes inflicted without such express warrant or example, at the will and discretion of the human legislature, as for forgery, for theft, and sometimes for offenses of a lighter kind. Of these we are principally to speak, as these crimes are, none of them, offenses against natural, but only against social rights, not even theft itself, unless it be accompanied with violence to one's house or person, all others being an infringement of that right of property, which, as we have formerly seen, owes its origin not to the law of nature, but merely to civil society. End of chapter the first, part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the First of the Nature of Crimes and Their Punishment, Part 2. The practice of inflicting capital punishments for offenses of human institution is thus justified by that great and good man Sir Matthew Hale. When offenses grow enormous, frequent, and dangerous to a kingdom or state, destructive or highly pernicious to civil societies, and to the great insecurity and danger of the kingdom or its inhabitants, severe punishment and even death itself is necessary to be annexed to laws in many cases by the prudence of lawgivers. It is therefore the enormity or dangerous tendency of the crime that alone can warrant any earthly legislature in putting him to death that commits it. It is not the frequency only or the difficulty of otherwise preventing it that will excuse our attempting to prevent it by a wanton effusion of human blood. For though the end of punishment is to deter men from offending, it never can follow from thence that it is lawful to deter them at any rate and by any means, since there may be unlawful methods of enforcing obedience even to the justest laws. Every humane legislator will be therefore extremely cautious of establishing laws that inflict the penalty of death, especially for slight offenses or such as are merely positive. He will expect a better reason for his so doing than that loose one which generally is given, that it is found by former experience that no lighter penalty will be effectual. For is it found upon farther experience that capital punishments are more effectual? Was the vast territory of all the Russias worse regulated under the late Empress Elizabeth than under her more sanguinary predecessors? Is it now, under Catherine II., less civilized, less social, less secure? And yet we are assured that neither of these illustrious princesses have, throughout their whole administration, inflicted the penalty of death, and the latter has, upon full persuasion of its being useless, nay, even pernicious, given orders for abolishing it entirely throughout her extensive dominions. But indeed, were capital punishments proved by experience to be a sure and effectual remedy, that would not prove the necessity, upon which the justice and propriety depend, of inflicting them upon all occasions when other expedients fail. I fear this reasoning would extend a great deal too far. For instance, the damage done to our public roads by loaded wagons is universally allowed, and many laws have been made to prevent it, none of which have hitherto proved effectual. But it does not therefore follow that it would be just for the legislature to inflict death upon every obstinate carrier who defeats or eludes the provisions of the former statutes. Where the evil to be prevented is not adequate to the violence of the preventative, a sovereign that thinks seriously can never justify such a law to the dictates of conscience and humanity. To shed the blood of our fellow creature is a matter that requires the greatest deliberation and the fullest conviction of our own authority. For life is the immediate gift of God to man, which neither he can resign, nor can it be taken from him unless by the command or permission of him who gave it, either expressly revealed or collected from the laws of nature or society by clear and indisputable demonstration. I would not be understood to deny the right of the legislature in any country to enforce its own laws by the death of the transgressor, though persons of some abilities have doubted it, but only to suggest a few hints for the consideration of such as are or may hereafter become legislators. When a question arises whether death may be lawfully inflicted for this or that transgression, the wisdom of the laws must decide it, and to this public judgment or decision all private judgments must submit, else there is an end of the first principle of all society and government. The guilt of blood, if any, must lie at their doors who misinterpret the extent of their warrant, and not at the doors of the subject, who is bound to receive the interpretations that are given by the sovereign power. 2. As to the end or final cause of human punishments. This is not by way of atonement or expiation for the crime committed, for that must be left to the just determination of the Supreme Being, but as a precaution against future offenses of the same kind. This is effected three ways: either by the amendment of the offender himself, for which purpose all corporal punishments, fines, and temporary exile or imprisonment are inflicted, or by deterring others from the dread of his example from offending in the like way, ut poena, as Tully expresses it, ad paucos metos et omnes perveniant, which gives rise to all ignominious punishments and to such executions of justice as are open and public, or, lastly, by depriving the party injuring of the power to do future mischief, which is effected by either putting him to death or condemning him to perpetual confinement, slavery, or exile. The same one end of preventing future crimes is endeavored to be answered by each of these three species of punishment. The public gains equal security whether the offendant himself be amended by wholesome correction, or whether he be disabled from doing any farther harm. And if the penalty fails of both of these effects, as it may do, still the terror of his example remains as a warning to other citizens. The method, however, of inflicting punishment ought always to be proportioned to the particular purpose it is meant to serve, and by no means to exceed it. Therefore, the pains of death and perpetual disability by exile, slavery, or imprisonment ought never to be inflicted but when the offender appears incorrigible, which may be collected either from a repetition of minuter offenses, or from the perpetration of some one crime of deep malignity which of itself demonstrates a disposition without hope or probability of amendment, and in such cases it would be a cruelty to the public to defer the punishment of such a criminal till he had an opportunity of repeating perhaps the worst of villainies. 3. As to the measure of human punishments. From what has been observed in the former articles we may collect that the quantity of punishment can never be absolutely determined by any standing invariable rule, but it must be left to the arbitration of the legislature to inflict such penalties as are warranted by the laws of nature and society, and such as appear to be the best calculated to answer the end of precaution against future offenses. Hence it will be evident that what some have so highly extolled for its equity, the lex talionis, or law of retaliation, can never be in all cases an adequate or permanent rule of punishment. In some cases, indeed, it seems to be dictated by natural reason, as in the case of conspiracies to do an injury or false accusations of the innocent, to which we may add that law of the Jews and Egyptians mentioned by Josephus and Diodorus Siculus, that whoever without sufficient cause was found with any mortal poison in his custody should himself be obliged to take it. But in general, the difference of persons, place, time, provocation, or other circumstances may enhance or mitigate the offense, and in such cases retaliation can never be a proper measure of justice. If a nobleman strikes a peasant, all mankind will see that if a court of justice awards a return of the blow, it is more than a just compensation. On the other hand, retaliation may sometimes be too easy a sentence, as if a man maliciously should put out the remaining eye of him who had lost one before, it is too slight a punishment for the maimer to lose only one of his. And therefore the law of Locrians, which demanded an eye for an eye, was in this instance judiciously altered by decreeing, in imitation of Solon's laws, that he who struck out the eye of a one-eyed man should lose both of his own in return. Besides, there are very many crimes that will in no shape admit of these penalties without manifest absurdity and wickedness. Theft cannot be punished by theft, defamation by defamation, forgery by forgery, adultery by adultery, and the like. And we may add that those instances wherein retaliation appears to be used, even by the divine authority, do not really proceed upon the rule of exact retribution by doing to the criminal the same hurt as he has done to his neighbor and no more. But this correspondence between the crime and punishment is barely a consequence from some other principle. Death is ordered to be punished with death, not because one is equivalent to the other, for that would be expiation and not punishment. Nor is death always an equivalent for death. The execution of a needy, decrepit assassin is a poor satisfaction for the murder of a nobleman in the bloom of his youth and full enjoyment of his friends, his honors, and his fortune. But the reason upon which this sentence is grounded seems to be that this is the highest penalty that man can inflict and tends most to the security of the world by removing one murderer from the earth and setting a dreadful example to deter others, so that even this grand instance proceeds upon other principles than those of retaliation. And truly, if any measure of punishment is to be taken from the damage sustained by the sufferer, the punishment ought rather to exceed than equal the injury, since it seems contrary to reason and equity that the guilty, if convicted, should suffer no more than the innocent has done before him, especially as the suffering of the innocent is past and irrevocable, that of the guilty is future, contingent, and liable to be escaped or evaded. With regard indeed to crimes that are incomplete, which consist merely in the intention and are not yet carried into act, as conspiracies and the like, the innocent has a chance to frustrate or avoid the villainy, as the conspirator has also a chance to escape his punishment. And this may be one reason why the lex talionis is more proper to be inflicted, if at all, for crimes that consist in intention than for such as are carried into act. It seems indeed consonant to natural reason, and has therefore been adopted as a maxim by several theoretical writers, that the punishment due to the crime of which one falsely accuses another should be inflicted on the perjured informer. Accordingly, when it was once attempted to introduce into England the law of retaliation, it was intended as a punishment for such only as preferred malicious accusations against others, it being enacted by Statute 37 Edward III, c. 18, that such as preferred any suggestions to the King's Great Council should put in sureties of talliation, that is, to incur the same pain that the other should have had in case the suggestion were found untrue. But after 1 year's experience, this punishment of talliation was rejected, and imprisonment adopted in its stead. But though from what has been said it appears that there cannot be any regular or determinate method of rating the quantity of punishments for crimes by any one uniform rule, but they must be referred to the will and discretion of the legislative power, yet there are some general principles drawn from the nature and circumstances of the crime that may be of some assistance in allotting it in an adequate punishment. As first with regard to the object of it. For the greater and more exalted the object of an injury is, the more care should be taken to prevent that injury, and of course, under this aggravation, the punishment should be more severe. Therefore, treason in conspiring the king's death is by the English law punished with greater rigor than even actually killing any private subject. And yet generally a design to transgress is not so flagrant an enormity as the actual completion of that design. For evil, the nearer we approach it, is the more disagreeable and shocking, so that it requires more obstinacy and wickedness to perpetrate an unlawful action than barely to entertain the thought of it, and it is an encouragement to repentance and remorse even till the last stage of any crime, that it never is too late to retract, and that if a man stops even here, it is better for him than if he proceeds, for which reasons an attempt to rob, to ravish, or to kill is far less penal than the actual robbery, rape, or murder. But in the case of a treasonable conspiracy, the object whereof is the king's majesty, the bare intention will deserve the highest degree of severity, not because the intention is equivalent to the act itself, but because the greatest rigor is no more than adequate to a treasonable purpose of the heart, and there is no greater left to inflict upon the actual execution itself. Again, the violence of passion or temptation may sometimes alleviate a crime, as theft in case of hunger is far more worthy of compassion than when committed through avarice or to supply one in luxurious excesses. To kill a man upon a sudden and violent resentment is less penal than upon cool deliberate malice. The age, education, and character of the offender, the repetition or otherwise of the offense, the time, the place, the company wherein it was committed, all these and 1,000 other incidents may aggravate or extenuate the crime. Farther, as punishments are chiefly intended for the prevention of future crimes, it is but reasonable that among crimes of different natures those should be most severely punished which are the most destructive of the public safety and happiness, and among crimes of an equal malignity, those which a man has the most frequent and easy opportunities of committing, which cannot be so easily guarded against as others, and which therefore the offender has the strongest inducement to commit, according to what Cicero observes, ea sunt animadvertenda peccata maxime, quae difficilime praecaventur. Hence it is that for a servant to rob his master is in more cases capital than for a stranger. If a servant kills his master, it is a species of treason; in another, it is only murder. To steal a handkerchief, or other trifle above the value of 12 pence, privately from one's person, is made capital; but to carry off a load of corn from an open field, though of 50 times greater value, is punished with transportation only. And in the island of Man this rule was formerly carried so far that to take away an horse or an ox there was no felony but a trespass, because of the difficulty in that little territory to conceal them or carry them off. But to steal a pig or a fowl, which is easily done, was a capital misdemeanor, and the offender was punished with death. Lastly, as a conclusion to the whole, we may observe that punishments of unreasonable severity, especially when indiscriminately inflicted, have less effect in preventing crimes and amending the manners of a people than such as are more merciful in general, yet properly intermixed with due distinctions of severity. It is the sentiment of an ingenious writer who seems to have well studied the springs of human action, that crimes are more effectually prevented by the certainty than by the severity of punishment. For the excessive severity of laws, says Montesquieu, hinders their execution. When the punishment surpasses all measure, the public will frequently, out of humanity, prefer impunity to it. Thus also the Statute 1 Mary St. 1 C. 1 recites in its preamble that the state of every king consists more assuredly in the love of the subject towards their prince than in the dread of laws made with rigorous pains, and that laws made for the preservation of the commonwealth without great penalties are more often obeyed and kept than laws made with extreme punishments. Happy had it been for the nation if the subsequent practice of that deluded princess in matters of religion had been correspondent to these sentiments of herself and Parliament in matters of state and government. We may farther observe that sanguinary laws are a bad symptom of the distemper of any state, or at least of its weak constitution. The laws of the Roman kings and the 12 tables of the Decemviri were full of cruel punishments. The Porcian law, which exempted all citizens from sentence of death, silently abrogated them all. In this period the republic flourished. Under the emperors severe punishments were revived, and then the empire fell. It is moreover absurd and impolitic to apply the same punishment to crimes of different malignity. A multitude of sanguinary laws, besides the doubt that may be entertained concerning the right of making them, do likewise prove a manifest defect either in the wisdom of the legislative or the strength of the executive power. It is a kind of quackery in government and argues a want of solid skill to apply the same universal remedy, the ultimum supplicium, to every case of difficulty. It is, it must be owned, much easier to extirpate than to amend mankind. Yet that magistrate must be esteemed both a weak and cruel surgeon who cuts off every limb which, through ignorance or indolence, he will not attempt to cure. It has been therefore ingeniously proposed that in every state a scale of crimes should be formed, with a corresponding scale of punishments descending from the greatest to the least. But if that be too romantic an idea, yet at least a wise legislator will mark the principal divisions, and not assign penalties of the first degree to offenses of an inferior rank. Where men see no distinction made in the nature and gradations of punishment, the generality will be led to conclude there is no distinction in the guilt. Thus in France the punishment of robbery either with or without murder is the same. Hence it is that though perhaps they are therefore subject to fewer robberies, yet they never rob but they also murder. In China, murderers are cut to pieces and robbers not. Hence in that country they never murder on the highway, though they often rob. And in England, besides the additional terrors of a speedy execution and a subsequent exposure or dissection, robbers have a hope of transportation which seldom is extended to murderers. This has the same effect here as in China in preventing frequent assassination and slaughter. Yet, though in this instance we may glory in the wisdom of the English law, we shall find it more difficult to justify the frequency of capital punishment to be found therein, inflicted, perhaps inattentively, by a multitude of successive independent statutes upon crimes very different in their natures. It is a melancholy truth that among the variety of actions which men are daily liable to commit, no less than 160 have been declared by Act of Parliament to be felonies without benefit of clergy, or, in other words, to be worthy of instant death. So dreadful a list, instead of diminishing, increases the number of offenders. The injured, through compassion, will often forbear to prosecute. Juries, through compassion, will sometimes forget their oaths and either acquit the guilty or mitigate the nature of the offense. And judges, through compassion, will respite one half of the convicts and recommend them to the royal mercy. Among so many chances of escaping, the needy and hardened offender overlooks the multitude that suffer. He boldly engages in some desperate attempt to relieve his wants or supply his vices, and if, unexpectedly, the hand of justice overtakes him, he deems himself peculiarly unfortunate in falling at last a sacrifice to those laws which long impunity has taught him to contemn. End of chapter the first, part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the Second of the Persons Capable of Committing Crimes, Part 1. Having in the preceding chapter considered in general the nature of crimes and punishments, we are next led, in the order of our distribution, to inquire what persons are or are not capable of committing crimes, or, which is all one, who are exempted from the censures of the law upon commission of those acts which in other persons would be severely punished. In the process of which inquiry we must have recourse to particular and special exceptions, for the general rule is that no person shall be excused from punishment for disobedience to the laws of his country, excepting such as are expressly defined and exempted by the laws themselves. All the several pleas and excuses which protect the committer of a forbidden act from the punishment which is otherwise annexed thereto may be reduced to this single consideration, the want or defect of will. An involuntary act, as it has no claim to merit, so neither can it induce any guilt. The concurrence of the will, when it has its choice, either to do or to avoid the fact in question, being the only thing that renders human actions either praiseworthy or culpable. Indeed, to make a complete crime cognizable by human laws, there must be both a will and an act. For though in foro conscientiae a fixed design or will to do an unlawful act is almost as heinous as the commission of it, yet, as no temporal tribunal can search the heart or fathom the intentions of the mind otherwise than as they are demonstrated by outward actions, it therefore cannot punish for what it cannot know. For which reason in all temporal jurisdictions an overt act or some open evidence of an intended crime is necessary in order to demonstrate the depravity of the will before the man is liable to punishment. And as a vicious will without a vicious act is no civil crime, so, on the other hand, an unwarrantable act without a vicious will is no crime at all. So that to constitute a crime against human laws, there must be first a vicious will, and secondly an unlawful act consequent upon such vicious will. Now there are three cases in which the will does not join with the act. 1. Where there is a defect of understanding. For where there is no discernment, there is no choice. And where there is no choice, there can be no act of the will, which is nothing else but a determination of one's choice to do or to abstain from a particular action. He therefore that has no understanding can have no will to guide his conduct. 2. Where there is understanding and will sufficient residing in the party, but not called forth and exerted at the time of the action done, which is the case of all offenses committed by chance or ignorance. Here the will sits neuter, and neither concurs with the act nor disagrees to it. 3. Where the action is constrained by some outward force and violence. Here the will counteracts the deed, and is so far from concurring with that it loathes and disagrees to what the man is obliged to perform. It will be the business of the present chapter briefly to consider all the several species of defect in will as they fall under some one or other of these general heads, as infancy, idiocy, lunacy, and intoxication, which fall under the first class, misfortune and ignorance, which may be referred to the second, and compulsion or necessity, which may properly rank in the third. 1. First, we will consider the case of infancy or non-age, which is a defect of the understanding. Infants under the age of discretion ought not to be punished by any criminal prosecution whatever. What the age of discretion is in various nations is a matter of some variety. The civil law distinguished the age of minors, or those under 25 years old, into three stages: infantia, from the birth till 7 years of age; puerita, from 7 to 14; and pubertas, from 14 upwards. The period of puerita, or childhood, was again subdivided into two equal parts. From 7 to 10½ was aetas infante proxima; from 10½ to 14 was aetas puberati proxima. During the first stage of infancy and the next half stage of childhood, infantiae proxima, they were not punishable for any crime. During the other half stage of childhood, approaching to puberty, from 10½ to 14, they were indeed punishable if found to be doli capaces, or capable of mischief, but with many mitigations and not with the utmost rigor of the law. During the last stage, at the age of puberty and afterwards, minors were liable to be punished as well capitally as otherwise. The law of England does in some cases privilege an infant under the age of 21 as to common misdemeanors so as to escape fine, imprisonment, and the like, and particularly in cases of omission, as not repairing a bridge or a highway or other similar offenses. For not having the command of his fortune till 21, he wants the capacity to do those things which the law requires. But where there is any notorious breach of the peace, a riot, battery, or the like, which infants, when full grown, are at least as liable as others to commit, for these an infant above the age of 14 is equally liable to suffer as a person of the full age of 21. With regard to capital crimes, the law is still more minute and circumspect, distinguishing with greater nicety the several degrees of age and discretion. By the ancient Saxon law, the age of 12 years was established for the age of possible discretion, when first the understanding might open, and from thence till the offender was 14, it was aetas pubertate proxima, in which he might or might not be guilty of a crime according to his natural capacity or incapacity. This was the dubious stage of discretion, but under 12 it was held that he could not be guilty in will, neither after 14 could he be supposed innocent of any capital crime which he in fact committed. But by the law as it now stands, and has stood at least ever since the time of Edward III, the capacity of doing ill or contracting guilt is not so much measured by years and days as by the strength of the delinquent's understanding and judgment. For one lad of 11 years old may have as much cunning as another of 14, and in these cases our maxim is that malitia supplet aetatem. Under 7 years of age, indeed, an infant cannot be guilty of felony, for then a felonious discretion is almost an impossibility in nature, but at 8 years old he may be guilty of felony. Also, under 14, though an infant shall be prima facie adjudged to be doli in capax, yet if it appear to the court and jury that he was doli capax and could discern between good and evil, he may be convicted and suffer death. Thus a girl of 13 has been burnt for killing her mistress, and one boy of 10 and another of 9 years old who had killed their companions have been sentenced to death, and he of 10 years actually hanged, because it appeared upon their trials that the one hid himself and the other hid the body he had killed, which hiding manifested a conscientiousness of guilt and a discretion to discern between good and evil. And there was an instance in the last century where a boy of 8 years old was tried at Abington for firing 2 barns, and, it appearing that he had malice, revenge, and cunning, he was found guilty, condemned, and hanged accordingly. Thus also, in very modern times, a boy of 10 years old was convicted on his own confession of murdering his bedfellow, there appearing in his whole behavior plain tokens of a mischievous discretion. And as the sparing of this boy merely on account of his tender years might be of dangerous consequence to the public, by propagating a notion that children might commit such atrocious crimes with impunity, it was unanimously agreed by all the judges that he was a proper subject of capital punishment. But in all such cases the evidence of that malice which is to supply age ought to be strong and clear beyond all doubt and contradiction. 2. The second case of a deficiency in will which excuses from the guilt of crimes arises also from a defective or vitiated understanding, viz., in an idiot or a lunatic. For the rule of law as to the latter, which may easily be adapted also to the former, is that furiosus furore solum punitor. In criminal cases, therefore, idiots and lunatics are not chargeable for their own acts if committed when under these incapacities, no, not even for treason itself. Also, if a man in his sound memory commits a capital offense, and before arraignment for it he becomes mad, he ought not to be arraigned for it, because he is not able to plead to it with that advice and caution that he ought. And if after he has pleaded the prisoner becomes mad, he shall not be tried, for how can he make his defense? If after he be tried and found guilty he loses his senses before judgment, judgment shall not be pronounced. and if after judgment he becomes of non-sane memory, execution shall be stayed. For peradventure, says the humanity of English law, had the prisoner been of sound memory, he might have alleged something in stay of judgment or execution. Indeed, in the bloody reign of Henry VIII, a statute was made which enacted that if a person being compos mentis should commit high treason, and after fall into madness, he might be tried in his absence, and should suffer death as if he were of perfect memory. But this savage and inhuman law was repealed by the statute 1 and 2 Philip and Mary c. 10. For as observed by Sir Edward Coke, the execution of an offender is, for example, ut poena ad paucos, metus ad omnes perveniat. But so it is not when a madman is executed, but should be a miserable spectacle both against law and of extreme inhumanity and cruelty, and can be no example to others. But if there be any doubt whether the party be compos or not, this shall be tried by a jury. And if he be so found, a total idiocy or absolute insanity excuses from guilt and of course from the punishment of any criminal action committed under such deprivation of the senses. But if a lunatic hath lucid intervals of understanding, he shall answer for what he does in those intervals as if he had no deficiency. Yet in the case of absolute madmen, as they are not answerable for their actions, they should not be permitted the liberty of acting unless under proper control, and in particular, they ought not to be suffered to go loose to the terror of the king's subjects. It was the doctrine of our ancient law that persons deprived of their reason might be confined till they recovered their senses, without waiting for the forms of a commission or other special authority from the crown. And now, by the Vagrant Acts, a method is chalked out for imprisoning, chaining, and sending them to their proper homes. 3. Thirdly, as to artificial, voluntarily contracted madness by drunkenness or intoxication, which, depriving men of their reason, puts them in a temporary frenzy, our law looks upon this as an aggravation of the offense rather than as an excuse for any criminal misbehavior. A drunkard, says Sir Edward Coke, who is voluntarius demon, hath no privilege thereby, but what hurt or ill soever he doth, his drunkenness doth aggravate it, non omne crimen ebrietas, et incendit, et detegit. It hath been observed that the real use of strong liquors and the abuse of them by drinking to excess depend much upon the temperature of the climate in which we live. The same indulgence which may be necessary to make the blood move in Norway would make an Italian mad. A German, therefore, says the President Montesquieu, drinks through custom, founded upon constitutional necessity. A Spaniard drinks through choice, or out of the mere wantonness of luxury. And drunkenness, he adds, ought to be more severely punished where it makes men mischievous and mad, as in Spain and Italy, than where it only renders them stupid and heavy, as in Germany and the more northern countries. And accordingly, in the warmer climate of Greece, a law of Pittacus enacted that he who committed a crime when drunk should receive a double punishment, one for the crime itself, and the other for the ebriety which prompted him to commit it. The Roman law indeed made great allowances for this vice. Per veniam de lapsus capitalis poena remittitur. But the law of England, considering how easy it is to counterfeit this excuse, and how weak an excuse it is, though real, will not suffer any man thus to privilege one crime by another. 4. A fourth deficiency of will is where a man commits an unlawful act by misfortune or chance and not by design. Here the will observes a total neutrality and does not cooperate with the deed, which therefore wants one main ingredient of a crime. Of this, when it affects the life of another, we shall find more occasion to speak hereafter, at present only observing that if any accidental mischief happens to follow from the performance of a lawful act, the party stands excused from all guilt. But if a man be doing anything unlawful, and a consequence ensues which he did not foresee or intend, as the death of a man or the like, his want of foresight shall be no excuse, for being guilty of one offense, in doing antecedently what is in itself unlawful, he is criminally guilty of whatever consequence may follow the first misbehavior. End of chapter the second, part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the Second of the Persons Capable of Committing Crimes, Part 2. 5. Fifthly, ignorance or mistake is another defect of will, when a man intending to do a lawful act does that which is unlawful. For here, the deed and the will acting separately, there is not that conjunction between them which is necessary to form a criminal act. But this must be an ignorance or mistake of fact, and not an error in point of law. As if a man intending to kill a thief or a housebreaker in his own house by mistake kills one of his own family, this is no criminal action. But if a man thinks he has a right to kill a person excommunicated or outlawed wherever he meets him, and does so, this is a willful murder. For a mistake in point of law, which every person of discretion not only may, but is bound and presumed to know, is in criminal cases no sort of defense. Ignorantia iuris, quod quisque tenentur scire, neminem excusat, is as well the maxim of our own law as it was of the Roman. 6. A sixth species of defect of will is that arising from compulsion and inevitable necessity. These are a constraint upon the will, whereby a man is urged to do that which his judgment disapproves, and which, it is presumed, his will, if left to itself, would reject. As punishments are therefore only inflicted for the abuse of that free will which God has given to man, it is highly just and equitable that a man should be excused for those acts which are done through unavoidable force and compulsion. 1. Of this nature, in the first place, is the obligation of civil subjection, whereby the inferior is constrained by the superior to act contrary to what his own reason and inclination would suggest, as when a legislator establishes iniquity by law and commands the subject to do an act contrary to religion or sound morality. How far this excuse will be admitted in foro conscientiae, or whether the inferior in this case is not bound to obey the divine rather than the human law, is not my business to decide, though the question, I believe, among the casuists will hardly bear a doubt. But however that may be, obedience to the laws in being is undoubtedly a sufficient extenuation of civil guilt before the municipal tribunal. The sheriff who burnt Latimer and Ridley in the bigoted days of Queen Mary was not liable to punishment from Elizabeth for executing so horrid an office, being justified by the commands of that magistracy which endeavored to restore superstition under the holy auspices of its merciless sister, persecution. As to persons in private relations, the principal case where constraint of a superior is allowed as an excuse for criminal misconduct is with regard to the matrimonial subjection of the wife to her husband. For neither a son or a servant are excused for the commission of any crime, whether capital or otherwise, by the command or coercion of the parent or master, though in some cases the command or authority of the husband, either express or implied, will privilege the wife from punishment even for capital offenses. And therefore, if a woman commit theft, burglary, or other civil offenses against the laws of society by the coercion of her husband, or merely by his command, which the law construes a coercion, or even in his company, his example being equivalent to a command, she is not guilty of any crime, being considered as acting by compulsion and not of her own will. which doctrine is at least 1,000 years old in this kingdom, being to be found among the laws of King Ina the West Saxon. And it appears that among the northern nations on the continent, this privilege extended to any woman transgressing in concert with a man, and to any servant that committed a joint offense with a freeman. The male or freeman only was punished, the female or slave dismissed. Pro quo dubio quod alterum libertas, alterum necessitas impelleret. But, besides that in our law, which is a stranger to slavery, no impunity is given to servants who are as much free agents as their masters, even with regard to wives, this rule admits of an exception in crimes that are mala in se and prohibited by the law of nature, as murder and the like. Not only because these are of a deeper dye, but also, since in a state of nature no one is in subjection to another, it would be unreasonable to screen an offender from the punishment due to natural crimes by the refinements and subordinations of civil society. In treason also, the highest crime which a member of society can as such be guilty of, no plea of coverture shall excuse the wife. No presumption of the husband's coercion shall extenuate her guilt, as well because of the odiousness and dangerous consequence of the crime itself, as because the husband, having broken through the most sacred tie of social community by rebellion against the state, has no right to that obedience from a wife which he himself as a subject has forgotten to pay. In inferior misdemeanors also we may remark another exception, that a wife may be indicted and set in the pillory with her husband for keeping a brothel, for this is an offense touching the domestic economy or government of that house in which the wife has a principal share, and is also such an offense as the law presumes to be generally conducted by the intrigues of the female sex. And in all cases where the wife offends alone, without the company or command of her husband, she is responsible for her offense as much as any femme's soul. 2. Another species of compulsion or necessity is what our law calls duress per minus, or threats and menaces which induce a fear of death or other bodily harm, and which take away for that reason the guilt of many crimes and misdemeanors, at least before the human tribunal. But then that fear which compels a man to do an unwarrantable action ought to be just and well grounded, such qui cadere posset in virum constantem, non timidum et meticulosum, as Bracton expresses it in the words of the civil law. Therefore, in time of war or rebellion, a man may be justified in doing many treasonable acts by compulsion of the enemy or rebels, which would admit of no excuse in the time of peace. This, however, seems only, or at least principally, to hold as to positive crimes so created by the laws of society, and which, therefore, society may excuse, but not as to natural offenses so declared by the law of God, wherein human magistrates are only the executioners of divine punishment. And therefore, though a man be violently assaulted and hath no other possible means of escaping death but by killing an innocent person, this fear and force shall not acquit him of murder, for he ought rather to die himself than escape by the murder of an innocent. But in such a case he is permitted to kill the assailant, for there the law of nature and self-defense its primary canon have made him his own protector. 3. There is a third species of necessity which may be distinguished from the actual compulsion of external force or fear, being the result of reason and reflection, which act upon and constrain a man's will, and oblige him to do an action which without such obligation would be criminal. And that is when a man has his choice of two evils set before him, and being under a necessity of choosing one, he chooses the least pernicious of the two. Here the will cannot be said freely to exert itself, being rather passive than active, or, if active, it is rather in rejecting the greater evil than in choosing the less. Of this sort is that necessity where a man by the commandment of the law is bound to arrest another for any capital offense or to disperse a riot, and resistance is made to his authority. it is here justifiable, even necessary, to beat, to wound, or perhaps to kill the offenders, rather than permit the murderer to escape or the riot to continue. For the preservation of the peace of the kingdom and the apprehending of notorious malefactors are of the utmost consequence to the public, and therefore excuse the felony which the killing would otherwise amount to. 4. There is yet another case of necessity which has occasioned great speculation among the writers upon general law, viz., whether a man in extreme want of food or clothing may justify stealing either to relieve his present necessities. And this both Grotius and Puffendorf, together with many other of the foreign jurists, hold in the affirmative, maintaining by many ingenious, humane, and plausible reasons that in such cases the community of goods, by a kind of tacit concession of society, is revived. And some even of our own lawyers have held the same, though it seems to be an unwarranted doctrine borrowed from the notions of some civilians, at least that is now antiquated, and the law of England admitting no such excuse at present. And this doctrine is agreeable not only to the sentiments of many of the wisest ancients, particularly Cicero, who holds that sum cuique incommodum serendum est, potius quam alteris commodis detribendum, but also to the Jewish law as certified by King Solomon himself. If a thief steal to satisfy his soul when he is hungry, he shall restore sevenfold, and shall give all the substance of his house, which was the ordinary punishment for theft in that kingdom. And this is founded upon the highest reason. For men's properties would be under a strange insecurity if liable to be invaded according to the wants of others, of which wants no man can possibly be an adequate judge but the party himself who pleads them. In this country especially, there would be a peculiar impropriety in admitting so dubious an excuse, for by our laws such a sufficient provision is made for the poor by the power of the civil magistrate, that it is impossible that the most needy stranger should ever be reduced to the necessity of thieving to support nature. This case of a stranger is, by the way, the strongest instance put by Baron Puffendorf, and whereon he builds his principal arguments, which, however they may hold upon the continent, where the parsimonious industry of the natives orders every one to work or starve, yet must lose all their weight and efficacy in England, where charity is reduced to a system and interwoven in our very constitution. Therefore, our laws ought by no means to be taxed with being unmerciful for denying this privilege to the necessitous, especially when we consider that the king, on the representation of his ministers of justice, hath a power to soften the law and extend mercy in cases of peculiar hardship. An advantage which is wanting in many states, particularly those which are democratical, and these have in its stead introduced and adopted in the body of the law itself a multitude of circumstances tending to alleviate its rigor. But the founders of our Constitution thought it better to vest in the crown the power of pardoning particular objects of compassion than to countenance and establish theft by one general undistinguishing law. 7. In the several cases before mentioned, the incapacity of committing crimes arises from a deficiency of the will. To these we may add one more, in which the law supposes an incapacity of doing wrong from the excellence and perfection of the person, which extend as well to the will as to the other qualities of his mind. I mean the case of the king, who, by virtue of his royal prerogative, is not under the coercive power of the law, which will not suppose him capable of committing a folly, much less a crime. We are therefore, out of reverence and decency, to forbear any idle inquiries of what would be the consequence if the king were to act thus and thus, since the law deems so highly of his wisdom and virtue as not even to presume it possible for him to do anything inconsistent with his station and dignity, and therefore has made no provision to remedy such a grievance. But of this sufficient was said in a former volume, to which I must refer the reader. End of chapter the second. Part 2. Chapter 3 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the Third of Principals and Accessories. It having been shown in the preceding chapter what persons are or are not, upon account of their situation and circumstances, capable of committing crimes, we are next to make a few remarks on the different degrees of guilt among persons that are capable of offending, viz., as principal and as accessory. 1. A man may be principal in an offense in 2 degrees. A principal in the first degree is he that is the actor or absolute perpetrator of the crime, and in the second degree he who is present, aiding and abetting the fact to be done, which presence need not always be an actual immediate standing by within sight or hearing of the fact, but there may be also a constructive presence, as when one commits a robbery or murder and another keeps watch or guard at some convenient distance. And this rule hath also other exceptions. For in case of murder by poisoning, a man may be a principal felon by preparing and laying the poison, or giving it to another, who is ignorant of its poisonous quality, for that purpose, and yet not administer it himself, nor be present when the very deed of poisoning is committed. And the same reasoning will hold with regard to other murders committed in the absence of the murderer, by means which he had prepared beforehand, and which probably could not fail of their mischievous effect, as by laying a trap or pitfall for another whereby he is killed, letting out a wild beast with intent to do mischief, or exciting a madman to commit murder so that death thereupon ensues. In every of these cases the party offending is guilty of murder as a principal in the first degree. For he cannot be called an accessory, that necessarily presupposing a principal, and the poison, the pitfall, the beast, or the madman cannot be held principals, being only the instruments of death. As therefore he must certainly be guilty either as principal or accessory, and cannot be so as accessory, it follows that he must be guilty as principal, and if principal, then in the first degree, for there is no other criminal, much less a superior in the guilt, whom he could aid, abet, or assist. 2. An accessory is he who is not the chief actor in the offense, nor present at its performance, but is some way concerned therein, either before or after the fact committed. In considering the nature of which degree of guilt, we will first examine what offenses admit of accessories and what not. Secondly, who may be an accessory before the fact. Thirdly, who may be an accessory after it. And lastly, how accessories, considered merely as such and distinct from principals, are to be treated. 1. And first, as to what offenses admit of accessories and what not. In high treason there are no accessories, but all are principals. The same acts that make a man accessory in felony, making him a principal in high treason, upon account of the heinousness of the crime. Besides, it is to be considered that the bare intent to commit treason is many times actual treason, as imagining the death of the king, or conspiring to take away his crown. And as no one can advise and abet such a crime without an intention to have it done, there can be no accessories before the fact, since the very advice and abetment amount to principal treason. But this will not hold in the inferior species of high treason, which do not amount to the legal idea of compassing the death of the king, queen, or prince. For in those no advice to commit them, unless the thing be actually performed, will make a man a principal traitor. In petite treason, murder, and felonies of all kinds, there may be accessories, except only in those offenses which by judgment of law are sudden and unpremeditated, as manslaughter and the like, which therefore cannot have any accessories before the fact. But in petite larceny or minute thefts and all other crimes under the degree of felony, there are no accessories, but all persons concerned therein, if guilty at all, are principals, the same rule holding with regard to the highest and lowest offenses, though upon different reasons. In treason all are principals, propter odium delecti. In trespass all are principals, because the law, quae de minimis non curat, does not descend to distinguish the different shades of guilt in petty misdemeanors. It is a maxim that accessoria sequitur naturam sui principalis, and therefore an accessory cannot be guilty of a higher crime than his principal, being only punished as a partaker of his guilt. So that if a servant instigates a stranger to kill his master, this being murder in the stranger as principal, of course the servant is accessory only to the crime of murder, though, had he been present and assisting, he would have been guilty as principal of petty treason and the stranger of murder. 2. As to the second point, who may be an accessory before the fact, Sir Matthew Hale defines him to be one who, being absent at the time of the crime committed, doth yet procure, counsel, or command another to commit a crime. Herein absence is necessary to make him an accessory, for if such procurer or the like be present, he is guilty of the crime as principal. If A then advises B to kill another, and B does it in the absence of A, now B is principal and A is accessory in the murder. And this holds even though the party killed be not in rerum natura at the time of the advice given. As if A, the reputed father, advises B, the mother of a bastard child unborn, to strangle it when born, and she does so, A is accessory to this murder. And it is also settled that whoever procureth a felony to be committed, though it be by the intervention of a third person, is an accessory before the fact. It is likewise a rule that he who in any wise commands or counsels another to commit an unlawful act is accessory to all that ensues upon that unlawful act, but is not accessory to any act distinct from the other. As if A commands B to beat C, and B beats him so that he dies, B is guilty of murder as principal and A as accessory. But if A commands B to burn C's house, and he, in so doing, commits a robbery, now A, though accessory to the burning, is not accessory to the robbery, for that is a thing of a distinct and unconsequential nature. But if the felony committed be the same in substance with that which is commanded, and only varying in some circumstantial matters, as if, upon a command to poison Titius, he is stabbed or shot that he dies, the commander is still accessory to the murder, for the substance of the thing commanded was the death of Titius, and the manner of its execution is a mere collateral circumstance. 3. An accessory after the fact may be where a person, knowing a felony to have been committed, receives, relieves, comforts, or assists the felon. Therefore, to make an accessory ex post facto, it is in the first place requisite that he knows of the felony committed. In the next place, he must receive, relieve, comfort, or assist him, and generally, any assistance whatever given to a felon to hinder his being apprehended, tried, or suffering punishment, makes the assister an accessory. As furnishing him with a horse to escape his pursuers, money or victuals to support him, a house or other shelter to conceal him, or open force and violence to rescue or protect him. So likewise to convey instruments to a felon to enable him to break jail, or to bribe the jailer to let him escape, makes a man an accessory to the felony. But to relieve a felon in jail with clothes or other necessities is no offense, for the crime imputable to this species of accessory is the hindrance of public justice by assisting the felon to escape the vengeance of the law. To buy or receive stolen goods, knowing them to be stolen, falls under none of these descriptions. It was therefore at common law a mere misdemeanor, and made not the receiver accessory to the theft, because he had received the goods only and not the felon. But now, by the statutes 5 Ann c. 31 and 4 George I c. 11, all such receivers are made accessories and may be transported for 14 years. In France this is punished with death, and the Gothic constitutions distinguished also three sorts of thieves: unum qui consilium daret, alterum qui contractaret, tertium qui receptaret et ocularet, pare poene singulos obnoxios. The felony must be complete at the time of the assistance given, else it makes not the assistant an accessory. As if one wounds another mortally, and after the wound given, but before death ensues, a person assists or receives the delinquent. This does not make him an accessory to the homicide, for till death ensues there is no felony committed. But so strict is the law where a felony is actually complete in order to do effectual justice, that the nearest relations are not suffered to aid or receive one another. If the parent assists his child, or the child his parent, if the brother receives his brother, the master his servant, or the servant his master, or even if the husband relieves his wife, who have any of them committed a felony, the receivers become accessories ex post facto. But a femme covert cannot become an accessory by the receipt and concealment of her husband, for she is presumed to act under his coercion, and therefore she is not bound, neither ought she, to discover her lord. 4. The last point of enquiry is, how accessories are to be treated considered distinct from principals. And the general rule of the ancient law, borrowed from the Gothic constitutions, is this: that accessories shall suffer the same punishment as their principals. If one be liable to death, the other is also liable, as by the laws of Athens, delinquents and their abettors were to receive the same punishment. Why then, it may be asked, are such elaborate distinctions made between accessories and principals if both are to suffer the same punishment? For these reasons: 1. To distinguish the nature and denomination of crimes, that the accused may know how to defend himself when indicted, the commission of an actual robbery being quite a different accusation from that of harboring the robber. 2. Because though by the ancient common law the rule is as before laid down, that both shall be punished alike, yet now by the statutes relating to the benefit of clergy a distinction is made between them, accessories after the fact being still allowed the benefit of clergy in all cases, which is denied to the principals, and accessories before the fact in many cases, as in petite treason, murder, robbery, and wilful burning. And perhaps if a distinction were constantly to be made between the punishment of principals and accessories, even before the fact, the latter to be treated with a little less severity than the former, it might prevent the perpetration of many crimes by increasing the difficulty of finding a person to execute the deed itself, as his danger would be greater than that of his accomplices by reason of the difference of his punishment. 3. Because formerly no man could be tried as accessory till after the principal was convicted, or at least he must have been tried at the same time with him, though that law is now much altered, as will be shown more fully in its proper place. 4. Because though a man may be indicted as accessory and acquitted, he may afterwards be indicted as principal. For an acquittal of receiving or counseling a felon is no acquittal of the felony itself, but it is a matter of some doubt whether, if a man be acquitted as principal, he can be afterwards indicted as accessory before the fact, since those offenses are frequently very near allied, and therefore an acquittal of the guilt of one may be an acquittal of the other also. But it is clearly held that one acquitted as principal may be indicted as an accessory after the fact, since that is always an offense of a different species of guilt, principally tending to evade the public justice, and is subsequent in its commencement to the other. Upon these reasons, the distinction of principal and accessory will appear to be highly necessary, though punishment is still much the same with regard to principals and such accessories as offend a priori. End of chapter the third. Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the Fourth of Offenses Against God and Religion, Part 1. In the present chapter we are to enter upon the detail of the several species of crimes and misdemeanors, with the punishment annexed to each by the laws of England. It was observed in the beginning of this book that crimes and misdemeanors are a breach and violation of the public rights and duties owing to the whole community considered as a community in its social aggregate capacity. And in the very entrance of these commentaries it was shown that human laws can have no concern with any but social and relative duties, being intended only to regulate the conduct of man considered under various relations as a member of civil society. All crimes ought, therefore, to be estimated merely according to the mischiefs which they produce in civil society, and of consequence private vices, or the breach of mere absolute duties, which man is bound to perform considered only as an individual, are not, cannot be, the object of any municipal law, any farther than as by their evil example or other pernicious effects they may prejudice the community, and thereby become species of public crimes. Thus the vice of drunkenness, if committed privately and alone, is beyond the knowledge and of course beyond the reach of human tribunals, but if committed publicly in the face of the world, its evil example makes it liable to temporal censures. The vice of lying, which consists, abstractly taken, in a criminal violation of truth, and therefore in any shape is derogatory from sound morality, is not, however, taken notice of by our law unless it carries with it some public inconvenience, as spreading false news, or some social injury, as slander and malicious prosecution, for which a private recompense is given. And yet drunkenness and lying are in foro conscientiae as thoroughly criminal when they are not as when they are attended with public inconvenience. The only difference is that both public and private vices are subject to the vengeance of eternal justice, and public vices are besides liable to the temporal punishments of human tribunals. On the other hand, there are some misdemeanors which are punished by the municipal law that are in themselves nothing criminal, but are made so by the positive constitutions of the state for public convenience, such as poaching, exportation of wool, and the like. These are naturally no offenses at all, but their whole criminality consists in their disobedience to the supreme power, which has an undoubted right for the well-being and peace of the community to make some things unlawful which were in themselves indifferent. Upon the whole, therefore, though part of the offenses to be enumerated in the following sheets are offenses against the revealed law of God, others against the law of nature, and some are offenses against neither, yet in a treatise of municipal law we must consider them all as deriving their particular guilt here punishable from the law of man. Having premised this caution, I shall next proceed to distribute the several offenses which are either directly or by consequence injurious to civil society, and therefore punishable by the laws of England under the following general heads. First, those which are more immediately injurious to God and his holy religion. Secondly, such as violate and transgress the law of nations. Thirdly, such as more especially affect the sovereign executive power of the state or the king in his government. Fourthly, such as more directly infringe the rights of the public or commonwealth. And lastly, such as derogate from those rights and duties which are owing to particular individuals, and in the preservation and vindication of which the community is deeply interested. First, then, of such crimes and misdemeanors as more immediately offend Almighty God by openly transgressing the precepts of religion, either natural or revealed, and mediately, by their bad example and consequence, the law of society also, which constitutes that guilt in the action which human tribunals are to censure. 1. Of this species, the first is that of apostasy, or a total renunciation of Christianity by embracing either a false religion or no religion at all. This offense can only take place in such as have once professed the true religion. The perversion of a Christian to Judaism, paganism, or other false religion was punished by the emperors Constantius and Julian with confiscation of goods, to which the emperors Theodosius and Valentinian added capital punishment in case the apostate endeavored to pervert others to the same iniquity, a punishment too severe for any temporal laws to inflict, and yet the zeal of our ancestors imported it into this country, for we find by Blackstone that in his time apostates were to be burnt to death. Doubtless the preservation of Christianity as a national religion is, abstracted from its own intrinsic truth, of the utmost consequence to the civil state, which a single instance will sufficiently demonstrate. The belief of a future state of rewards and punishments, the entertaining just ideas of the moral attributes of the Supreme Being, and a firm persuasion that He superintends and will finally compensate every action in human life, all which are clearly revealed in the doctrines and forcibly inculcated by the precepts of our Savior Christ, these are the grand foundation of all judicial oaths, which call God to witness the truth of those facts which perhaps may only be known to him and the party attesting. All moral evidence, therefore, all confidence in human veracity, must be weakened by apostasy and overthrown by total infidelity. Wherefore, all affronts to Christianity or endeavors to depreciate its efficacy in those who have once professed it are highly deserving of censure. But yet the loss of life is a heavier penalty than the offense taken in a civil light deserves, and taken in a spiritual light our laws have no jurisdiction over it. This punishment therefore has long ago become obsolete, and the offense of apostasy was for a long time the object only of the ecclesiastical courts which corrected the offender pro salute anime. But about the close of the last century, the civil liberties to which we were then restored being used as a cloak of maliciousness, and the most horrid doctrines subversive of all religion being publicly avowed both in discourse and writings, it was thought necessary again for the civil power to interpose by not admitting those miscreants to the privileges of society who maintained such principles as destroyed all moral obligation. To this end it was enacted by Statute 9 and 10 William III c. 32 that if any person educated in or having made profession of the Christian religion shall by writing, printing, teaching, or advised speaking deny the Christian religion to be true or the Holy Scriptures to be of divine authority, he shall upon the first offense be rendered incapable to hold any office or place of trust, and for the second be rendered incapable of bringing any action, being guardian, executor, legatee, or purchaser of lands, and shall suffer 3 years' imprisonment without bail. To give room, however, for repentance, if, within 4 months after the first conviction, the delinquent will in open court publicly renounce his error, he is discharged for that once from all disabilities. 2. A second offense is that of heresy, which consists not in a total denial of Christianity, but of some of its essential doctrines publicly and obstinately avowed, being defined sententia rerum divinarum humano sensu excogitata, palam dacta, et pernacita defensa. And here it must also be acknowledged that particular modes of belief or unbelief, not tending to overturn Christianity itself or to sap the foundations of morality, are by no means the object of coercion by the civil magistrate. What doctrine shall therefore be adjudged heresy was left by our old constitution to the determination of the ecclesiastical judge, who had herein a most arbitrary latitude allowed him. For the general definition of an heretic given by Linwood extends to the smallest deviations from the doctrines of the Holy Church. A hereticus est qui dubitat de fide catholica, et qui negliget servare ea, quae Romana ecclesiae statuit, su servare deceverat. Or, as Statute 2 Henry IV c. 15 expresses it in English, teachers of erroneous opinions contrary to the faith and blessed determinations of the Holy Church. Very contrary to this is the usage of the first general councils, which defined all heretical doctrines with the utmost precision and exactness. And what ought to have alleviated the punishment and uncertainty of the crime seems to have enhanced it in those days of blind zeal and pious cruelty. It is true that the sanctimonious hypocrisy of the canonists went at first no farther than enjoining penance, excommunication, and ecclesiastical deprivation for heresy, though afterwards they proceeded boldly to imprisonment by the ordinary and confiscation of goods in pios usus. But in the meantime they had prevailed upon the weakness of bigoted princes to make the civil power subservient to their purposes by making heresy not only a temporal but even a capital offense, the Romish ecclesiastics determining without appeal whatever they pleased to be heresy, and shifting off to the secular arm the odium and drudgery of executions with which they themselves were too tender and delicate to intermeddle. Nay, they pretended to intercede and pray on behalf of the convicted heretic, ucitra mortis periculum sententia circa eam moderetur, well knowing at the same time they were delivering the unhappy victim to certain death. Hence the capital punishments inflicted on the ancient Donatists and Manichaeans by the emperors Theodosius and Justinian. Hence also the constitution of the Emperor Frederick mentioned by Linwood, adjudging all persons without distinction to be burnt with fire who were convicted of heresy by the ecclesiastical judge. The same emperor in another constitution ordained that if any temporal lord, when admonished by the church, should neglect to clear his territories of heretics within a year, it should be lawful for good Catholics to seize and occupy the lands and utterly exterminate the heretical possessors. And upon this foundation was built that arbitrary power so long claimed and so fatally exerted by the Pope of disposing even of the kingdoms of refractory princes to more dutiful sons of the Church. The immediate event of this constitution was something singular, and may serve to illustrate at once the gratitude of the Holy See and the just punishment of the royal bigot. For upon the authority of this very constitution, the Pope afterwards expelled this very Emperor Frederick from his kingdom of Sicily and gave it to Charles of Anjou. Christianity being thus deformed by the demon of persecution upon the continent, we cannot expect that our own island should be entirely free from the same scourge, and therefore we find among our ancient precedents a writ de heretico comburendo, which is thought by some to be as ancient as the common law itself. However, it appears from thence that the conviction of heresy by the common law was not in any petty ecclesiastical court, but before the archbishop himself in a provincial synod, and that the delinquent was delivered over to the king to do as he should please with him, so that the crown had a control over the spiritual power, and might pardon the convict by issuing no process against him, the writ de heretico comburendo being not a writ of course, but issuing only by the special direction of the king in council. But in the reign of Henry IV, when the eyes of the Christian world began to open, and the seeds of the Protestant religion, though under the opprobrious name of Lollardy, took root in this kingdom, the clergy, taking advantage from the king's dubious title to demand an increase of their own power, obtained an act of parliament which sharpened the edge of persecution to its utmost keenness. For, By that statute, the diocesan alone, without the intervention of a synod, might convict of heretical tenets, and unless the convict abjured his opinions, or if after abjuration he relapsed, the sheriff was bound ex officio, if required by the bishop, to commit the unhappy victim to the flames without waiting for the consent of the crown. By the statute, too, Henry V, c. 7, Lollardy was also made a temporal offence and indictable in the king's courts, which did not thereby gain an exclusive, but only a concurrent jurisdiction with the bishop's consistory. Afterwards, when the final reformation of religion began to advance, the power of the ecclesiastics was somewhat moderated. For though what heresy is was not then precisely defined, yet we are told in some points what it is not. The Statute 25 Henry VIII c. 14 declaring that offences against the See of Rome are not heresy, and the ordinary being thereby restrained from proceeding in any case upon mere suspicion, that is, unless the party be accused by two credible witnesses, or an indictment of heresy be first previously found in the king's courts of common law. And yet the spirit of persecution was not then abated, but only diverted into a lay channel. For in 6 years afterwards, by statute 31 Henry VIII c. 14, the bloody law of the 6 Articles was made, which established the 6 most contested points of popery: transubstantiation, communion in one kind, the celibacy of the clergy, monastic vows, the sacrifice of the Mass, and auricular confession, which points were determined and resolved by the most godly study, pain, and travail of his Majesty, for which his most humble and obedient subjects, the Lords spiritual and temporal, and the Commons, in Parliament assembled, did not only render and give unto his Highness their most high and hearty thanks, but did also enact and declare all oppugners of the first to be heretics and to be burnt with fire, and of the last 5 to be felons and to suffer death. The same statute established a new and mixed jurisdiction of clergy and laity for the trial and conviction of heretics, the reigning prince being then equally intent on destroying the supremacy of the bishops of Rome and establishing all their corruptions of the Christian religion. I shall not perplex this detail with the various repeals and revivals of these sanguinary laws in the 2 succeeding reigns, but shall proceed directly to the reign of Queen Elizabeth, when the Reformation was finally established with temper and decency, unsullied with party rancor or personal caprice and resentment. By Statute 1 Elizabeth c. 1, all former statutes relating to heresy are repealed, which leaves the jurisdiction of heresy as it stood at common law, viz., as to the infliction of common censures in the ecclesiastical courts, and, in the case of burning the heretic, in the provincial synod only. Sir Matthew Hale is indeed of a different opinion, and holds that such power resided in the diocesan also, though he agrees that in either case the writ de heretico comburendo was not demandable of common right, but grantable or otherwise merely at the king's discretion. But the principal point now gained was that by this statute a boundary is for the first time set to what shall be accounted heresy, nothing for the future being to be so determined, but only such tenets which have been heretofore so declared: 1. By the words of the canonical scriptures; 2. By the first 4 general councils, or such others as have only used the words of the Holy Scriptures; or 3. Which shall hereafter be so declared by the Parliament with the assent of the clergy in convocation. Thus was heresy reduced to a greater certainty than before, though it might not have been the worse to have defined it in terms still more precise and particular, as a man continued still liable to be burnt for what perhaps he did not understand to be heresy, till the ecclesiastical judge so interpreted the words of the canonical scriptures. For the writ de aretico comborendo remains still in force, and we have instances of its being put in execution upon 2 Anabaptists in the 17th of Elizabeth and 2 Arians in the 9th of James I. But it was totally abolished, and heresy again subjected only to ecclesiastical correction pro salute anime by virtue of the statute 29 Charles II, c. 9. For in one and the same reign our lands were delivered from the slavery of military tenures, our bodies from arbitrary imprisonment by the Habeas Corpus Act, and our minds from the tyranny of superstitious bigotry by demolishing this last badge of persecution in the English law. In what I have now said, I would not be understood to derogate from the just rights of the national church, or to favor a loose latitude of propagating any crude, undigested sentiments in religious matters. Of propagating, I say, for the bare entertaining them, without an endeavor to diffuse them, seems hardly cognizable by any human authority. I only mean to illustrate the excellence of our present establishment by looking back to former times. Everything is now as it should be with respect to the spiritual cognizance and spiritual punishment of heresy, unless perhaps that the crime ought to be more strictly defined, and no prosecution permitted even in the ecclesiastical courts till the tenets in question are by proper authority previously declared to be heretical. Under these restrictions, it seems necessary for the support of the national religion that the officers of the Church should have power to censure heretics, yet not to harass them with temporal penalties, much less to exterminate or destroy them. The legislature hath indeed thought it proper that the civil magistrate should again interpose with regard to one species of heresy very prevalent in modern times, for by statute 9 and 10 William III, c. 32, if any person educated in the Christian religion or professing the same shall by writing, printing, teaching, or advised speaking deny any one of the persons in the Holy Trinity to be God, or maintain that there are more gods than one, he shall undergo the same penalties and incapacities which were just now mentioned to be inflicted on apostasy by the same statute. And thus much for the crime of heresy. End of chapter the 4th, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 4th of Offenses Against God and Religion, Part 2. 3. Another species of offenses against religion are those which affect the established church, and these are either positive or negative. Positive, as by reviling its ordinances, or negative, by nonconformity to its worship. Of both of these in their order. 1. And first, of the offense of reviling the ordinances of the Church. This is a crime of a much grosser nature than the other of mere nonconformity, since it carries with it the utmost indecency, arrogance, and ingratitude. Indecency by setting up private judgment in virulent and factious opposition to public authority. Arrogance by treating with contempt and rudeness what has at least a better chance to be right than singular notions of any particular man. And ingratitude by denying that indulgence and undisturbed liberty of conscience to members of the national church which the retainers of every petty conventicle enjoy. However, it is provided by statutes 1 Edward VI c. 1 and 1 Elizabeth c. 1 that whoever reviles the sacrament of the Lord's Supper shall be punished by fine and imprisonment, and by the statute 1 Elizabeth c. 2, if any minister shall speak anything in derogation of the Book of Common Prayer, he shall be imprisoned 6 months and forfeit a year's value of his benefice, and for the second offense he shall be deprived. And if any person whatsoever shall in plays, songs, or other open words speak anything in derogation, depraving, or despising of the said book, he shall forfeit for the first offense 100 marks, for the second 400, and for the third shall forfeit all his goods and chattels, and suffer imprisonment for life. These penalties were framed in the infancy of our present establishment, when the disciples of Rome and Geneva united in inveighing with the utmost bitterness against the English liturgy, and the terror of these laws, for they seldom, if ever, were fully executed, proved the principal means under Providence of preserving the purity as well as the decency of our national worship. Nor can their continuance to this time, in terrorem at least, be thought too severe and intolerant, when we consider that they are levelled at the offence, not of thinking differently from the national church, but of railing at that church and its ordinances for not submitting its public judgment to the private opinion of others. For though it is clear that no restraint should be laid upon rational and dispassionate enquiries into the rectitude and propriety of the established mode of worship, yet contumely and contempt are what no establishment can tolerate. A rigid attachment to trifles and an intemperate zeal for reforming them are equally ridiculous and absurd. But the latter is at present the less excusable, because from political reasons, sufficiently hinted at in a former volume, it would now be extremely unadvisable to make any alterations in the service of the Church, unless it could be shown that some manifest impiety or shocking absurdity would follow from continuing it in its present form. 2. Nonconformity to the worship of the Church is the other or negative branch of this offense, and for this there is much more to be pleaded than for the former, being a matter of private conscience, to the scruples of which our present laws have shown a very just and Christian indulgence. For undoubtedly all persecution and oppression of weak consciences on the score of religious persuasions are highly unjustifiable upon every principle of natural reason, civil liberty, or sound religion. But care must be taken not to carry this indulgence into such extremes as may endanger the national church. There is always a difference to be made between toleration and establishment. Nonconformists are of two sorts. First, such as absent themselves from divine worship in the established church through total irreligion and attend the service of no other persuasion. These by the statutes of 1 Elizabeth c. 23 Elizabeth c. and 3 James I c. forfeit 1 shilling to the poor every Lord's day they so absent themselves, and £20 to the king if they continue such default for a month together. And if they keep any inmate thus irreligiously disposed in their houses, they forfeit £10 per month. The second species of nonconformists are those who offend through a mistaken or perverse zeal. Such were esteemed by our laws, enacted since the time of the Reformation, to be Papists and Protestant dissenters, both of which were supposed to be equally schismatics in not communicating with the national church, with this difference, that the Papists divided from it upon material though erroneous reasons, but many of the dissenters upon matters of indifference, or, in other words, upon no reason at all. Yet certainly our ancestors were mistaken in their plans of compulsion and intolerance. The sin of schism, as such, is by no means the object of temporal coercion and punishment. If through weakness of intellect, through misdirected piety, through perverseness and acerbity of temper, or, which is often the case, through a prospect of secular advantage in hurting with a party, men quarrel with the ecclesiastical establishment, the civil magistrate has nothing to do with it, unless their tenets and practice are such as threaten ruin and disturbance to the state. He is bound indeed to protect the established church, and if this can be better effected by admitting none but its genuine members to offices of trust and emolument, he is certainly at liberty to do so, the disposal of offices being matter of favor and discretion. But this point being once secured, all persecution for diversity of opinions, however ridiculous or absurd they may be, is contrary to every principle of sound policy and civil freedom. The names and subordination of the clergy, the posture of devotion, the materials and color of the minister's garment, the joining in a known or an unknown form of prayer, and other matters of the same kind must be left to the option of every man's private judgment. With regard, therefore, to Protestant dissenters, although the experience of their turbulent disposition in former times occasioned several disabilities and restrictions, which I shall not undertake to justify, to be laid upon them by abundance of statutes, yet at length the legislature, with the spirit of true magnanimity, extended that indulgence to these sectaries which they themselves, when in power, had held to be countenancing schism and denied to the Church of England. The penalties are all of them suspended by the statute 1 William and Mary, St. 1 c. 18, for exempting their Majesties Protestant subjects dissenting from the Church of England from the penalties of certain laws, commonly called the Toleration Act, which exempts all dissenters, except Papists and such as deny the Trinity, from all penal laws relating to religion, provided they take the oath of allegiance and supremacy, or make a similar affirmation, being Quakers, and subscribe the declaration against popery, and repair to some congregation registered in the bishop's court or at the sessions, the doors whereof must always be open. And dissenting teachers are also to subscribe the 39 articles, except those relating to the church government and instant baptism. Thus are all persons who will approve themselves no Papists or oppugners of the Trinity left at full liberty to act as their conscience shall direct them in the matter of religious worship. And if any person shall wilfully, maliciously, or contemptuously disturb any congregation assembled in any church or permitted meeting house, or shall misuse any preacher or teacher there, he shall, by virtue of the same statute, be bound over to the sessions of the peace and forfeit £20. But by Statute 5 George I c. 4, no mayor or principal magistrate must appear at any dissenting meeting with the ensigns of his office on a pain of disability to hold that or any other office, the legislature judging it a matter of propriety that a mode of worship set up in opposition to the national, when allowed to be exercised in peace, should be exercised also with decency, gratitude, and humility. As to Papists, what has been said of the Protestant dissenters would hold equally strong for a general toleration of them, provided their separation was founded only upon difference of opinion in religion, and their principles did not also extend to a subversion of the civil government. If once they could be brought to renounce the supremacy of the Pope, they might quietly enjoy their 7 sacraments, their purgatory and auricular confession, their worship of relics and images, nay, even their transubstantiation. But while they acknowledge a foreign power superior to the sovereignty of the kingdom, they cannot complain if the laws of that kingdom will not treat them upon the footing of good subjects. Let us therefore now take a view of the laws in force against the Papists, who may be divided into 3 classes: persons professing popery, popish recusants convict, and popish priests. 1. Persons professing the popish religion, besides the former penalties for not frequenting their parish church, are by several statutes too numerous to be here recited, disabled from taking any lands either by descent or purchase after 18 years of age until they renounce their errors. They must at the age of 21 register their estates before acquired, and all future conveyances and wills relating to them. They are incapable of presenting to any advowson, or granting to any other person any avoidance of the same in prejudice of the 2 universities. They may not keep or teach any school under pain of perpetual imprisonment. They are liable also in some instances to pay double taxes, and if they willingly say or hear Mass, they forfeit the one 200, the other 100 marks, and each shall suffer a year's imprisonment. Thus much for persons who, from the misfortune of family prejudices or otherwise, have conceived an unhappy attachment to the Romish Church from their infancy, and publicly profess its errors. But if any evil industry is used to rivet these errors upon them, if any person sends another abroad to be educated in the Popish religion, or to reside in any religious house abroad for that purpose, or contributes anything to their maintenance when there, both the sender, the sent, and the contributor are disabled to sue in law or equity, to be executor or administrator to any person, to take any legacy or deed of gift, and to bear any office in the realm, and shall forfeit all their goods and chattels, and likewise all their real estate, for life. And where these errors are also aggravated by apostasy or perversion, where a person is reconciled to the see of Rome or procures others to be reconciled, the offense amounts to high treason. 2. Popish recusants convicted in a court of law of not attending the service of the Church of England are subject to the following disabilities, penalties, and forfeitures over and above those before mentioned. They can hold no office or employment. They must not keep arms in their houses, but the same may be seized by the justices of the peace. They may not come within 10 miles of London on pain of £100. They can bring no action at law or suit in equity. They are not permitted to travel above 5 miles from home unless by license, upon pain of forfeiting all their goods, and they may not come to court under pain of £100. No marriage or burial of such recusant, or baptism of his child, shall be had otherwise than by the ministers of the Church of England under other severe penalties. A married woman, when recusant, shall forfeit 2/3 of her dower or jointure, may not be executrix or administratrix to her husband, nor have any part of his goods, and during the coverture may be kept in prison unless her husband redeems her at the rate of £10 a month, or the third part of all his lands. And lastly, as a femme covert recusant may be imprisoned, so all others must, within 3 months after conviction, either submit and renounce their errors, or, if required to do so by 4 justices, must abjure and renounce the realm. And if they do not depart, or if they return without the king's license, they shall be guilty of felony, and suffer death as felons. There is also an inferior species of recusancy, refusing to make the declaration against popery enjoined by statute 30 Charles II St. when tendered by the proper magistrate, which, if the party resides within 10 miles of London, makes him an absolute recusant convict, or, if at a greater distance, suspends him from having any seat in Parliament, keeping arms in his house, or any horse above the value of £5. This is the state, by the laws now in being, of a lay papist, but 3. The remaining species or degree, viz., popish priests, are in a still more dangerous condition. By statute 11 and 12 William III, c. 4, popish priests or bishops celebrating Mass or exercising any parts of their functions in England, except in the houses of ambassadors, are liable to perpetual imprisonment. And by the statute 27 Elizabeth, c. 2, any popish priest born in the dominions of the Crown of England, who shall come hither from beyond the sea, or shall be in England 3 days without conforming and taking the oaths, is guilty of high treason, and all persons harboring him are guilty of felony without the benefit of clergy. This is a short summary of the laws against the papists under the 3 several classes of persons professing the popish religion, popish recusants convict, and popish priests, of which the President Montesquieu observes that they are so rigorous, though not professedly of the sanguinary kind, that they do all the hurt that can possibly be done in cold blood. But in answer to this may be observed, what foreigners who only judge from our statute book are not fully apprised of, that these laws are seldom exerted to their utmost rigor, and indeed, if they were, it would be very difficult to excuse them, for they are rather to be accounted for from their history and the urgency of the times which produced them, than to be approved, upon a cool review, as a standing system of law. The restless machinations of the Jesuits during the reign of Elizabeth, the turbulence and uneasiness of the Papists under the new religious establishment, and the boldness of their hopes and wishes for the succession of the Queen of Scots, obliged the Parliament to counteract so dangerous a spirit by laws of a great and perhaps necessary severity. The powdered treason in the succeeding reign struck a panic into James I, which operated in different ways. It occasioned the enacting of new laws against the Papists, but deterred him from putting them in execution. The intrigues of Queen Henrietta in the reign of Charles I, the prospect of a popish successor in that of Charles II, the assassination plot in the reign of King William, and the avowed claim of a popish pretender to the crown will account for the extension of these penalties at those several periods in our history. But if a time should ever arrive, and perhaps it is not very distant, when all fears of a pretender shall have vanished, and the power and influence of the Pope shall become feeble, ridiculous, and despicable, not only in England, but in every kingdom in Europe, it probably would not then be amiss to review and soften these rigorous edicts, at least till the civil principles of the Roman Catholics called again upon the legislature to renew them. For it ought not to be left in the breast of every merciless bigot to drag down the vengeance of these occasional laws upon inoffensive though mistaken subjects, in opposition to the lenient inclinations of the civil magistrate and to the destruction of every principle of toleration and religious liberty. In order the better to secure the established Church against perils from nonconformists of all denominations, infidels, Turks, Jews, heretics, papists, and sectaries, there are, however, two bulwarks erected, called the Corporation and Test Acts, by the former of which no person can be legally elected to any office relating to the government of any city or corporation, unless within a 12-month before he has received the sacrament of the Lord's Supper according to the rites of the Church of England, and he is also enjoined to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy at the same time that he takes the oath of office, or, in default of either of these requisites, such election shall be void. The other, called the Test Act, directs all officers, civil and military, to take the oaths and make the declaration against transubstantiation in the Court of King's Bench or Chancery the next term or at the next quarter sessions, or, by subsequent statutes, within 6 months after their admission, and also within the same time to receive the sacrament of the Lord's Supper according to the usage of the Church of England in some public church immediately after divine service and sermon, and to deliver into court a certificate thereof signed by the minister and church warden, and also to prove the same by 2 credible witnesses, upon forfeiture of £500 and disability to hold the said office. And of much the same nature with these is the statute 7 James I c. 2, which permits no persons to be naturalized or restored in blood but such as undergo a like test, which test, having been removed in 1753 in favor of the Jews, was the next session of Parliament restored again with some precipitation. Thus much for offences which strike at our national religion, or the doctrine and discipline of the Church of England in particular. End of chapter the 4th, part 2. Chapter 4, part 3 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, book the 4th of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 4th of Offenses Against God and Religion, Part 3. I proceed now to consider some gross impieties and general immoralities which are taken notice of and punished by our municipal law. frequently in concurrence with the ecclesiastical, to which the censure of many of them does also of right appertain, though with a view somewhat different. The spiritual court punishing all sinful enormities for the sake of reforming the private sinner pro salute anime, while the temporal courts resent the public affront to religion and morality on which all government must depend for support, and correct more for the sake of example than private amendment. 4. The fourth species of offenses, therefore, more immediately against God and religion, is that of blasphemy against the Almighty by denying his being or providence, or by contumelious reproaches of our Savior Christ. Whither also may be referred all profane scoffing at the Holy Scripture, or exposing it to contempt and ridicule. These are offenses punishable at common law by fine and imprisonment, or other infamous corporal punishment, for Christianity is part of the laws of England. 5. Somewhat allied to this, though in an inferior degree, is the offense of profane and common swearing and cursing. By the last statute against which, 19 George II, c. 21, which repeals all former ones, every laborer, sailor, or soldier shall forfeit 1 shilling for every profane oath or curse, every other person under the degree of a gentleman 2 shillings, and every gentleman or person of superior rank 5 shillings to the poor of the parish, and on a second conviction double, and for every subsequent conviction treble the sum first forfeited with all charges of conviction, and in default of payment shall be sent to the house of correction for 10 days. Any justice of the peace may convict upon his own hearing, or the testimony of 1 witness, and any constable or peace officer upon his own hearing may secure any offender and carry him before a justice and there convict him. If the justice omits his duty, he forfeits £5 and the constable 40 shillings. And the act is to be read in all parish churches and public chapels the Sunday after every quarter day, on pain of £5 to be levied by warrant from any justice. Besides this punishment for taking God's name in vain in common discourse, it is enacted by statute 3 James I, c. 21, that if in any stage play, interlude, or show, the name of the Holy Trinity, or any of the persons therein, be jestingly or profanely used, the offender shall forfeit £10, 1 moiety to the king, and the other to the informer. 6. A sixth species of offenses against God and religion, of which our ancient books are full, is a crime of which one knows not well what account to give. I mean the offense of witchcraft, conjuration, enchantment, or sorcery. To deny the possibility, nay, actual existence of witchcraft and sorcery is at once flatly to contradict the revealed word of God in various passages both of the Old and New Testament, and the thing itself is a truth to which every nation in the world hath in its turn borne testimony by either examples seemingly well attested or prohibitory laws which at least suppose the possibility of a commerce with evil spirits. The civil law punishes with death not only the sorcerers themselves, but also those who consult them, imitating in the former the express law of God, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." And our own laws, both before and since the conquest, have been equally penal, ranking this crime in the same class with heresy, and condemning both to the flames. The President Montesquieu ranks them also both together, but with a very different view, laying it down as an important maxim that we ought to be very circumspect in the prosecution of magic and heresy, because the most unexceptional conduct, the purest morals, and the constant practice of every duty in life are not sufficient security against the suspicion of crimes like these. And indeed, the ridiculous stories that are generally told, and the many impostures and delusions that have been discovered in all ages, are enough to demolish all faith in such a dubious crime, if the contrary evidence were not also extremely strong. Wherefore it seems to be the most eligible way to conclude with an ingenious writer of our own, that in general there has been such a thing as witchcraft, though one cannot give credit to any particular modern instance of it. Our forefathers were strong believers when they enacted by statute 33 Henry VIII c. 8 all witchcraft and sorcery to be a felony without benefit of clergy, and again by statute 1 James I c. 12 that all persons invoking any evil spirit, or consulting, conventing with, entertaining, employing, feeding, or rewarding any evil spirit, or taking up dead bodies from their graves to be used in any witchcraft, sorcery, charm, or enchantment, or killing or otherwise hurting any person by such infernal arts, should be guilty of felony without benefit of clergy and suffer death. And if any person should attempt by sorcery to discover hidden treasure, or to restore stolen goods, or to provoke unlawful love, or to hurt any man or beast, though the same were not affected, he or she should suffer imprisonment and pillory for the first offense, and death for the second. These acts continued in force till lately, to the terror of all ancient females in the kingdom, and many poor wretches were sacrificed thereby to the prejudice of their neighbors and their own illusions, not a few having, by some means or other, confessed the fact at the gallows. But all executions for this dubious crime are now at end. Our legislature, having at length followed the wise example of Louis XIV in France, who thought proper by an edict to restrain the tribunals of justice from receiving informations of witchcraft. And accordingly it is with us enacted by statute 9 George II c. 5 that no prosecution shall for the future be carried on against any person for conjuration, witchcraft, sorcery, or enchantment. But the misdemeanor of persons pretending to use witchcraft, tell fortunes, or discover stolen goods by skill in the occult sciences is still deservedly punished with a year's imprisonment and standing 4 times in the pillory. 7. A seventh species of offenders in this class are all religious impostors, such as falsely pretend an extraordinary commission from heaven, or terrify and abuse the people with false denunciations of judgments. These, as tending to subvert all religion by bringing it into ridicule and contempt, are punishable by the temporal courts with fine, imprisonment, and infamous corporal punishment. 8. Simony, or the corrupt presentation of anyone to an ecclesiastical benefit for gift or reward, is also to be considered as an offense against religion, as well by reason of the sacredness of the charge which is thus profanely bought and sold, as because it is always attended with perjury in the person presented. The statute 31 Elizabeth c. 6, which, so far as it relates to the forfeiture of the right of presentation was considered in a former book, enacts that if any patron, for money or any other corrupt consideration or promise, directly or indirectly given, shall present, admit, institute, induct, install, or collate any person to an ecclesiastical benefice or dignity, both the giver and taker shall forfeit 2 years' value of the benefice or dignity, one moiety to the king, and the other to any one who will sue for the same. If persons also corruptly resign or exchange their benefices, both the giver and taker shall in like manner forfeit double the value of the money or other corrupt consideration. And persons who shall corruptly ordain or license any minister, or procure him to be ordained or licensed, which is the true idea of simony, shall incur a like forfeiture of £40, and the minister himself of £10, besides an incapacity to hold any ecclesiastical preferment for 7 years afterwards. Corrupt elections and resignations in colleges, hospitals, and other eleemosynary corporations are also punished by the same statute with forfeiture of the double value, vacating the place or office, and a devolution of the right of election for that turn to the crown. 9. Profanation of the Lord's Day or Sabbath breaking is a 9th offense against God and religion, punished by the municipal laws of England. For besides the notorious indecency and scandal of permitting any secular business to be publicly transacted on that day in a country professing Christianity, and the corruption of morals which usually follows its profanation, the keeping one day in seven holy, as a time of relaxation and refreshment, as well as for public worship, is of admirable service to a state considered merely as a civil institution. It humanizes by the help of conversation and society the manners of the lower classes which would otherwise degenerate into a sordid ferocity and savage selfishness of spirit. It enables the industrious workman to pursue his occupation in the ensuing week with health and cheerfulness. It imprints upon the minds of the people that sense of their duty to God so necessary to make them good citizens, but which yet would be worn out and defaced by an unremitted continuance of labor without any stated times of recalling them to the worship of their Maker. And therefore the laws of King Athelstan forbade all merchandising on the Lord's Day under very severe penalties, and by the statute 27 Henry VI. c. 5, no fair or market shall be held on the principal festivals, Good Friday, or any Sunday, except the 4 Sundays in harvest, on pain of forfeiting the goods exposed to sale. And since, by the statute 1 Charles I. c. 1, no persons shall assemble out of their own parishes for any sport whatsoever upon this day, nor in their parishes shall use any bull or bear baiting, interludes, plays, or other unlawful exercises or pastimes, on pain that every offender shall pay 3s. 4d. to the poor. This statute does not prohibit, but rather impliedly allows, any innocent recreation or amusement within their respective parishes, even on the Lord's Day after divine service is over. But by statute 29 Charles II. c. 7, no person is allowed to work on the Lord's Day, or use any boat or barge, or expose any goods to sale, except meat in public houses, milk at certain hours, and works of necessity or charity on forfeiture of 5s. Nor shall any drover, carrier, or the like travel upon that day under pain of 20s. 10. Drunkenness is also punished by statute 4 James I. c. 5 with the forfeiture of 5s, or the sitting 6 hours in the stocks, by which time the statute presumes the offender will have regained his senses and not be liable to do mischief to his neighbors. And there are many wholesome statutes by way of prevention, chiefly passed in the same reign of King James I, which regulate the licensing of alehouses and punish persons found tippling therein, or the masters of such houses permitting them. 11. The last offense which I shall mention more immediately against religion and morality, and cognizable by the temporal courts, is that of open and notorious lewdness, either by frequenting houses of ill fame, which is an indictable offense, or by some grossly scandalous and public indecency, for which the punishment is by fine and imprisonment. In the year 1650, when the ruling powers found it for their interest to put on the semblance of a very extraordinary strictness and purity of morals, not only incest and wilful adultery were made capital crimes, but also the repeated act of keeping a brothel or committing fornication were, upon a second conviction, made felony without benefit of clergy. But at the Restoration, when men from an abhorrence of the hypocrisy of the late times fell into a contrary extreme of licentiousness, it was not thought proper to renew a law of such unfashionable rigor. And these offenses have been ever since left to the feeble coercion of the spiritual court according to the rules of the canon law, a law which has treated the offense of incontinence, nay, even adultery itself, with a great degree of tenderness and lenity, owning perhaps to the celibacy of its first compilers. The temporal courts, therefore, take no cognizance of the crime of adultery otherwise than as a private injury. But before we quit this subject, we must take notice of the temporal punishment for having bastard children considered in a criminal light. For with regard to the maintenance of such illegitimate offspring, which is a civil concern, we have formerly spoken at large. By the statute 18 Elizabeth c. 3, two justices may take order for the punishment of the mother and reputed father, but what that punishment shall be is not therein ascertained, though the contemporary exposition was that a corporal punishment was intended. By statute 7 James I c. 4, a specific punishment, viz., commitment to the house of correction, is inflicted on the woman only. But in both cases it seems that the penalty can only be inflicted if the bastard becomes chargeable to the parish, for otherwise the very maintenance of the child is considered as a degree of punishment. By the last mentioned statute the justices may commit the mother to the house of correction, there to be punished and set on work for 1 year, and, in case of a second offense, till she finds sureties never to offend again. End of chapter the 4th, part 3. Chapter 5 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 5th of Offenses against the Law of Nations. According to the method marked out in the preceding chapter, we are next to consider the offenses more immediately repugnant to that universal law of society which regulates the mutual intercourse between one state and another, those, I mean, which are particularly animadverted on as such by the English law. The law of nations is a system of rules deducible by natural reason and established by universal consent among civilized inhabitants of the world in order to decide all disputes, to regulate all ceremonies and civilities, and to ensure the observance of justice and good faith in that intercourse which must frequently occur between two or more independent states and the individuals belonging to each. This general law is founded upon this principle, that different nations ought in time of peace to do one another all the good they can, and in time of war as little harm as possible without prejudice to their own real interests. And as none of these states will allow a superiority in the other, therefore neither can dictate or prescribe the rules of this law to the rest. But such rules must necessarily result from those principles of natural justice in which all learned men of every nation agree, or they depend upon mutual compacts or treaties between the respective communities, in construction of which there is also no judge to resort to, but the law of nature and reason, being the only one in which all the contracting parties are equally conversant, and to which they are equally subject. In arbitrary states, this law, wherever it contradicts or is not provided for by the municipal law of the country, is enforced by the royal power. But since in England no royal power can introduce a new law or suspend the execution of the old, therefore the law of nations, wherever any question arises which is properly the object of its jurisdiction, is here adopted in its full extent by the common law, and is held to be part of the law of the land. And those acts of Parliament which have from time to time been made to enforce this universal law, or to facilitate the execution of its decisions, are not to be considered as introductive of any new rule, but merely as declaratory of the old fundamental constitutions of the kingdom, without which it must cease to be a part of the civilized world. Thus, in mercantile questions, such as bills of exchange and the like, in all marine causes relating to freight, average, demurrage, insurances, bottomry, and others of a similar nature, the law merchant, which is a branch of the law of nations, is regularly and constantly adhered to. So too in all disputes relating to prizes, to shipwrecks, to hostages, and ransom bills, there is no other rule of decision but this great universal law, collected from history and usage, and such writers of all nations and languages as are generally approved and allowed of. But though in civil transactions and questions of property between the subjects of different states the law of nations has much scope and extent, as adopted by the law of England, yet the present branch of our enquiries will fall within a narrow compass, as offences against the law of nations can rarely be the object of the criminal law of any particular state. For offences against this law are principally incident to whole states or nations, in which case recourse can only be had to war, which is an appeal to the God of hosts to punish such infractions of public faith as are committed by one independent people against another, neither state having any superior jurisdiction to resort to upon earth for justice. But where the individuals of any state violate this general law, it is then the interest as well as the duty of the government under which they live to animadvert upon them with a becoming severity, that the peace of the world may be maintained. For in vain would nations in their collective capacity observe these universal rules, if private subjects were at liberty to break them at their own discretion and involve the two states in a war. It is therefore incumbent upon the nation injured, first to demand satisfaction and justice to be done on the offender by the state to which he belongs, and if that be refused or neglected, the sovereign then avows himself an accomplice or abettor of his subject's crime, and draws upon his community the calamities of foreign war. The principal offences against the law of nations animadverted on as such by the municipal laws of England are of three kinds: 1. Violation of safe conducts; 2. Infringement of the rights of ambassadors; and 3. Piracy. 1. As to the first, violation of safe conducts or passports, expressly granted by the king or his ambassadors to the subjects of a foreign power in time of mutual war, or committing acts of hostility against such as are in amity, league, or truce with us, who are here under a general implied safe conduct. These are breaches of the public faith, without the preservation of which there can be no intercourse or commerce between one nation and another. And such offences may, according to the writers upon the law of nations, be a just ground of a national war, since it is not in the power of the foreign prince to cause justice to be done to his subjects by the very individual delinquent, but he must require it of the whole community. And as during the continuance of any safe conduct, either express or implied, the foreigner is under the protection of the king and the law, and, more especially, as it is one of the articles of Magna Carta that foreign merchants shall be entitled to safe conduct and security throughout the kingdom, there is no question but that any violation of either the person or property of such foreigner may be punished by indictment in the name of the king, whose honor is more particularly engaged in supporting his own safe conduct. And when this malicious rapacity was not confined to private individuals, but broke out into general hostilities, by the statute 2 Henry V. St. 1 c. 6, breaking of truce and safe conducts, or abetting and receiving the truce breakers, was, in affirmance and support of the law of nations, declared to be high treason against the crown and dignity of the king, and conservators of truce and safe conducts were appointed in every port, and empowered to hear and determine such treasons, when committed at sea, according to the ancient marine law then practised in the admiral's court, and together with two men learned in the law of the land, to hear and determine according to that law the same treasons when committed within the body of any county. Which statute, so far as it made these offences amount to treason, was suspended by 14 Henry VI. c. 8 and repealed by 20 Henry VI. c. 11, but revived by 29 Henry VI. c. 2, which gave the same powers to the Lord Chancellor associated with either of the Chief Justices as belonged to the conservators of truce and their assessors, and enacted that, notwithstanding the party be convicted of treason, the injured stranger should have restitution out of his effects prior to any claim of the crown. And it is farther enacted by the statute 31 Henry VI c. 4, that if any of the king's subjects attempt or offend upon the sea or in any port within the king's obeyance against any stranger in amity, league, or truce, or under safe conduct, and especially by attaching his person or spoiling him, or robbing him of his goods, the Lord Chancellor, with any of the justices of either the King's Bench or Common Pleas, may cause full restitution and amends to be made to the party injured. It is to be observed that the suspending and repealing acts of 14 and 20 Henry VI, and also the reviving act of 29 Henry VI, were only temporary, so that it should seem that, after the expiration of them all, the statute 2 Henry V continued in full force, but yet it is considered as extinct by the statute 14 Edward IV c. 4, which revives and confirms all statutes and ordinances made before the accession of the House of York against breakers of amities, truces, leagues, and safe conducts, with an express exception to the statutes of 2 Henry V. But, however that may be, I apprehend it was finally repealed by the general statutes of Edward VI and Queen Mary for abolishing new created treasons, though Sir Matthew Hale seems to question it as to treasons committed on the sea. But certainly the statute of 31 Henry VI remains in full force to this day. 2. As to the rights of ambassadors, which are also established by the law of nations and are therefore matter of universal concern, they have formerly been treated of at large. It may here be sufficient to remark that the common law of England recognizes them in their full extent by immediately stopping all legal process sued out through the ignorance or rashness of individuals, which may entrench upon the immunities of a foreign minister or any of his train, and the more effectually to enforce the law of nations in this respect, when violated through wantonness or insolence. It is declared by statute 7 Ann c. 12 that all process whereby the person of any ambassador or of his domestic or domestic servant may be arrested or his goods distrained or seized shall be utterly null and void, and that all persons prosecuting, soliciting, or executing such process, being convicted by confession or the oath of one witness before the Lord Chancellor and the Chief Justices, or any two of them, shall be deemed violators of the laws of nations and disturbers of the public repose, and shall suffer such penalties and corporal punishment as the said judges, or any two of them, shall think fit. Thus, in cases of extraordinary outrage for which the law hath provided no special penalty, the legislature hath entrusted to the three principal judges of the kingdom an unlimited power of proportioning the punishment to the crime. 3. Lastly, the crime of piracy, or robbery and depredation upon the high seas, is an offense against the universal law of society, a pirate being, according to Sir Edward Coke, hostis humani generis. As therefore he has renounced all benefits of society and government, and has reduced himself afresh to the savage state of nature by declaring war against all mankind must declare war against him, so that every community hath a right by the rule of self-defense to inflict that punishment upon him which every individual would in a state of nature have been otherwise entitled to do for any invasion of his person or personal property. By the ancient common law, piracy, if committed by a subject, was held to be a species of treason, being contrary to his natural allegiance, and by an alien to be felony only. But now, since the statute of treasons, 25 Edward III c. 2, it is held to be only felony in a subject. Formerly it was only cognizable by the admiralty courts which proceed by the rules of the civil law. but it being inconsistent with the liberties of the nation, that any man's life should be taken away unless by the judgment of his peers or the common law of the land, the statute 28 Henry VIII c. 15 established a new jurisdiction for this purpose, which proceeds according to the course of the common law, and of which we shall say more hereafter. The offense of piracy by common law consists in committing those acts of robbery and depredation upon the high seas, which if committed upon land would have amounted to felony there. But by statute some other offenses are made piracy also, as, by statute 11 and 12 William III c. 7, if any natural-born subject commits any act of hostility upon the high seas against others of his Majesty's subjects under the color of a commission from any foreign power, this, though it would only be an act of war in an alien, shall be construed piracy in a subject. And farther, any commander or other seafaring person betraying his trust and running away with any ship, boat, ordnance, ammunition, or goods, or yielding them up voluntarily to a pirate, or conspiring to do these acts, or any person confining the commander of a vessel to hinder him from fighting in defense of his ship, or to cause a revolt on board, shall for each of these offenses be adjudged a pirate, felon, and robber, and shall suffer death whether he be principal or accessory. By the statute 8 George I c. 24, the trading with known pirates, or furnishing them with stores or ammunition, or fitting out any vessel for that purpose, or in any wise consulting, combining, confederating, or corresponding with them, or the forcibly boarding any merchant vessel, though without seizing or carrying her off, and destroying or throwing any of the goods overboard, shall be deemed piracy, and all accessories to piracy are declared to be principal pirates and felons without benefit of clergy. By the same statutes also, to encourage the defense of merchant vessels against pirates, the commanders or seamen wounded, and the widows of such seamen as are slain in any piratical engagement, shall be entitled to a bounty to be divided among them, not exceeding 1/50th part of the value of the cargo on board, and such wounded seamen shall be entitled to the pension of Greenwich Hospital, which no other seamen are, except only such as have served in a ship of war. And if the commander shall behave cowardly by not defending the ship if she carries guns or arms, or shall discharge the mariners from fighting so that the ship falls into the hands of pirates, such commander shall forfeit all his wages and suffer 6 months' imprisonment. These are the principal cases in which the statute law of England interposes to aid and enforce the law of nations as a part of the common law, by inflicting an adequate punishment upon offenses against that universal law committed by private persons. We shall proceed in the next chapter to consider offenses which more immediately affect the sovereign executive power of our own particular state, or the king and government, which species of crimes branches itself into a much larger extent than either of those of which we have already treated. End of chapter the 5th. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 6th of High Treason, Part 1. The third general division of crimes consists of such as more especially affect the supreme executive power, or the king and his government, which amount either to a total renunciation of that allegiance, or at the least to a criminal neglect of that duty which is due from every subject to his sovereign. In a former part of these commentaries we had occasion to mention the nature of allegiance as the tie or ligament which binds every subject to be true and faithful to his sovereign liege lord the king, in return for that protection which is afforded him, and truth and faith to bear of life and limb and earthly honor, and not to know or hear of any ill intended him, without defending him therefrom. And this allegiance, we may remember, was distinguished into two sorts or species: the one natural and perpetual, which is inherent only in natives of the king's dominions; the other local and temporary, which is incident to aliens also. Every offense, therefore, more immediately affecting the royal person, his crown, or dignity, is in some degree a breach of this duty of allegiance, whether natural and innate, or local and acquired by residence; and these may be distinguished into four kinds: 1. Treason; 2. Felonies injurious to the king's prerogative; 3. Praemunire; 4. Other misprisions and contempt. Of which crimes the first and principal is that of treason. Treason, proditio, in its very name, which is borrowed from the French, imports a betraying, treachery, or breach of faith. It therefore happens only between allies, saith the Mirror. For treason is indeed a general appellation, made use of by the law to denote not only offences against the king and government, but also that accumulation of guilt which arises whenever a superior reposes a confidence in a subject or inferior, between whom and himself there subsists a natural, a civil, or even a spiritual relation, and the inferior so abuses that confidence, so forgets the obligations of duty, subjection, and allegiance, as to destroy the life of any such superior or lord. This is looked upon as proceeding from the same principle of treachery in private life as would have urged him who harbors it to have conspired in public against his liege lord and sovereign; and therefore, for a wife to kill her lord or husband, a servant his lord or master, and an ecclesiastic his lord or ordinary, these being breaches of the lower allegiance, of private and domestic faith, are denominated petite treasons. But when disloyalty so rears its crest as to attack even majesty itself, it is called by way of eminent distinction high treason, alta proditio, being equivalent to the crimen laesae majestatis of the Romans, as Glanville denominates it also in our English law. As this is the highest civil crime which, considered as a member of the community, any man can possibly commit, it ought therefore to be the most precisely ascertained. For if the crime of high treason be indeterminate, this alone, says the President Montesquieu, is sufficient to make any government degenerate into arbitrary power. And yet, by the ancient common law, there was a great latitude left in the breast of the judges to determine what was treason or not so, whereby the creatures of tyrannical princes had opportunity to create an abundance of constructive treasons, that is, to raise by forced and arbitrary constructions offences into the crime and punishment of treason which never were suspected to be such. Thus the encroaching or attempting to exercise royal power, a very uncertain charge, was in the 21 Edward III held to be treason in a knight of Hertfordshire who forcibly assaulted and detained one of the king's subjects till he paid him £90, a crime, it must be owned, well deserving of punishment, but which seems to be of a complexion very different from that of treason. Killing the king's father or brother, or even his messenger, has also fallen under the same denomination, the latter of which is almost as tyrannical a doctrine as that of the imperial constitution of Arcadius and Honorius, which determines that any attempts or designs against the ministers of the prince shall be treason. But, however, to prevent the inconveniences which began to arise in England from this multitude of constructive treasons, the statute 25 Edward III c. 2 was made, which defines what offences only for the future should be held to be treason, in like manner as the Lex Julia Majestatis among the Romans, promulged by Augustus Caesar, comprehended all the ancient laws that had before been enacted to punish transgressors against the state. This statute must, therefore, be our text and guide in order to examine into the several species of high treason, and we shall find that it comprehends all kinds of high treason under 7 distinct branches. 1. When a man doth compass or imagine the death of our Lord the King, of our Lady his Queen, or of their eldest son and heir. Under this description it is held that a Queen Regent, such as Queen Elizabeth and Queen Anne, is within the words of the Act, being invested with royal power and entitled to the allegiance of her subjects. But the husband of such a queen is not comprised within these words, and therefore no treason can be committed against him. The king here intended is the king in possession, without any respect to his title. For it is held that a king de facto and not de jure, or in other words, an usurper that hath got possession of the throne, is a king within the meaning of the statute, as there is a temporary allegiance due to him for his administration of the government and temporary protection of the public. And therefore treasons committed against Henry VI were punished under Edward IV, though all the line of Lancaster had been previously declared usurpers by Act of Parliament. But the most rightful heir to the crown, or king de jure and not de facto, who hath never had a plenary possession of the throne, as was the case of the House of York during the 3 reigns of the line of Lancaster, is not a king within this statute against whom treasons may be committed. And a very sensible writer on the Crown Law carries the point of possession so far that he holds that a king out of possession is so far from having any right to our allegiance by any other title which he may set up against the king in being, that we are bound by duty of our allegiance to resist him. A doctrine which he grounds upon the statute 11 Henry VII c.1, which is declaratory of the common law and pronounces all subjects excused from any penalty or forfeiture which do assist and obey a king de facto. But in truth, this seems to be confounding all notions of right and wrong, and the consequences would be that when Cromwell had murdered the elder Charles and usurped the power, though not the name, of king, the people were bound in duty to hinder the son's restoration, and were the king of Poland or Morocco to invade this kingdom, and by any means to get possession of the crown, a term, by the way, of very loose and indistinct signification, the subject would be bound by his allegiance to fight for his natural prince today, and by the same duty of allegiance to fight against him tomorrow. The true distinction seems to be that the statute of Henry VII does by no means command any opposition to a king de jure, but excuses the obedience paid to a king de facto. When therefore a usurper is in possession, the subject is excused and justified in obeying and giving him assistance. Otherwise, under a usurpation, no man could be safe, if the lawful prince had a right to hang him for obedience to the powers in being, as the usurper would certainly do for disobedience. Nay, farther, as the mass of people are imperfect judges of title, of which in all cases possession is prima facie evidence, the law compels no man to yield obedience to that prince whose right is by want of possession rendered uncertain and disputable, till Providence shall think fit to interpose in his favor and decide the ambiguous claim. And therefore, till he is entitled to such allegiance by possession, no treason can be committed against him. Lastly, a king who has resigned his crown, such resignation being admitted and ratified in Parliament, is, according to Sir Matthew Hale, no longer the object of treason. And the same reason holds in case a king abdicates the government, or, by action subversive of the Constitution, virtually renounces the authority which he claims by that very Constitution, since, as was formerly observed, when the fact of abdication is once established and determined by the proper judges, the consequence necessarily follows that the throne is thereby vacant and he is no longer king. Let us next see what is a compassing or imagining the death of a king, etc. These are synonymous terms, the word compass signifying the purpose or design of the mind or will, and not, as in common speech, the carrying such design to effect. And therefore an accidental stroke which may mortally wound the sovereign per infortunium without any traitorous intent is no treason, as was the case of Sir Walter Tyrrell, who by the command of King William Rufus, shooting at a hart, the arrow glanced against a tree and killed the king upon the spot. But as this compassing or imagination is an act of the mind, it cannot possibly fall under any judicial cognizance unless it be demonstrated by some open or overt act. And yet the tyrant Dionysus is recorded to have executed a subject barely for dreaming that he had killed him, which was held for a sufficient proof that he had thought thereof in his waking hours. But such is not the temper of the English law, and therefore in this and the three next species of treason it is necessary that there appear an open or overt act of a more full and explicit nature to convict the traitor upon. The statute expressly requires that the accused be thereof upon sufficient proof attainted of some open act by men of his own condition. Thus, to provide weapons or ammunition for the purpose of killing the king is held to be a palpable, overt act of treason in imagining his death. To conspire to imprison the king by force and move towards it by assembling company is an overt act of compassing the king's death. For all force used to the person of the king in its consequence may tend to his death, and is a strong presumption of something worse intended than the present force by such as have so far thrown off their bounden duty to their sovereign, it being an old observation that there is generally but a short interval between the prisons and the graves of princes. There is no question also but that taking any measures to render such treasonable purposes effectual as assembling and consulting on the means to kill the king is a sufficient overt act of high treason. How far mere words spoken by an individual and not relative to any treasonable act or design then in agitation shall amount to treason has been formerly matter of doubt. We have two instances in the reign of Edward IV of persons executed for treasonable words. The one a citizen of London who said he would make his son heir of the crown, being the sign of the house in which he lived. The other a gentleman whose favorite buck the king killed in hunting, whereupon he wished it, horns and all, in the king's belly. These were esteemed hard cases, and the Chief Justice Markham rather chose to leave his place than assent to the latter judgment. But now it seems clearly to be agreed that by the common law and the statute of Edward III, words spoken amount only to high misdemeanor and no treason. For they may be spoken in heat without any intention, or be mistaken, perverted, or misremembered by the hearers. Their meaning depends always on their connection with other words and things. They may signify differently even according to the tone of voice with which they are delivered, and sometimes silence itself is more expressive than any discourse. As therefore there can be nothing more equivocal and ambiguous than words, it would indeed be unreasonable to make them amount to high treason. And accordingly, in 4 Charles I, on a reference to all the judges concerning some very atrocious words spoken by one Pine, they certified to the king that though the words were as wicked as might be, yet they were no treason, for unless it be by some particular statute, no words will be treason. If the words be set down in writing, it argues more deliberate intention, and it has been held that writing is an overt act of treason, for scribere est agere. But even in this case, the bare words are not the treason, but the deliberate act of writing them. And such writing, though unpublished, has in some arbitrary reigns convicted its author of treason, particularly in the cases of one Peacham, a clergyman, for treasonable passages in a sermon never preached, and of Algernon Sidney for some papers found in his closet, which, had they been plainly relative to any previously formed design of dethroning or murdering the king, might doubtless have been properly read in evidence as overt acts of that treason which was specially laid in the indictment. but being merely speculative without any intention, so far as it appeared, of making any public use of them, the convicting the authors of treason upon such an insufficient foundation has been universally disapproved. Eacham was therefore pardoned, and, though Sidney indeed was executed, yet it was to the general discontent of the nation, and his attainder was afterwards reversed by Parliament. There was then no manner of doubt but that the publication of such a treasonable writing was a sufficient overt act of treason at the common law, though of late even that has been questioned. 2. The second species of treason is, if a man do violate the king's companion, or the king's eldest daughter unmarried, or the wife of the king's eldest son and heir. By the king's companion is meant his wife, and by violation is understood carnal knowledge as well without force as with it, and this is high treason in both parties if both be consenting, as some of the wives of Henry VIII by fatal experience evinced. The plain intention of this law is to guard the blood royal from any suspicion of bastardy whereby the succession of the crown might be rendered dubious, and therefore, when this reason ceases, the law ceases with it. For to violate a queen or princess dowager is held to be no treason, in like manner as, by the feudal law, it was a felony and attended with a forfeiture of the fief if the vassal vitiated the wife or daughter of his lord, but not so if he only vitiated his widow. 3. The third species of treason is, if a man do levy war against our lord the king in his realm. And this may be done by taking arms not only to dethrone the king, but under pretense to reform religion or the laws, or to remove evil counselors or other grievances, whether real or pretended. For the law does not, neither can it, permit any private man or set of men to interfere forcibly in matters of such high importance, especially as it has established a sufficient power for these purposes in the High Court of Parliament. Neither does the Constitution justify any private or particular resistance for private or particular grievances, though in cases of national oppression the nation has very justifiably risen as one man to vindicate the original contract subsisting between the king and his people. To resist the king's forces by defending a castle against them is a levying of war, and so is an insurrection with an avowed design to pull down all enclosures, all brothels, and the like, the universality of the design making it a rebellion against the state, an usurpation of the powers of government, and an insolent invasion of the king's authority. But a tumult with a view to pull down a particular house or lay open a particular enclosure amounts at most to a riot, this being no general defiance of public government. So if two subjects quarrel and levy war against each other, in that spirit of private war which prevailed all over Europe in the early feudal times, it is only a great riot and contempt, and no treason. Thus it happened between the Earls of Hereford and Gloucester in 20 Edward I, who raised each a little army, and committed outrages upon each other's lands, burning houses, attended with the loss of many lives. Yet this was held to be no high treason, but only a great misdemeanor. A bare conspiracy to levy war does not amount to this species of treason, but, if particularly pointed at the person of the king or his government, it falls within the first of compassing or imagining the king's death. 4. If a man be adherent to the king's enemies in his realm, giving them aid and comfort in the realm or elsewhere, he is also declared guilty of high treason. This must be likewise proved by some overt act, as by giving them intelligence, by sending them provisions, by selling them arms, by treacherously surrendering a fortress, or the like. By enemies are here understood the subjects of foreign powers with whom we are at open war. As to foreign pirates or robbers who may happen to invade our coasts without any open hostilities between their nation and our own, and without any commission from any prince or state at enmity with the crown of Great Britain, the giving them any assistance is also clearly treason, either in the light of adhering to the public enemies of the king and kingdom, or else in that of levying war against his majesty. And most indisputably, the same facts of adherence or aid which, when applied to foreign enemies, will constitute treason under this branch of the statute will, when afforded to our own fellow subjects in actual rebellion at home, amount to high treason under the description of levying war against the king. But to relieve a rebel fled out of the kingdom is no treason. For the statute is taken strictly, and a rebel is not an enemy being always the subject of some foreign prince, and one who owes no allegiance to the crown of England. And if a person be under circumstances of actual force and constraint, through a well-grounded apprehension of injury to his life or person, this fear or compulsion will excuse his even joining with either rebels or enemies in the kingdom, provided he leaves them whenever he hath a safe opportunity. End of chapter the 6th, part 1. Chapter 6, part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 6th of High Treason, Part 2. 5. If a man counterfeit the king's great or privy seal, this is also high treason. But if a man takes wax bearing the impression of the great seal off from one patent and fixes it to another, this is held to be only an abuse of the seal and not a counterfeiting of it, as was the case of a certain chaplain who in such manner framed a dispensation for non-residence. But the knavish artifice of a lawyer much exceeded this of the divine. One of the clerks in chancery glued together two pieces of parchment, on the uppermost of which he wrote a patent, to which he regularly obtained the great seal, the label going through both the skins. He then dissolved the cement, and taking off the written patent on the blank skin, wrote a fresh patent of a different import from the former, and published it as true. This was held no counterfeiting of the great seal, but only a great misprision, and Sir Edward Coke mentions it with some indignation that the party was living at that day. 6. The sixth species of treason under this statute is, if a man counterfeit the king's money, and if a man bring false money into the realm counterfeit to the money of England, knowing the money to be false. As to the first branch, counterfeiting the king's money, this is treason whether the false money be uttered in payment or not. Also, if the king's own minters alter the standard or alloy established by law, it is treason. But gold and silver money only are held to be within this statute. With regard likewise to the second branch, importing foreign counterfeit money in order to utter it here, is held that by uttering it without importing it is not within the statute, but of this we shall presently say more. 7. The last species of treason ascertained by this statute is, if a man slay the chancellor, treasurer, or the king's justices of the one bench or the other, justices in eyre, or justices of assize, and all other justices assigned to hear and determine, being in their places doing their offices. These high magistrates, as they represent the king's majesty during the execution of their offices, are therefore for the time equally regarded by the law. But this statute extends only to the actual killing of them, and not to wounding or a bare attempt to kill them. It extends also only to the officers therein specified, and therefore the barons of the exchequer as such are not within the protection of this act. Thus careful was the legislature in the reign of Edward III to specify and reduce to a certainty the vague notions of treason that had formerly prevailed in our courts. But the act does not stop here, but goes on. Because other like cases of treason may happen in time to come which cannot be thought of nor declared at present, it is accorded that if any other case supposed to be treason which is not above specified doth happen before any judge, the judge shall tarry without going to judgment of the treason till the cause be showed and declared before the king in his parliament whether it ought to be judged treason or other felony. Sir Matthew Hale is very high in his encomiums on the great wisdom and care of the Parliament in thus keeping judges within the proper bounds and limits of this Act, by not suffering them to run out, upon their own opinions, into constructive treasons, though in cases that seem to them to have a like parity of reason, but reserving them to the decision of Parliament. This is a great security to the public, the judges, and even the sacred act itself, and leaves a weighty memento to judges to be careful and not over hasty in letting in treasons by construction or interpretation, especially in new cases that have not been resolved and settled. 2. He observes that as the authoritative decision of these casus omnisci is reserved to the king and parliament, the most regular way to do it is by a new declarative act, and therefore the opinion of any one or both houses, though of very respectable weight, is not that solemn declaration referred to by this act as the only criterion for judging of future treasons. In consequence of this power, not indeed originally granted by the statute of Edward III, but constitutionally inherent in every subsequent Parliament, which cannot be abridged of any rights by the act of a precedent one, the legislature was extremely liberal in declaring new treasons in the unfortunate reign of King Richard II, as particularly the killing of an ambassador was made so, which seems to be founded upon a better reason than the multitude of other points that were then strained up to this high offense, the most arbitrary and absurd of all which was by statute 21 Richard II c. 3, which made the bare purpose and intent of killing or deposing the king without any overt act to demonstrate it high treason. And yet so little effect have over-violent laws to prevent any crime, that within 2 years afterwards this very prince was both deposed and murdered. And in the first year of his successor's reign an act was passed reciting, that no man knew how he ought to behave himself, to do, speak, or say, for doubt of such pains of treason, and therefore it was accorded that in no time to come any treason be judged otherwise than was ordained by the statute of King Edward III. This at once swept away the whole load of extravagant treasons introduced in the time of Richard II. But afterwards, between the reign of Henry IV and Queen Mary, and particularly in the bloody reign of Henry VIII, the spirit of inventing new and strange treasons was revived, among which we may reckon the offences of clipping money, breaking prison or rescue when the prisoner is committed for treason, burning houses to extort money, stealing cattle by Welshmen, counterfeiting foreign coin, wilful poisoning, execrations against the king, calling him opprobrious names by public writing, counterfeiting the sign manual or signet, refusing to abjure the Pope, deflowering or marrying without the royal license any of the king's children, sisters, aunts, nephews, or nieces, bare solicitation of the chastity of the queen or princess, or advances made by themselves, marrying with the king by a woman not a virgin without previously discovering to him such her unchaste life, judging or believing, manifested by any overt act, the king to have been lawfully married to Anne of Cleve, derogating from the king's royal style and title, impugning his supremacy, and assembling riotously to the number of 12, and not dispersing upon proclamation, all which newfangled treasons were totally abrogated by the statute 1 Mary c. 1, which once more reduced all treasons to the standard of 25 Edward III. Since which time Though the legislature has been more cautious in creating new offenses of this kind, yet the number is very considerably increased, as we shall find upon a short review. These new treasons, created since the statute 1 Mary c. 1, and not comprehended under the description of statute 25 Edward III, I shall comprise under three heads. 1. Such as relate to papists. 2. Such as relate to falsifying the coin or other royal signatures. 3. Such as are created for the security of the Protestant succession in the House of Hanover. 1. The first species, relating to papists, was considered in the preceding chapter among the penalties incurred by that branch of nonconformists to the national church, wherein we have only to remember that by statute 5 Elizabeth c. 1, to defend the Pope's jurisdiction in this realm is, for the first time, a heavy misdemeanor, and, if the offense be repeated, it is high treason. Also, by statute 27 Elizabeth c. 2, if any popish priest, born in the dominions of the crown of England, shall come over hither from beyond the seas, or shall tarry here 3 days without conforming to the church, he is guilty of high treason. And by statute 3 James I c. 4, if any natural-born subject be withdrawn from his allegiance, and reconciled to the Pope or See of Rome, or any other prince or state, both he and such as procure such reconciliation shall incur the guilt of high treason. These were mentioned under the division before referred to as spiritual offenses, and I now repeat them as temporal ones also. The reason of distinguishing these overt acts of popery from all others, by setting the mark of high treason upon them, being certainly on a civil and not on a religious account. For every popish priest of course renounces his allegiance to his temporal sovereign upon taking orders, that being inconsistent with his new engagements of canonical obedience to the Pope. And the same may be said of an obstinate defense of his authority here, or a formal reconciliation to the See of Rome, which the statute construes to be a withdrawing from one's natural allegiance, and therefore, besides being reconciled to the Pope, it also adds, or to any other prince or state. 2. With regard to treasons relative to the coin or other royal signatures, we may recollect that the only two offenses respecting the coinage which are made treason by the statute 25 Edward III are the actual counterfeiting the gold and silver coin of this kingdom, or the importing such counterfeit money with the intent to utter it, knowing it to be false. But these not being found sufficient to restrain the evil practices of coiners and false moneyers, other statutes have been since made for that purpose. The crime itself is made a species of high treason, as being a breach of allegiance, by infringing the king's prerogative and assuming one of the attributes of the sovereign, to whom alone it belongs to set the value and denomination of coin made at home, or to fix the currency of foreign money. And besides, as all money which bears the stamp of the kingdom is sent into the world upon the public faith, as containing metal of a particular weight and standard, whoever falsifies this is an offender against the state by contributing to render that public faith suspected. And upon the same reasons, by a law of the Emperor Constantine, false coiners were declared guilty of high treason and were condemned to be burned alive, as, by the laws of Athens, all counterfeiters, debasers, and diminishers of the current coin were subjected to capital punishment. However, it must be owned that this method of reasoning is a little overstrained, counterfeiting or debasing the coin being usually practiced rather for the sake of private and unlawful lucre than out of any disaffection to the sovereign. And therefore both this and its kindred species of treason, that of counterfeiting the seals of the crown or other royal signatures, seem far better denominated by the later civilians a branch of the crimen falsi or forgery, in which they are followed by Glanville, Bracton, and Fleta, than by Constantine and our Edward III, a species of the crimen laesae majestatis or high treason. For this confounds the distinction and proportion of offences, and by affixing the same ideas of guilt upon the man who coins a leaden groat and him who assassinates his sovereign, takes off from that horror which ought to attend the very mention of the crime of high treason, and makes it more familiar to the subject. Before the statute 25 Edward III, the offence of counterfeiting the coin was held to be only a species of petite treason, but subsequent acts in their new extensions of the offence have followed the example of that, and have made it equally high treason as an endeavour to subvert the government, though not quite equal in its punishment. In consequence of the principle thus adopted, the Statute 1 Mary, c. 1, having at one blow repealed all intermediate treasons created since 25 Edward III, it was thought expedient by Statute 1 Mary, St. 2 c. 6, to revive two species thereof, viz. 1. That if any person falsely forge or counterfeit any such kind of coin of gold or silver as is not the proper coin of this realm, but shall be current within this realm by consent of the crown, or 2. Shall falsely forge or counterfeit the signed manual, privy signet, or privy seal, such offences shall be deemed high treason. And by statute 1 and 2 Peter and Mary, c. 11, if any persons do bring into this realm such false or counterfeit foreign money, being current here, knowing the same to be false, and shall utter the same in payment, they shall be deemed offenders in high treason. The money referred to in these statutes must be such as is absolutely current here in all payments by the King's proclamation, of which there is none at present, Portugal money being only taken by consent as approaching the nearest to our standard, and falling in well enough with our divisions of money into pounds and shillings. Therefore, to counterfeit it is not high treason, but another inferior offence. Clipping or defacing the genuine coin was not hitherto included in these statutes, though an offence equally pernicious to trade and an equal insult upon the prerogative as well as personal affront to the sovereign, whose very image ought to be had in reverence by all loyal subjects. And therefore, among the Romans, defacing or even melting down the emperor's statues was made treason by the Julian law, together with other offences of the like sort, according to that vague appendix, aliudve quid simile si admisserent. And now in England, by statute 5 Elizabeth c. 11, clipping, washing, rounding, or filing for wicked gain's sake any of the money of this realm, or other money suffered to be current here, shall be adjudged high treason. And by statute 18 Elizabeth c. 1, the same offence is described in other more general words, viz. Impairing, diminishing, falsifying, scaling, and lightening, was made liable to the same penalties. By statute 8 and 9 William III, c. 26, made perpetual by 7 Anne, c. 25, whoever shall knowingly make or mend, or assist in so doing, or shall buy or sell, or have in his possession any instruments proper only for the coinage of money, or shall convey such instruments out of the king's mint, shall be guilty of high treason, which is by much the severest branch of the coinage law. The statute goes on farther and enacts that to mark any coin on the edges with letters, or otherwise in imitation of those used in the mint, or to color, gild, or case over any coin resembling the current coin, or even round blanks of base metal, shall be construed high treason. And lastly, by statute 15 and 16 George II, c. 28, if any person colors or alters any silver current coin of this kingdom to make it resemble a gold one, or any copper coin to make it resemble a silver one, this is also high treason, but the offender shall be pardoned in case he discovers and convicts two other offenders of the same kind. 3. The other new species of high treason is such as is created for the security of the Protestant succession over and above such treasons against the king and government as were comprised under the statute 25 Edward III. For this purpose, after the act of settlement was made for transferring the crown to the illustrious House of Hanover, it was enacted by statute 13 and 14 William III, c. 3, that the pretended Prince of Wales, who was then 13 years of age and had assumed the title of King James III, should be attainted of high treason. And it was made high treason for any of the king's subjects by letters, messages, or otherwise, to hold correspondence with him, or any person employed by him, or to remit any money for his use, knowing the same to be for his service. And by statute 17 George II, c. 39, it is enacted, that if any of the sons of the pretender shall land or attempt to land in this kingdom, or be found in Great Britain or Ireland, or any of the dominions belonging to the same, he shall be judged attainted of high treason, and suffer the pains thereof. And to correspond with them or remit money for their use is made high treason in the same manner as it was to correspond with the father. By the statute 1 and St. 2 c. 17, if any person shall endeavor to deprive or hinder any person being next in succession to the crown according to the limitations of the act of settlement from succeeding to the crown, and shall maliciously and directly attempt the same by any overt act, such offense shall be high treason. And by statute 6 and c. 7, if any person shall maliciously, advisedly, and directly, by writing or printing, maintain and affirm that any other person hath any right or title to the crown of this realm otherwise than according to the act of settlement, or that the kings of this realm with the authority of Parliament are not able to make laws and statutes to bind the crown and the descent thereof, such person shall be guilty of high treason. This offense, or indeed maintaining this doctrine in any wise that the king and parliament cannot limit the crown, was once before made high treason by statute 13 Elizabeth c. 1 during the life of that princess, and after her decease it continued a high misdemeanor, punishable with forfeiture of goods and chattels, even in the most flourishing era of indefeasible hereditary right and jure divino succession. But it was again raised into high treason by the statute of Anne before mentioned, at the time of a projected invasion in favor of the then pretender, and upon this statute one Matthews, a printer, was convicted and executed in 1719 for printing a treasonable pamphlet entitled Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Thus much for the crime of treason, or lese majestatis in all its branches, which consists, we may observe originally, in grossly counteracting that allegiance which is due from the subject by either birth or residence, though in some instances the zeal of our legislators to stop the progress of some highly pernicious practices has occasioned them a little to depart from this its primitive idea. But of this enough has been hinted already. It is now time to pass on from defining the crime to describing its punishment. The punishment of high treason in general is very solemn and terrible. 1. That the offender be drawn to the gallows and not carried or walk, though usually a sledge or hurdle is allowed to preserve the offender from the extreme torment of being dragged on the ground or pavement. 2. That he be hanged by the neck and then cut down alive. 3. That his entrails be taken out and burned while he is yet alive. 4. That his head be cut off. 5. That his body be divided into 4 parts. 6. That his head and quarters be at the king's disposal. The king may, and often doth, discharge all the punishment except beheading, especially where any of noble blood are attainted. For beheading, being part of the judgment that may be executed, though all the rest be omitted by the king's command. But where beheading is no part of the judgment, as in murder or other felonies, it hath been said that the king cannot change the judgment, although at the request of the party, from one species of death to another. But of this we shall say more hereafter. In the case of coining, which is a treason of a different complexion from the rest, the punishment is milder for male offenders, being only to be drawn and hanged by the neck till dead. But in treasons of every kind the punishment of women is the same and different from that of men. For, as the natural modesty of the sex forbids the exposing and publicly mangling their bodies, their sentence, which is to the full as terrible to sense as the other, is to be drawn to the gallows and there to be burned alive. The consequences of this judgment, attainder, forfeiture, and corruption of blood, must be referred to the latter end of this book, when we shall treat of them all together, as well in treason as in other offences. End of chapter the 6th, part 2. Chapter 7 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 7th of Felonies Injurious to the King's Prerogative. As according to the method I have adopted, we are next to consider such felonies as are more immediately injurious to the king's prerogative, it will not be amiss here at our first entrance upon this crime to inquire briefly into the nature and meaning of felony, before we proceed upon any of the particular branches into which it is divided. Felony, in the general acceptation of our English law, comprises every species of crime which occasioned at common law the forfeiture of lands or goods. This most frequently happens in those crimes for which a capital punishment either is or was liable to be inflicted. For those felonies which are called clergiable, or to which the benefit of clergy extends, were anciently punished with death in all lay or unlearned offenders, though now by the statute law that punishment is for the first offense universally remitted. Treason itself, says Sir Edward Coke, was anciently comprised under the name of felony, and in confirmation of this we may observe that the Statute of Treasons, 25 Edward III. c. 2, speaking of some dubious crimes, directs a reference to Parliament that it may be there adjudged whether they be treason or other felony. All treasons, therefore, strictly speaking, are felonies, though all felonies are not treason. And to this also we may add that all offenses now capital are in some degree or other felony. And this is likewise the case with some other offenses which are not punished with death, as suicide where the party is already dead, homicide by chance medley or in self-defense, and petite larceny or pilfering, all which are, strictly speaking, felonies, as they subject the committers of them to forfeitures. So that upon the whole the only adequate definition of felony seems to be that which is before laid down, viz., an offense which occasions a total forfeiture of either lands or goods or both at the common law, and to which capital or other punishment may be superadded according to the degree of guilt. To explain this matter a little farther, the word felony or felonia is of undoubted feudal original, being frequently to be met with in the books of feuds, etc. But the derivation of it has much puzzled the juridical lexicographers, Pradius, Calvinus, and the rest, some deriving it from the Greek, an impostor or deceiver, others from the Latin, fallo, fefili, to countenance which they would have called it felonia. Sir Edward Coke, as his manner is, has given us a still stranger etymology, that it is crimen animo phileo perpetratum, with a bitter or Gaulish inclination. But all of them agree in the description that it is such a crime as works a forfeiture of all the offender's lands or goods. And this gives great probability to Sir Henry Spelman's Teutonic or German derivation of it, in which language indeed, as the word is clearly of feudal original, we ought rather to look for its signification than among the Greeks and Romans. Felon, then, according to him, is derived from two northern words, fe, which signifies, we well know, the fief, feud, or beneficiary estate, and lon, which signifies price or value. Felony is therefore the same as pretium feudi, the consideration for which a man gives up his fief. As we say in common speech, such an act is as much as your life or estate is worth. In this sense it will clearly signify the feudal forfeiture, or act by which an estate is forfeited or escheats to the lord. To confirm this we may observe that it is in this sense of forfeiture to the lord that the feudal writers constantly use it. For all those acts, whether of a criminal nature or not, which at this day are generally forfeitures of copyhold estates, are styled feloniae in the feudal law. Scilicet, per quas feudum amititor, as si domino deservire nolueret. Si per annum et diem severet in petenda investitura, si dominum adjuravit, negabit sea domino feudum abere, sia domino, in jus eoem vocante, ter citatus non compuerit. All these, with many others, are still causes of forfeiture in our copyhold estates and were denominated felonies by the feudal constitutions. So likewise injuries of a more substantial or criminal nature were denominated felonies, that is, forfeitures, as assaulting or beating the lord, vitiating his wife or daughter, si dominem cucurbita verit, i.e., cum uxore eius concubuerit. All these are esteemed felonies, and the latter is expressly so denominated, si fecerit felonium dominum forte cucurbitando. And as these contempts or smaller offenses were felonies or acts of forfeiture, of course greater crimes, as murder and robbery, fell under the same denomination. On the other hand, the lord might be guilty of felony or forfeit his seigniory to the vassal by the same acts as the vassal would have forfeited his feud to the lord. Si dominus commisit felonium, per quam vassalis amiteret feodum, si eum commisseret in dominum, feudi proprietatem etiam dominus perdere debet. One instance given of this sort of felony in the lord is beating the servant of his vassal so as that he loses his service, which seems merely in the nature of a civil injury so far as it respects the vassal. And all these felonies were to be determined per laudamentum sive judicium parium suarum in the Lord's court, as with us forfeitures of copyhold lands are presentable by the homage in the court baron. Felony and the act of forfeiture to the lord being thus synonymous terms in the feudal law, we may easily trace the reason why, upon the introduction of that law into England, those crimes which introduced such forfeiture or escheat of lands, and, by a small deflection from the original sense, such as introduced the forfeiture of goods also, were denominated felonies. Thus it was said that suicide, robbery, and rape were felonies, that is, the consequence of such crimes was forfeiture, till by long use we began to signify by the term a felony the actual crime committed and not the penal consequence. And upon this system only can we account for the cause why treason in ancient times was held to be a species of felony, viz., because it introduced a forfeiture. Hence it follows that capital punishment does by no means enter into the true idea and definition of felony. Felony may be without inflicting capital punishment, as in the cases instance of self-murder, excusable homicide, and petite larceny, and it is possible that capital punishments may be inflicted, and yet the offense be no felony, as in the case of heresy by the common law, which, though capital, never worked any forfeiture of lands or goods, an inseparable incident to felony. And of the same nature is the punishment of standing mute without pleading to an indictment, which is capital, but without any forfeiture, and therefore such standing mute is no felony. In short, the true criterion of felony is forfeiture, for, as Sir Edward Coke justly observes, In all felonies which are punishable with death, the offender loses all his lands in fee simple, and also his goods and chattels. In such as are not so punishable, his goods and chattels only. The idea of felony is indeed so generally connected with that of capital punishment that we find it hard to separate them, and to this usage the interpretations of the law do now conform. And therefore, if a statute makes any new offense felony, the law implies that it shall be punished with death, viz., by hanging as well as with forfeiture, unless the offender prays the benefit of clergy, which all felons are entitled once to have, unless the same is expressly taken away by statute. And in compliance herewith, I shall for the future consider it also in the same light as a generical term, including all capital crimes below treason. Having premised thus much concerning the true nature and original meaning of felony, in order to account for the reason of those instances I have mentioned, of felonies that are not capital, and capital offenses that are not felonies, which seem at first view repugnant to the general idea which we now entertain of felony as a crime to be punished by death, whereas properly it is a crime to be punished by forfeiture, to which death may or may not be, though it generally is, superadded. I proceed now to consider such felonies as are more immediately injurious to the king's prerogative. These are 1. Offenses relating to the coin not amounting to treason. 2. Offenses against the king's counsel. 3. The offense of serving a foreign prince. 4. The offense of embezzling the king's armor or stores of war, to which may be added a fifth. 5. Desertion from the king's armies in time of war. 1. Offenses relating to the coin, under which may be ranked some inferior misdemeanors not amounting to felony, are thus declared by a series of statutes which I shall recite in the order of time. And first, by Statute 27, Edward I, c. 3, none shall bring pollards and crockards, which were foreign coins of base metal, into the realm on pain of forfeiture of life and goods. By Statute 9, Edward III, st. 2, no sterling money shall be melted down upon pain of forfeiture thereof. By Statute 14, Elizabeth, c. 3, such as forge any foreign coin, although it be not made current here by proclamation, shall, with their aiders and abettors, be guilty of misprision of treason, a crime which we shall hereafter consider. By Statute 13 and 14, Charles II, c. 31, the offense of melting down any current silver money shall be punished with forfeiture of the same, and also the double value. And the offender, if a freeman of any town, shall be disenfranchised; if not, shall suffer 6 months' imprisonment. By Statute 6 and 7, William III, c. 17, if any person buys or sells, or knowingly has in his custody any clippings or filings of the coin, he shall forfeit the same and £500, one moiety to the king and the other to the informer, and be branded in the cheek with the letter R. By Statute 8 and 9, William III, c. 26, if any person shall blanch or whiten copper for sale, which makes it resemble silver, or buy or sell or offer to sale any malleable composition which shall be heavier than silver, and look, touch, and wear like gold, but be beneath the standard, or if any person shall receive or pay any counterfeit or diminished money of this kingdom, being not cut in pieces, an operation which every man is thereby empowered to perform, at a less rate than it shall import to be of, which demonstrates a consciousness of its baseness and fraudulent design, all such persons shall be guilty of felony. But these precautions not being found sufficient to prevent the uttering of false or diminished money, which was only a misdemeanor at common law, it is enacted by Statute 15 and 16, George II, c. 28, that if any person shall tender in payment any counterfeit coin, knowing it to so be, he shall for the first offense be imprisoned for 6 months, and fined sureties for his good behavior for 6 months more. For the second offense shall be imprisoned and fined sureties for 2 years, and for the third offense shall be guilty of felony without benefit of clergy. Also, if a person knowingly tenders in payment any counterfeit money, and at the same time has more in his custody, or shall within 10 days after knowingly tender other false money, he shall for the first offense be imprisoned 1 year and fined sureties for his good behavior for 2 years longer, and for the second be guilty of felony without benefit of clergy. By the same statute it is also enacted that if any person counterfeits the copper coin, he shall suffer 2 years' imprisonment and fine sureties for 2 years more. Thus much for offenses relating to the coin, as well misdemeanors as felonies, which I thought it most convenient to consider in one and the same view. 2. Felonies against the King's Council are, first, by Statute 3 Henry VII, c. 14, if any sworn servant of the King's household conspires or confederates to kill any lord of this realm or other person sworn of the King's Council, he shall be guilty of felony. Secondly, by Statute 9 Ann c. 16, to assault, strike, wound, or attempt to kill any privy councillor in the execution of his office is made felony without benefit of clergy. 3. Felonies in serving foreign states, which service is generally inconsistent with allegiance to one's natural prince, are restrained and punished by Statute 3 James I c. 4, which makes it felony for any person whatever to go out of the realm to serve any foreign prince without having first taken the oath of allegiance before his departure. And it is felony also for any gentleman or person of higher degree, or who hath borne any office in the army, to go out of the realm to serve such foreign prince or state, without previously entering into a bond with 2 sureties, not to be reconciled to the see of Rome, or enter into any conspiracy against his natural sovereign. And farther, by Statute 9 George II c. 30, enforced by Statute 29 George II c. 17, if any subject of Great Britain shall enlist himself, or if any person shall procure him to be enlisted in any foreign service, or detain or embark him for that purpose, without license, under the King's sign manual, he shall be guilty of felony without benefit of clergy. But if the person so enlisted or enticed shall discover his seducer within 15 days, so as he may be apprehended and convicted of the same, he shall himself be indemnified. By Statute 29 George II c. 17, it is moreover enacted that to serve under the French king as a military officer shall be felony without benefit of clergy, and to enter into the Scotch Brigade in the Dutch service without previously taking the oaths of allegiance and abjuration shall be a forfeiture of £500. 4. Felony by embezzling the king's armor or warlike stores is so declared to be by Statute 31 Elizabeth c. 4, which enacts that if any person having the charge or custody of the king's armor, ordnance, ammunition, or habiliments of war, or any victual provided for victualling the king's soldiers or mariners, shall, either for gain or to impede his majesty's service, embezzle the same to the value of 20 shillings, such offence shall be felony. And the Statute 22 Charles II c. 5 takes away the benefit of clergy from this offence so far as it relates to naval stores. Other inferior embezzlements and misdemeanors that fall under this denomination are punished by Statute 1 George I c. 25 with fine and imprisonment. 5. Desertion from the king's armies in time of war, whether by land or sea, in England or in parts beyond the seas, is by the standing laws of the land, exclusive of the annual acts of Parliament to punish mutiny and desertion, and particularly by Statute 18 Henry VI c. 19 and 5 Elizabeth c. 5, made felony, but not without benefit of clergy. But by the Statute 2 and 3 Edward VI c. 2, Clergy is taken away from such deserters, and the offence is made triable by the justices of every shire. The same statutes punish other inferior military offences with fines, imprisonment, and other penalties. End of chapter the 7th. Chapter 8, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 8th of Praemunire, Part 1. A third species of offense more immediately affecting the king and his government, though not subject to capital punishment, is that of praemunire, so called from the words of the writ preparatory to the prosecution thereof. Praemunire facius A.B. forewarns A.B. that he appear before us to answer the contempt wherewith he stands charged, which contempt is particularly recited in the preamble to the writ. It took its original from the exorbitant power claimed and exercised in England by the Pope, which even in the days of blind zeal was too heavy for our ancestors to bear. It may justly be observed that religious principles which, when genuine and pure, have an evident tendency to make their professors better citizens as well as better men, have, when perverted and erroneous, been usually subversive of civil government, and been made both the cloak and the instrument of every pernicious design that can be harbored in the heart of man. The unbounded authority that was exercised by the Druids in the West under the influence of pagan superstition, and the terrible ravages committed by the Saracens in the East to propagate the religion of Mahomet, both witness to the truth of that ancient universal observation, that in all ages and in all countries, civil and ecclesiastical tyranny are mutually productive of each other. It is therefore the glory of the Church of England that she inculcates due obedience to lawful authority, and hath been, as her prelates on a trying occasion once expressed it, in her principles and practice ever most unquestionably loyal. The clergy of her persuasion, holy in their doctrines and unblemished in their lives and conversation, are also moderate in their ambition, and entertain just notions of the ties of society and the rights of civil government. As in matters of faith and morality they acknowledge no guide but the Scriptures, so in matters of external polity and of private right they derive all their title from the civil magistrate. They look up to the king as their head, to the Parliament as their lawgiver, and pride themselves in nothing more justly than in being true members of the Church emphatically by law established. Whereas the notions of ecclesiastical liberty in those who differ from them, as well in one extreme as the other, for here I only speak of extremes, are equally and totally destructive of those ties and obligations by which all society is kept together, equally encroaching on those rights which reason and the original contract of every free state in the universe have vested in the sovereign power, and equally aiming at a distinct independent supremacy of their own where spiritual men and spiritual causes are concerned. The dreadful effects of such a religious bigotry, when actuated by erroneous principles, even of the Protestant kind, are sufficiently evident from the history of the Anabaptists in Germany, the Covenanters in Scotland, and that deluge of sectaries in England, who murdered their sovereign, overturned the church and monarchy, shook every pillar of law, justice, and private property, and most devoutly established the kingdom of the saints in their stead. But these horrid devastations, the effects of mere madness or of zeal that was nearly allied to it, though violent and tumultuous, were but of short duration. Whereas the progress of papal policy, long actuated by the steady counsels of successive pontiffs, took deeper root, and was at length in some places with difficulty, in others never yet, extirpated. For this we might call to witness the black intrigues of the Jesuits, so lately triumphant over Christendom, but now universally abandoned even by the Roman Catholic powers. But the subject of our present chapter rather leads us to consider the vast strides which were formerly made in this kingdom by the popish clergy, how nearly they arrived to effecting their grand design, some few of the means they made use of for establishing their plan, and how almost all of them have been defeated or converted to better purposes by the vigor of our free constitution and the wisdom of successive parliaments. The ancient British Church, by whomsoever planted, was a stranger to the Bishop of Rome and all his pretended authority. But the pagan Saxon invaders having driven the professors of Christianity to the remotest corners of our island, their own conversion was afterwards effected by Augustine the monk and other missionaries from the court of Rome. This naturally introduced some few of the papal corruptions in point of faith and doctrine, but we read of no civil authority claimed by the Pope in these kingdoms till the era of the Norman conquest, when the then reigning pontiff, having favored Duke William in his projected invasion by blessing his host and consecrating his banners, he took that opportunity also of establishing his spiritual encroachments, and was even permitted to do so by the policy of the conqueror in order more effectually to humble the Saxon clergy and aggrandize his Norman prelates who, being bred abroad in the doctrine and practice of slavery, had contracted a reverence and regard for it, and took a pleasure in riveting the chains of a free-born people. The most stable foundation of legal and rational government is a due subordination of rank and a gradual scale of authority, and tyranny also itself is most surely supported by a regular increase of despotism rising from the slave to the sultan, with this difference, however, that the measure of obedience in the one is grounded on the principles of society and is extended no farther than reason and necessity will warrant. In the other, it is limited only by absolute will and pleasure, without permitting the inferior to examine the title upon which it is founded. More effectually, therefore, to enslave the consciences and minds of the people, the Romish clergy themselves paid the most implicit obedience to their own superiors or prelates, and they in their turns were as blindly devoted to the will of the sovereign pontiff, whose decisions they held to be infallible and his authority coextensive with the Christian world. Hence his legates a latere were introduced into every kingdom of Europe. His bulls and decretal epistles became the rule both of faith and discipline. His judgment was the final resort in all cases of doubt or difficulty. His decrees were enforced by anathemas and spiritual censures. He dethroned even kings that were refractory, and denied to whole kingdoms, when undutiful, the exercise of Christian ordinances and the benefit of the gospel of God. But though being spiritual head of the Church was a thing of great sound and of greater authority among men of conscience and piety, yet the court of Rome was fully apprised that, among the bulk of mankind, power cannot be maintained without property, and therefore its attention began very early to be riveted upon every method that promised pecuniary advantage. The doctrine of purgatory was introduced, and with it the purchase of masses to redeem the souls of the deceased. Newfangled offenses were created, and indulgences were sold to the wealthy for liberty to sin without danger. The canon law took cognizance of crimes, enjoined penance pro salute anime, and commuted that penance for money. Non-residence and pluralities among the clergy, and marriages among the laity related within the seventh degree, were strictly prohibited by canon, but dispensations were seldom denied to those who could afford to buy them. In short, all the wealth of Christendom was gradually drained by 1,000 channels into the coffers of the Holy See. The establishment also of the feudal system in most of the governments of Europe whereby the lands of all private proprietors were declared to be holden of the prince, gave a hint to the court of Rome for usurping a similar authority over all the preferments of the Church, which began first in Italy and gradually spread itself to England. The Pope became a feudal lord, and all ordinary patrons were to hold of their right of patronage under this universal superior. Estates held by feudal tenure, being originally gratuitous donations, were at the time denominated beneficia. Their very name as well as constitution was borrowed, and the care of the souls of a parish thence came to be denominated a benefice. Lay fees were conferred by investiture or delivery of corporal possession, and spiritual benefices which at first were universally donatives, now received in like manner a spiritual investiture by institution from the bishop and induction under his authority. As lands are shedded to the lord in defect of a legal tenant, so benefices lapse to the bishop upon non-presentation by the patron in the nature of a spiritual escheat. The annual tenths collected from the clergy were equivalent to the feudal render, or rent reserved upon a grant. The oath of canonical obedience was copied from the oath of fealty required from the vassal by his superior, and the premier seasons of our military tenure, whereby the first profits of an heir's estate were cruelly extorted by his lord, gave birth to as cruel an exaction of the first fruits from the beneficed clergy. And the occasional aids and talliages levied by the prince on his vassals gave a handle to the Pope to levy, by means of his legates a latere, Peter pence, and other taxations. At length the Holy Father went a step beyond any example of either emperor or feudal lord. He reserved to himself by his own apostolical authority the presentation to all benefices which became vacant while the incumbent was attending the court of Rome upon any occasion, or on his journey thither or back again, and moreover such also as became vacant by his promotion to a bishopric or abbey. Etiam si ad illa personae consuervent et dubuerent per electionem aut quemvis alium modum assumi. And this last, the canonists declared, was no detriment at all to the patron, being only like the change of a life in a feudal estate by the lord. Dispensations to avoid these vacancies begat the doctrine of commendams, and papal provisions were the previous nomination to such benefices by a kind of anticipation before they became actually void, though afterwards indiscriminately applied to any right of patronage exerted or usurped by the Pope. In consequence of which the best livings were filled by Italian and other foreign clergy, equally unskilled and averse to the laws and constitution of England. The very nomination to bishoprics, that ancient prerogative of the crown, was wrested from King Henry I, and afterwards from his successor King John, and seemingly indeed conferred on the chapters belonging to each see, but by means of the frequent appeals to Rome, through the intricacy of the laws which regulated canonical elections, was eventually vested in the Pope. And to sum up this head with a transaction most unparalleled and astonishing in its kind, Pope Innocent III had at length the effrontery to demand, and King John had the meanness to consent to, a resignation of his crown to the Pope, whereby England was to become forever St. Peter's patrimony, and the dastardly monarch re-accepted his scepter from the hands of the papal legate to hold as the vassal of the Holy See at the annual rent of 1,000 marks. Another engine set on foot, or at least greatly improved by the court of Rome, was a masterpiece of papal policy. Not content with the ample provision of tithes which the law of the land had given to the parochial clergy, they endeavored to grasp at the lands and inheritances of the kingdom, and, had not the legislature withstood them, would by this time have probably been masters of every foot of ground in the kingdom. To this end they introduced the monks of the Benedictine and other rules, Men of sour and austere religion, separated from the world and its concerns by a vow of perpetual celibacy, yet fascinating the minds of the people by pretenses to extraordinary sanctity, while all their aim was to aggrandize the power and extend the influence of their grand superior, the Pope. And as, in those times of civil tumult, great rapines and violence were daily committed by overgrown lords and their adherents, they were taught to believe that founding a monastery a little before their deaths would atone for a life of incontinence, disorder, and bloodshed. Hence, innumerable abbeys and religious houses were built within a century after the conquest, and endowed not only with the tithes of parishes which were ravished from the secular clergy, but also with lands, manors, lordships, and extensive baronies. And the doctrine inculcated was that whatever was so given to or purchased by the monks and friars was consecrated to God Himself, and that to alienate or take it away was no less than the sin of sacrilege. I might here have enlarged upon other contrivances which will occur to the recollection of the reader, set on foot by the court of Rome for effecting an entire exemption of its clergy from any intercourse with the civil magistrate, such as separation of the ecclesiastical court from the temporal, the appointment of its judges by merely spiritual authority without any interposition from the crown, the exclusive jurisdiction it claimed over all ecclesiastical persons and causes, and the privilegium clericale, or benefit of clergy, which delivered all clerks from any trial or punishment except before their own tribunal. But the history and progress of ecclesiastical courts, as well as of purchases in mortmain, have already been fully discussed in the preceding volumes, and we shall have an opportunity of examining at large the nature of the privilegium clericale in the progress of the present book. And therefore I shall only observe at present that notwithstanding this plan of pontifical power was so deeply laid and so indefatigably pursued by the unwearied politics of the court of Rome through a long succession of ages, notwithstanding it was polished and improved by the united endeavors of a body of men who engrossed all the learning of Europe for centuries together, notwithstanding it was firmly and resolutely executed by persons the best calculated for establishing tyranny and despotism, being fired with a bigoted enthusiasm which prevailed not only among the weak and simple, but even among those of the best natural and acquired endowments, unconnected with their fellow subjects, and totally indifferent what might befall that posterity to which they bore no endearing relation. Yet it vanished into nothing when the eyes of the people were a little enlightened, and they set themselves with vigor to oppose it. So vain and ridiculous is the attempt to live in society without acknowledging the obligations which it lays us under, and to effect an entire independence of that civil state which protects us in all our rights and gives us every other liberty, that only accepted of despising the laws of the community. End of chapter the 8th, part 1. Chapter 8, part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 8th of Praemunire, Part 2. Having thus in some degree endeavored to trace out the original and subsequent progress of the papal usurpations in England, let us now return to the statutes of Praemunire which were framed to encounter this overgrown yet increasing evil. King Edward I, a wise and magnanimous prince, set himself in earnest to shake off this servile yoke. He would not suffer his bishops to attend a general council till they had sworn not to receive the papal benediction. He made light of all papal bulls and processes, attacking Scotland in defiance of one, and seizing the temporalities of his clergy who, under the pretense of another, refused to pay a tax imposed by Parliament. He strengthened the statutes of mortmain, thereby closing the great gulf in which all the lands of the kingdom were in danger of being swallowed. And one of his subjects having obtained a bull of excommunication against another, he ordered him to be executed as a traitor according to the ancient law. And in the 35th year of his reign was made the first statute against papal provisions, which, according to Sir Edward Coke, is the foundation of all the subsequent statutes of Praemunire, which we rank as an offence immediately against the king, because every encouragement of papal power is a diminution of the authority of the crown. In the weak reign of Edward II, the Pope again endeavored to encroach, but the Parliament manfully withstood him, and it was one of the principal articles charged against that unhappy prince that he had given allowance to the bulls of the See of Rome. But Edward III was of a temper extremely different, and to remedy these inconveniences first by gentle means, he and his nobility wrote an expostulation to the Pope, but receiving a menacing and contemptuous answer, withal acquainting him that the Emperor, who a few years before at the Diet of Nuremberg, A.D. 1323, had established a law against provisions, and also the King of France had lately submitted to the Holy See. The king replied that if both the Emperor and the French king should take the Pope's part, he was ready to give battle to them both in defense of the liberties of his crown. Hereupon more sharp and penal laws were devised against provisors, which enact severally that the court of Rome shall present or collate to no bishopric or living in England, and that whoever disturbs any patron in the presentation to a living by virtue of a papal provision, such provisor shall pay fine and ransom to the king at his will, and be imprisoned till he renounces such provision. And the same punishment is inflicted on such as cite the king or any of his subjects to answer in the court of Rome. And when the Holy See resented these proceedings, and Pope Urban V attempted to revive the vassalage and annual rent to which King John had subjected his kingdom, it was unanimously agreed by all the estates of the realm and Parliament assembled, 40 Edward III, that King John's donation was null and void, being without the concurrence of Parliament, and contrary to his coronation oath. And all the temporal nobility and commons engaged, that if the Pope should endeavor by process or otherwise to maintain these usurpations, they would resist and withstand him with all their power. In the reign of Richard II, it was found necessary to sharpen and strengthen these laws, and therefore it was enacted by statutes 3 Richard II c. and 7 Richard II c. First, that no alien should be capable of letting his benefice to farm, in order to compel such as had crept in, at least to reside upon their preferments, and afterwards that no alien should be capable to be presented to any ecclesiastical preferment under the penalty of the statutes of provisors. By the statute 12 Richard II c. all liegemen of the king, accepting of a living by any foreign provision, are put out of the king's protection and the benefice made void. To which the statute 13 Richard II St. 2 c. adds banishment and forfeiture of lands and goods. And by c. of the same statute, any person bringing over any citation or excommunication from beyond the sea on account of the execution of the foregoing statutes of provisors shall be imprisoned, forfeit his goods and lands, and moreover suffer pain of life and member. In the writ for the execution of all these statutes, the words Praemunire facias, being, as was said, used to command the citation of the party, have denominated in common speech not only the writ, but the offence itself of maintaining the papal power by the name of Praemunire. And accordingly the next statute I shall mention, which is generally referred to by all subsequent statutes, is usually called the statute of Praemunire. It is the Statute 16 Richard II, c. 5, which enacts that whoever procures at Rome or elsewhere any translations, processes, excommunications, bulls, instruments, or other things which touch the king against him, his crown, and realm, and all persons aiding and assisting therein, shall be put out of the king's protection, their lands and goods forfeited to the king's use, and they shall be attached by their bodies to answer to the king and his council, or a process of praemunire facias shall be made out against them, as in other cases of provisors. By the statute 2 Henry IV, c. 3, all persons who accept any provision from the Pope to be exempt from canonical obedience to their proper ordinary are also subjected to the penalties of praemunire. And this is the last of our ancient statutes touching this offense, the usurped civil power of the Bishop of Rome being pretty well broken down by these statutes, as his usurped religious power was in about a century afterwards, the spirit of the nation being so much raised against foreigners that about this time, in the reign of Henry V, the alien priories or abbeys for foreign monks were suppressed and their lands given to the crown, and no farther attempts were afterwards made in support of these foreign jurisdictions. A learned writer, before referred to, is therefore greatly mistaken when he says that in Henry VI's time the Archbishop of Canterbury and other bishops offered to the king a large supply if he would consent that all laws against provisors, and especially the Statute 16 Richard II, might be repealed, but that this motion was rejected. This account is incorrect in all its branches. For, first, the application which he probably means was made not by the bishops only, but by the unanimous consent of a provincial synod assembled in 1439, 18 Henry VI, that very synod which at the same time refused to confirm and allow a papal bull which was then laid before them. Next, the purport of it was not to procure a repeal of the statutes against provisors, or that of Richard II in particular, but to request that the penalties thereof, which by a forced construction were applied to all that sued in the spiritual and even in many temporal courts of this realm, might be turned against the proper objects only, those who appealed to Rome or to any foreign jurisdictions, the tenor of the petition being that those penalties should be taken to extend only to those that commenced any suits or procured any writs or public instruments at Rome or elsewhere out of England, and that no one should be prosecuted upon that statute for any suit in the spiritual courts or lay jurisdictions of this kingdom. Lastly, the motion was so far from being rejected that the king promised to recommend it to the next Parliament, and in the meantime that no one should be molested upon this account. And the clergy were so satisfied with their success that they granted to the king a whole tenth upon this occasion. And indeed, so far was the archbishop who presided in this synod from countenancing the usurped power of the Pope in this realm, that he was ever a firm opposer of it. And particularly in the reign of Henry V, he prevented the king's uncle from being then made a cardinal and a legate a latere from the Pope, upon the mere principle of its being within the mischief of papal provisions and derogatory from the liberties of the English Church and nation. For, as he expressed himself to the king in his letter upon that subject, he was bound to oppose it by his allegiance, and also to quit himself to God and the Church of this land, of which God and the king had made him governor. This was not the language of a prelate addicted to the slavery of the See of Rome, but of one who was indeed of principles so very opposite to the papal usurpations that in the year preceding this synod, 17 Henry VI, he refused to consecrate a bishop of Ely that was nominated by Pope Eugenius IV. A conduct quite consonant to his former behavior in 6 Henry VI, when he refused to obey the commands of Pope Martin V, who had required him to exert his endeavors to repeal the statute of Praemunire, execrabile alud statutum, as the Holy Father phrases it, which refusal so far exasperated the court of Rome against him, that at length the Pope issued a bull to suspend him from his office and authority, which the Archbishop disregarded and appealed to the General Council. And so sensible were the nation of their primate's merit, that the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, and also the University of Oxford, wrote letters to the Pope in his defense, and the House of Commons addressed the King to send an ambassador forthwith to His Holiness on behalf of the Archbishop, who had incurred the displeasure of the Pope for opposing the excessive power of the Court of Rome. This then is the original meaning of the offense which we call Praemunire, viz., introducing a foreign power into this land and creating imperium in imperio by paying that obedience to papal process which constitutionally belonged to the king alone, long before the Reformation in the reign of Henry VIII, at which time the penalties of Praemunire were indeed extended to more papal abuses than before, as the kingdom then entirely renounced the authority of the See of Rome, though not all the corrupted doctrines of the Roman Church. And therefore, by the statutes of 24 Henry VIII c. 12 and 25 Henry VIII c. 19 and 21, to appeal to Rome from any of the king's courts which, though illegal before, had at times been connived at, to sue to Rome for any license or dispensation, or to obey any process from thence, are made liable to the pains of Praemunire. And in order to restore to the king in effect the nomination of vacant bishoprics, and yet to keep up the established forms, it is enacted by statute 25 Henry VIII c. 20, that if the dean and chapter refuse to elect the person named by the king, or any archbishop or bishop, to confirm or consecrate him, they shall fall within the penalties of the statutes of Praemunire. Also, by Statute 5 Elizabeth c. 1, to refuse the oath of supremacy will incur the pains of Praemunire, and to defend the Pope's jurisdiction in this realm is a Praemunire for the first offense, and high treason for the second. So, too, by Statute 13 Elizabeth c. 2, to import any Agnus Dei, crosses, beads, or other superstitious things pretended to be hallowed by the Bishop of Rome, and tender the same to be used, or to receive the same with such intent and not discover the offender, or if a justice of the peace, knowing thereof, shall not within 14 days declare it to a privy councillor, they all incur a Praemunire. But importing or selling mass books or other popish books is by Statute 3 James I c. 5 s. 25 only liable to a penalty of 40 shillings. Lastly, to contribute to the maintenance of a Jesuits' college or any popish seminary whatever beyond the sea, or any person in the same, or to contribute to the maintenance of any Jesuit or popish priest in England, is by statute 27 Elizabeth c. 2 made liable to the penalties of Praemunire. Thus far the penalties of Praemunire seem to have kept within the proper bounds of their original institution the depressing of the power of the Pope, but they being pains of no inconsiderable consequence, it has been thought fit to apply the same to other heinous offences, some of which bear more and some less relation to this original offence, and some no relation at all. Thus, 1. By the statute 1 and 2 Philip and Mary c. 8, to molest the possessors of abbey lands granted by Parliament to Henry VIII and Edward VI is a Praemunire. 2. So likewise is the offence of acting as a broker or agent in any usurious contract where above 10% interest is taken by statute 13 Elizabeth c. 10. 3. To obtain any stay of proceedings other than by arrest of judgment or writ of error in any suit for a monopoly is likewise a Praemunire by statute 21 James I c. 3. 4. To obtain an exclusive patent for the sole making or importation of gunpowder or arms, or to hinder others from importing them, is also a praemunire by two statutes, the one 16 Charles I c. 21, the other 1 James II c. 8. 5. On the abolition by statute 12 Charles II c. 24 of purveyance, and the prerogative of preemption, or taking any victual, beasts, or goods for the king's use at a stated price, without consent of the proprietor, the exertion of any such power for the future was declared to incur the penalties of praemunire. 6. To assert maliciously and advisedly by speaking or writing that both or either House of Parliament have a legislative authority without the king is declared a praemunire by statute 13 Charles II c. 1. 7. By the Habeas Corpus Act also, 13 Charles II c. 2, it is a praemunire and incapable of the king's pardon, besides other heavy penalties, to send any subject of this realm a prisoner into parts beyond the seas. 8. By the statute 1 William and Mary St. 1 c. 8, persons of 18 years of age refusing to take the new oaths of allegiance as well as supremacy upon tender by the proper magistrate are subject to the penalties of praemunire. And by statute 7 and 8 William III c. 24, sergeants, counselors, proctors, attorneys, and all officers of courts practicing without having taken the oaths of allegiance and supremacy and subscribed the declaration against popery are guilty of praemunire, whether the oaths be tendered or no. 9. By the statute 6 and c. 7, to assert maliciously and directly, by preaching, teaching, or advisedly speaking, that the then pretended Prince of Wales, or any person other than according to the acts of settlement and union, hath any right to the throne of these kingdoms, or that the king and parliament cannot make laws to limit the descent of the crown, such preaching, teaching, or advised speaking is a praemunire. As writing, printing, and publishing the same doctrines amounted, we may remember, to high treason. 10. By statute 6 and c. 23, if the Assembly of Peers of Scotland convene to elect their 16 representatives in the British Parliament, shall presume to treat of any other matter save only the election, they incur the penalties of a praemunire. 11. The last offence that has been made a praemunire was by statute 6 George I c. 18, the year after the infamous South Sea project had beggared half the nation. This therefore makes all unwarrantable undertakings by unlawful subscriptions, then commonly known by the name of bubbles, subject to the penalties of a praemunire. Having thus inquired into the nature and several species of praemunire, its punishment may be gathered from the foregoing statutes, which are thus shortly summed up by Sir Edward Coke: that from the conviction the defendant shall be out of the king's protection, and his lands and tenements, goods and chattels forfeited to the king, and that his body shall remain in prison at the king's pleasure, or, as other authorities have it, during life, both which amount to the same thing, as the king by his prerogative may at any time remit the whole or any part of the punishment, except in the case of transgressing the statute of habeas corpus. These forfeitures here inflicted do not, by the way, bring this offense within our former definition of felony, being inflicted by particular statutes and not by the common law. But so odious, Sir Edward Coke adds, was this offence of praemunire, that a man that was attainted of the same might be slain by any other man without danger of law, because it was provided by law that any man might do to him as to the king's enemy, and any man may lawfully kill a king's enemy. However, the position itself that it is at any time lawful to kill an enemy is by no means tenable. It is only lawful by the law of nature and nations to kill him in the heat of battle or for necessary self-defense. And to obviate such savage and mistaken notions, the Statute 5 Elizabeth C1 provides that it shall not be lawful to kill any person attainted in a Praemunire, any law, statute, opinion, or exposition of law to the contrary notwithstanding. But still such delinquent, though protected as a part of the public from public wrongs, can bring no action for any private injury, how atrocious soever, being so far out of the protection of the law that it will not guard his civil rights, nor remedy any grievance which he as an individual may suffer. And no man, knowing him to be guilty, can with safety give him comfort, aid, or relief. End of chapter the 8th, part 2. Chapter 9 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 9th of Misprisions and Contempts affecting the King and Government. The fourth species of offenses more immediately against the king and government are entitled misprisions and contempts. Misprisions, a term derived from the Old French mépris, a neglect or contempt, are, in the acceptation of our law, generally understood to be such high offenses as are under the degree of capital, but nearly bordering thereon. And it is said that misprision is contained in every treason and felony whatsoever, and that if the king so please, the offender may be proceeded against for the misprision only. And upon the same principle, while the jurisdiction of the Star Chamber subsisted, it was held that the king might remit a prosecution for treason, and cause the delinquent to be censured in that court merely for a high misdemeanor, as happened in the case of Roger, Earl of Rutland, in 43 Elizabeth, who was concerned in the Earl of Essex's rebellion. Misprisions are generally divided into two sorts: negative, which consist in the concealment of something which ought to be revealed, and positive, which consist in the commission of something which ought not to be done. 1. Of the first or negative kind is what is called misprision of treason, consisting in the bare knowledge and concealment of treason without any degree of assent thereto. For any assent makes the party a principal traitor, as indeed the concealment, which was construed aiding and abetting, did at the common law, in like manner as the knowledge of a plot against the state and not revealing it was a capital crime at Florence and other states of Italy. But now it is enacted by the statute 1 and 2 Philip and Mary c. 10 that a bare concealment of treason shall be only held a misprision. This concealment becomes criminal if the party apprised of the treason does not, as soon as conveniently may be, reveal it to some judge of assize or justice of the peace. But if there be any probable circumstances of assent, as if one goes to a treasonable meeting, knowing beforehand that a conspiracy is intended against the king, or being in such company once by accident, and having heard such treasonable conspiracy, meets the same company again, and hears more of it, but conceals it, this is an implied assent in law, and makes the concealer guilty of a principal high treason. There is also one positive misprision of treason, created so by Act of Parliament. The statute 13 Elizabeth c. 2 enacts that those who forge foreign coin not current in this kingdom, their aiders, abettors, and procurers shall all be guilty of misprision of treason. For though the law would not put foreign coin upon quite the same footing as our own, yet if the circumstances of trade concur, the falsifying it may be attended with consequences almost equally pernicious to the public, as the counterfeiting of Portugal money would be at present, and therefore the law has made it an offense just below capital, and that is all. For the punishment of misprision of treason is loss of the profits of lands during life, forfeiture of goods, and imprisonment during life. which total forfeiture of goods was originally inflicted while the offense amounted to principal treason, and of course included in it a felony by the common law, and therefore is no exception to the general rule laid down in a former chapter that wherever an offense is punished by such total forfeiture, it is felony at the common law. Misprision of felony is also the concealment of a felony which a man knows but never assented to. For if he assented, this makes him either principal or accessory. And the punishment of this in a public officer by the statute Westminster 1, 3, Edward I, c. 9, is imprisonment for a year and a day, in a common person imprisonment for a less discretionary time, and in both fine and ransom at the king's pleasure, which pleasure of the king must be observed once and for all, not to signify any extrajudicial will of the sovereign, but such as is declared by his representatives, the judges in his courts of justice, voluntas regis in curia, non in camera. There is also another species of negative misprisions, namely, the concealing of treasure trove which belongs to the king or his grantees by prerogative royal, the concealment of which was formerly punishable by death, but now only by fine and imprisonment. 2. Misprisions which are merely positive are generally denominated contempts or high misdemeanors, of which 1. The first and principal is the maladministration of such high officers as are in public trust and employment. This is usually punished by the method of parliamentary impeachment, wherein such penalties short of death are inflicted as to the wisdom of the House of Peers shall seem proper, consisting usually of banishment, imprisonment, fines, or perpetual disability. Hitherto also may be referred the offense of embezzling the public money, called among the Romans peculatus, which the Julian law punished with death in a magistrate and with deportation or banishment in a private person. With us it is not a capital crime, but subjects the committer of it to a discretionary fine and imprisonment. Other misprisions are, in general, such contempts of the executive magistrate as demonstrate themselves by some arrogant and undutiful behavior towards the king and government. These are 2. Contempts against the king's prerogative, as by refusing to assist him for the good of the public, either in his councils by advice if called upon, or in his wars by personal service for defense of the realm against a rebellion or invasion. Under which class may be ranked the neglecting to join the posse comitatus or power of the county, being thereunto required by the sheriff or justices, according to the statute 2 Henry V. c. 8, which is a duty incumbent upon all that are 15 years of age, under the degree of nobility, and able to travel. Contempts against the prerogative may also be by preferring the interests of a foreign potentate to those of our own, or by doing or receiving anything that may create an undue influence in favor of such extrinsic power, as by taking a pension from any foreign prince without the consent of the king, or by disobeying the king's lawful commands, whether by writs issuing out of his courts of justice, or by a summons to attend his privy council, or by letters from the king to a subject commanding him to return from beyond the seas, for disobedience to which his lands shall be seized till he does return, and himself afterwards punished, or by his writ of ne exeat regnum, or proclamation commanding the subject to stay at home. Disobedience to any of these commands is high misprision and contempt, and so lastly is disobedience to any act of Parliament where no particular penalty is assigned, for then it is punishable like the rest of these contempts by fine and imprisonment at the discretion of the king's courts of justice. 3. Contempts and misprisions against the king's person and government may be by speaking or writing against them, cursing or wishing him ill, giving out scandalous stories concerning him, or doing anything that may tend to lessen him in the esteem of his subjects, may weaken his government, or may raise jealousies between him and his people. It has also been held of an offense of this species to drink to the pious memory of a traitor, or for a clergyman to absolve persons at the gallows who there persist in the treasons for which they die, these being acts which impliedly encourage rebellion. And for this species of contempt a man may not only be fined and imprisoned, but suffer the pillory or other infamous corporal punishment, in like manner as, in the ancient German Empire, such persons as endeavored to sow sedition and disturb the public tranquillity were condemned to become objects of public notoriety and derision by carrying a dog upon their shoulders from one great town to another. The emperors Otho I and Frederick Barbarossa inflicted this punishment on noblemen of the highest rank. 4. Contempts against the king's title, not amounting to treason or praemunire, are the denial of his right to the crown in common and unadvised discourse, for if it be by advisedly speaking, we have seen that it amounts to a praemunire. This heedless species of contempt is, however, punished by our law with fine and imprisonment. Likewise, if any person shall in any wise hold, affirm, or maintain that the common laws of this realm, not altered by Parliament, ought not to direct the right of the Crown of England, this is a misdemeanor by Statute 13 Elizabeth C.1, and punishable with forfeiture of goods and chattels. A contempt may also arise from refusing or neglecting to take oaths appointed by statute for better securing the government, and yet acting in a public office, place of trust, or other capacity for which the said oaths are required to be taken, viz., those of allegiance, supremacy, and abjuration, which must be taken within 6 calendar months after admission. The penalties for this contempt inflicted by Statute 1 George I St. 2 C. 13 are very little, if anything, short of those of a praemunire, being an incapacity to hold the said offices or any other, to prosecute any suit, to be guardian or executor, or to take any legacy or deed of gift, and to vote at any election for members of Parliament, and after conviction the offender shall also forfeit £500 to him or them that will sue for the same. Members on the foundation of any college in the 2 universities who by this statute are bound to take oaths must also register a certificate thereof in the college register within 1 month after. Otherwise, if the electors do not remove him and elect another within 12 months or after, the king may nominate a person to succeed him by his great seal or sign manual. Besides thus taking the oaths for offices, any 2 justices of the peace may by the same statute summon and tender the oaths to any person whom they shall suspect to be disaffected, and every person refusing the same who is properly called a non-juror shall be adjudged a popish recusant convict and subjected to the same penalties that were mentioned in a former chapter, which in the end amount to the alternative of abjuring the realm or suffering death as a felon. 5. Contempts against the king's palaces or courts of justice have always been looked upon as high misprisions, and by the ancient law before the conquest, fighting in the king's palace or before the king's judges was punished with death. So, too, in the old Gothic constitution, there were many places privileged by law, quibus major reverentia et securitas debetur, ut templa et judicia, quae sancta abebantur, arches et aula regis, denic locis quelibet praesente aut advertante rege. And at present with us, by the statute 33 Henry VIII c. 12, malicious striking in the king's palace, wherein his royal person resides, whereby blood is drawn, is punishable by perpetual imprisonment and fine at the king's pleasure, and also with loss of the offender's right hand, the solemn execution of which sentence is prescribed in the statute at length. But striking in the king's superior courts of justice in Westminster Hall or at the assizes is made still more penal than even in the king's palace. The reason seems to be that those courts being anciently held in the king's palace and before the king himself, striking there included the former contempt against the king's palace and something more, viz., the disturbance of public justice. For this reason, by the ancient common law before the conquest, striking in the king's courts of justice or drawing a sword therein was a capital felony, and our modern law retains so much of the ancient severity as only to exchange the loss of life for the loss of the offending limb. Therefore, a stroke or a blow in such court of justice, whether blood be drawn or not, or even assaulting a judge sitting in the court by drawing a weapon without any blow struck, is punishable with the loss of the right hand, imprisonment for life, and forfeiture of goods and chattels and of the profits of his lands during life. A rescue also of a prisoner from any of the said courts without striking a blow is punished with perpetual imprisonment and forfeiture of goods and of the profits of lands during life, being looked upon as an offense of the same nature with the last, but only as no blow is actually given, the amputation of the hand is excused. For the like reason, an affray or riot near the said courts, but out of their actual view, is punished only with fine and imprisonment. Not only such as are guilty of an actual violence, but of threatening or reproachful words to any judge sitting in the courts, are guilty of a high misprision, and have been punished with large fines, imprisonment, and corporal punishment. And even in the inferior courts of the king, an affray or contemptuous behavior is punishable with a fine by the judges there sitting, as by the steward in a court leet or the like. Likewise, all such as are guilty of any injurious treatment to those who are immediately under the protection of a court of justice are punishable by fine and imprisonment, as if a man assaults or threatens his adversary for suing him, a counselor or attorney for being employed against him, a juror for his verdict, or a jailer or other ministerial officer for keeping him in custody and properly executing his duty, which offenses, when they proceeded farther than bare threats, were punished in the Gothic constitutions with exile and forfeiture of goods. Lastly, to endeavor to dissuade a witness from giving evidence, to disclose an examination before the Privy Council, or to advise a prisoner to stand mute, all of which are impediments of justice, are high misprisions and contempts of the king's courts, and punishable by fine and imprisonment. And anciently it was held that if one of the grand jury disclosed to any person indicted the evidence that appeared against them, he was thereby made accessory to the offense if felony, and in treason a principal. And at this day it is agreed that he is guilty of a high misprision and liable to be fined and imprisoned. End of chapter the 9th. Chapter 10, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 10th of Offenses Against Public Justice, Part 1. The order of our distribution will next lead us to take into consideration such crimes and misdemeanors as more especially affect the commonwealth or public polity of the kingdom, which, however, as well as those which are peculiarly pointed against the lives and security of private subjects, are also offenses against the king as the pater familias of the nation, to whom it appertains by his regal office to protect the community and each individual therein from every degree of injurious violence by executing those laws which the people themselves in conjunction with him have enacted, or at least have consented to by an agreement either expressly made in the persons of their representatives or by a tacit and implied consent presumed and proved by immemorial usage. The species of crimes which we have now before us is subdivided into such a number of inferior and subordinate classes that it would much exceed the bounds of an elementary treatise and be insupportably tedious to the reader were I to examine them all minutely or with any degree of critical accuracy. I shall therefore confine myself principally to general definitions or descriptions of this great variety of offences and to the punishments inflicted by law for each particular offence, with now and then a few incidental observations, referring the student for more particulars to other voluminous authors who have treated of these subjects with greater precision and in more detail than is consistent with the plan of these commentaries. The crimes and misdemeanors that more especially affect the Commonwealth may be divided into 5 species, viz., offences against the public justice, against the public peace, against public trade, against the public health, and against the public police or economy, of each of which we will take a cursory view in their order. First, then, of offences against public justice, some of which are felonious, whose punishment may extend to death, others only misdemeanors. I shall begin with those that are most penal and descend gradually to such as are of less malignity. 1. Embezzling or vacating records or falsifying certain other proceedings in a court of judicature is a felonious offense against public justice. It is enacted by Statute 8 Henry VI. c. 12, that if any clerk or other person shall wilfully take away, withdraw, or avoid any record or process in the superior courts of justice in Westminster Hall, by reason whereof judgment shall be reversed or not take effect, it is felony not only in the principal actors, but also in their procurers and abettors. Likewise, by Statute 21 James I. c. 26, to acknowledge any fine, recovery, deed enrolled, statute, recognizance, bail, or judgment in the name of another person not privy to the same, is felony without benefit of clergy, which law extends only to proceedings in the courts themselves. But by Statute 4 William and Mary c. 4, to personate any other person before any commissioner authorized to take bail in the county is also felony. For no man's property would be safe if records might be suppressed or falsified, or persons' names be falsely usurped in courts or before their public officers. 2. To prevent abuses by the extensive power which the law is obliged to repose in jailers, it is enacted by Statute 14 Edward III. c. 10, that if any jailer by too great duress of imprisonment makes any prisoner that he hath in ward become an approver or appeller against his will, that is, as we shall see hereafter, to accuse and turn evidence against some other person, it is felony in the jailer. For, as Sir Edward Coke observes, it is not lawful to induce or excite any man even to a just accusation of another, much less to do it by duress of imprisonment, and least of all by a jailer to whom the prisoner is committed for safe custody. 3. A third offense against public justice is obstructing the execution of lawful process. This is at all times an offense of a very high and presumptuous nature, but more particularly so when it is an obstruction of an arrest upon criminal process. And it hath been holden that the party opposing such arrest becomes thereby particeps criminis, that is, an accessory in felony and a principal in high treason. Formerly, one of the greatest obstructions to public justice, both of the civil and criminal kind, was the multitude of pretended privileged places, where indigent persons assembled together to shelter themselves from justice, especially in London and Southwark, under the pretext of their having been ancient palaces of the crown or the like. all which sanctuaries for iniquity are now demolished, and opposing any process therein is made highly penal by statutes 8 and 9 William III c. 27, 9 George I c. 28, and 11 George I c. 22, which enact that persons opposing the execution of any process in such pretended privileged places within the bills of mortality, or abusing any officer in his endeavors to execute his duty therein, so that he receives bodily hurt, shall be guilty of felony and transported for 7 years. 4. An escape of a person arrested upon criminal process by eluding the vigilance of his keepers before he is put in hold is also an offense against public justice, and the party himself is punishable by fine or imprisonment. But the officer permitting such escape, either by negligence or connivance, is much more culpable than the prisoner, the natural desire of liberty pleading strongly in his behalf, though he ought in strictness of law to submit himself quietly to custody till cleared by the due course of justice. Officers, therefore, who, after arrest, negligently permit a felon to escape, are also punishable by fine. But voluntary escapes by consent and connivance of the officer are a much more serious offense, for it is generally agreed that such escapes amount to the same kind of offense, and are punishable in the same degree as the offense of which the prisoner is guilty, and for which he is in custody, whether treason, felony, or trespass. And this, whether he were actually committed to jail or only under a bare arrest. But the officer cannot be thus punished till the original delinquent is actually found guilty or convicted by verdict, confession, or outlawry of the crime for which he was so committed or arrested. Otherwise, it might happen that the officer might be punished for treason or felony, and the person arrested and escaping might turn out to be an innocent man. But before the conviction of the principal party, the officer thus neglecting his duty may be fined and imprisoned for a misdemeanor. 5. Breach of prison by the offender himself when committed for any cause was a felony at the common law, or even conspiring to break it. But this severity is mitigated by the statute De Frangentibus Personam 1 Edward II, which enacts that no person shall have judgment of life or member for breaking prison unless committed for some capital offense. So that to break prison when lawfully committed for any treason or felony remains still felony as at the common law, and to break prison when lawfully confined upon any other inferior charge is still punishable as a high misdemeanor by fine and imprisonment. For the statute which ordains that such offense shall be no longer capital never meant to exempt it entirely from every degree of punishment. 6. Rescue is the forcibly freeing another from arrest or imprisonment, and is generally the same offense in the stranger so rescuing as it would have been in the party himself to have broken prison. A rescue, therefore, of one apprehended for felony is felony, for treason, treason, and for misdemeanor, a misdemeanor also. But here, as upon voluntary escapes, the principal must first be attainted before the rescuer can be punished, and for the same reason, because perhaps in fact it may turn out that there has been no offense committed. By the statute 16 George II c. 31, to assist a prisoner in custody for treason or felony with any arms, instruments of escape or disguise without the knowledge of the jailer, or in any way to assist such prisoner to attempt an escape, though no escape be actually made, is felony, and subjects the offender to transportation for 7 years. And by the statutes 25 George II c. 37 and 27 George II c. 15, to rescue or attempt to rescue any person committed for murder or for any of the offenses enumerated in the latter of those acts or in the Black Act 9 George I c. 22, is felony without benefit of clergy. 7. Another capital offense against public justice is the returning from transportation or being seen at large in Great Britain before the expiration of the term for which the offender was sentenced to be transported. This is made felony without benefit of clergy in most cases by statutes 4 George I c. 11, 6 George I c. 23, and 8 George III c. 15. 8. An eighth is that of taking a reward under pretense of helping the owner to his stolen goods. This was a contrivance carried to a great length of villainy in the beginning of the reign of George I, the confederates of the felons thus disposing of stolen goods at a cheap rate to the owners themselves and thereby stifling all farther enquiry. The famous Jonathan Wild had under him a well-disciplined corps of thieves who brought in all their spoils to him, and he kept a sort of public office for restoring them to the owners at half price. To prevent which audacious practice, to the ruin and in defiance of public justice, it was enacted by statute 4 George I c. 11, that whoever shall take a reward under the pretense of helping anyone to stolen goods shall suffer as the felon who stole them, unless he cause such principal felon to be apprehended and brought to trial, and shall also give evidence against him. Wild, upon this statute, still continuing in his old practice, was at last convicted and executed. 9. Receiving of stolen goods, knowing them to be stolen, is a high misdemeanor and affront to public justice. We have seen in a former chapter that this offense, which is only a misdemeanor at common law by the statutes 3 and 4 William and Mary c. 9 and 5 Anne c. 31, make the offender accessory to the theft and felony. But because the accessory cannot in general be tried unless with the principal, or after the principal is convicted, the receivers by that means frequently eluded justice, to remedy which it is enacted by statute 1 Anne c. 9 and 5 Anne c. 31 that such receivers may still be prosecuted for a misdemeanor and punished by fine and imprisonment, though the principal felon be not before taken, so as to be prosecuted and convicted. And in case of receiving stolen lead, iron, and certain other metals, such offense is by statute 29 George II c. 30, punishable by transportation for 14 years. So that now the prosecutor has two methods in his choice, either to punish the receivers for the misdemeanor immediately before the thief is taken, or to wait till the felon is convicted and then punish them as accessories to the felony. But it is provided by the same statutes that he shall only make use of one and not both of these methods of punishment. By the same statute also, 29 George II c. 30, persons having lead, iron, and other metals in their custody, and not giving a satisfactory account how they came by the same, are guilty of a misdemeanor and punishable by fine or imprisonment. 10. Of a nature somewhat similar to the two last is the offense of theft boat, which is where the party robbed not only knows the felon, but also takes his goods again or other amends upon agreement not to prosecute. This is frequently called compounding of felony, and formerly was held to make a man an accessory, but is now punished only with fine and imprisonment. This perversion of justice in the old Gothic constitutions was liable to the most severe and infamous punishment, and the Salic law, latrone eam similium abuit, qui furtum celare velet, et occulte sine iudas compositione eius admittere. By statute 25 George II c. 36, even to advertise a reward for the return of things stolen with no questions asked or words to the same purport, subjects the advertiser and the printer to a forfeiture of £50 each. 11. Common barratry is the offense of frequently exciting and stirring up suits and quarrels between His Majesty's subjects, either at law or otherwise. The punishment for this offense in a common person is by fine and imprisonment, but if the offender, as is too frequently the case, belongs to the profession of the law, a barrister, who is thus able as well as willing to do mischief, ought also to be disabled from practicing for the future. Hereunto may be referred an offense of equal malignity and audaciousness, that of suing another in the name of a fictitious plaintiff, either one not in being at all, or one who is ignorant of the suit. This offense, if committed in any of the king's superior courts, is left as a high contempt to be punished at their discretion. But in courts of a lower degree, where the crime is equally pernicious, but the authority of the judges not equally extensive, it is directed by statute 8 Elizabeth C.2 to be punished by 6 months' imprisonment and treble damages to the party injured. 12. Maintenance is an offense that bears a near relation to the former, being an officious intermeddling in a suit that no way belongs to one, by maintaining or assisting either party with money or otherwise to prosecute or defend it, a practice that was greatly encouraged by the first introduction of uses. This is an offense against public justice, as it keeps alive strife and contention, and perverts the remedial process of the law into an engine of oppression. And therefore, by the Roman law, it was a species of the crimen falsi to enter into any confederacy or do any act to support another's lawsuit by money, witness, or patronage. A man may, however, maintain the suit of his near kinsman, servant, or poor neighbor out of charity and compassion with impunity. Otherwise, the punishment by common law is fine and imprisonment, and by the statute 32 Henry VIII c. 9, a forfeiture of £10. End of chapter the 10th, part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 10th of Offenses Against Public Justice, Part 2. 13. Champerty, campi partitio, is a species of maintenance and punished in the same manner, being a bargain with a plaintiff or defendant, campum partire, to divide the land or other matter sued for between them if they prevail at law, whereupon the champter is to carry on the party's suit at his own expense. Thus, champart in the French law signifies a similar division of profits being a part of the crop annually due to the landlord by bargain or custom. In our sense of the word, it signifies the purchasing of a suit or right of suing, a practice so much abhorred by our law that it is one main reason why a chosen action, or the thing of which one hath the right but not the possession, is not assignable at common law, because no man should purchase any pretense to sue in another's right. These pests of civil society that are perpetually endeavoring to disturb the repose of their neighbors, and officiously interfering in other men's quarrels, even at the hazard of their own fortunes, were severely animadverted on by Roman law, qui improbe coeunt in alienum litem, ut quicquid excommunicatione in rem ipsus redactum fuerit, inter eos communicaretur, Lege Julia Devi Pravata Tenentur, and they were punished by the forfeiture of a third part of their goods and perpetual infamy. Hitherto also must be referred the provision of the statute 32 Henry VIII c. 9, that no one shall sell or purchase any pretended right or title to land, unless the vendor hath received the profits thereof for 1 whole year before such grant, or hath been in actual possession of the land, or of the reversion or remainder, upon pain that both the purchaser and vendor shall each forfeit the value of such land to the king and the prosecutor. These offenses relate chiefly to the commencement of civil suits, but 14. The compounding of informations upon penal statutes are an offense of an equivalent nature in criminal causes, and are besides an additional misdemeanor against public justice by contributing to make the laws odious to the people. At once, therefore, to discourage malicious informers, and to provide that offences, when once discovered, shall be duly prosecuted, it is enacted by statute 18 Elizabeth c. 5, that if any person, informing under pretence of any penal law, makes any composition without leave of the court, or takes any money or promise from the defendant to excuse him, which demonstrates his intent in commencing the prosecution to be merely to serve his own ends and not for the public good, he shall forfeit £10, shall stand 2 hours on the pillory, and shall forever be disabled to sue on any popular or penal statute. 15. A conspiracy also to indict an innocent man of felony falsely and maliciously, who is accordingly indicted and acquitted, is a farther abuse and perversion of public justice, for which the party injured may either have a civil action by writ of conspiracy, of which we spoke in the preceding book, or the conspirators, for there must be at least two to form a conspiracy, may be indicted at the suit of the king, and were by the ancient common law to receive what is called the villainous judgment, viz., to lose their liberum legem, whereby they are discredited and disabled to be jurors or witnesses, to forfeit their goods and chattels and lands for life, to have those lands wasted, their houses razed, their trees rooted up, and their own bodies committed to prison. But it now is the better opinion that the villainous judgment is by long disuse become obsolete, it not having been pronounced for some ages, but instead thereof the delinquents are usually sentenced to imprisonment, fine, and pillory. To this head may be referred the offense of sending letters threatening to accuse any person of a crime punishable with death, transportation, pillory, or other infamous punishment, with a view to extort from him any money or other valuable chattels. This is punishable by Statute 30 George II c. 24 at the discretion of the court, with fine, imprisonment, pillory, whipping, or transportation for 7 years. 16. The next offense against public justice is when the suit is past its commencement and comes to trial, and that is the crime of wilful and corrupt perjury, which is defined by Sir Edward Coke to be a crime committed when the lawful oath is administered in some judicial proceeding to a person who swears wilfully, absolutely, and falsely in a matter material to the issue or point in question. The law takes no notice of any perjury but such as is committed in some court of justice having power to administer an oath, or before some magistrate or proper officer invested with a similar authority in some proceedings relative to a civil suit or criminal prosecution, for it esteems all other oaths unnecessary at least, and therefore will not punish the breach of them. For which reason it is much to be questioned how far any magistrate is justifiable in taking a voluntary affidavit in any extrajudicial matter, as is now frequent upon every petty occasion, since it is more than possible that by such idle oaths a man may frequently, in foro conscientiae, incur the guilt and at the same time evade the temporal penalties of perjury. The perjury must also be wilful, positive, and absolute, not upon surprise or the like. It also must be in some point material to the question in dispute, for if it only be in some trifling collateral circumstance to which no regard is paid, it is no more penal than the voluntary extrajudicial oaths before mentioned. Subornation of perjury is the offense of procuring another to take such a false oath as constitutes perjury in the principle. The punishment of perjury and subornation at common law has been various. It was anciently death, afterwards banishment or cutting out the tongue, then forfeiture of goods, and now it is fine and imprisonment, and never more to be capable of bearing testimony. But the Statute 5 Elizabeth c. 9, if the offender be prosecuted thereon, inflicts the penalty of perpetual infamy and a fine of £40 on the suborner, and if, in default of payment, imprisonment for 6 months, and to stand with both ears nailed to the pillory.
Perjury itself is thereby punished with 6 months' imprisonment, perpetual infamy, and a fine of £20, or to have both ears nailed to the pillory. But the prosecution is usually carried on for the offense at common law, especially as to the penalties before inflicted. The statute 2 George II c. 25 superadds a power for the court to order the offender to be sent to the house of correction for 7 years, or to be transported for the same period, and makes it felony without benefit of clergy to return or escape within the time. It has sometimes been wished that perjury, at least upon capital accusations whereby another's life has been or might have been destroyed, was also rendered capital upon a principle of retaliation, as it is universally by the laws of France. And certainly the odiousness of the crime pleads strongly in behalf of the French law. But it is to be considered that there they admit witnesses to be heard only on the side of the prosecution, and use the rack to extort a confession from the accused. In such a constitution, therefore, it is necessary to throw the dread of capital punishment into the other scale, in order to keep in awe the witnesses for the crown, on whom alone the prisoner's fate depends. So naturally does one cruel law beget another. But corporal and pecuniary punishments, exile and perpetual infamy, are more suited to the genius of the English law, where the fact is openly discussed between witnesses on both sides, and the evidence for the crown may be contradicted and disproved by those of the prisoner. Where indeed the death of an innocent person has actually been the consequence of such wilful perjury, it falls within the guilt of deliberate murder, and deserves an equal punishment, which our ancient law in fact inflicted. But the mere attempt to destroy life by other means not being capital, there is no reason that an attempt by perjury should, much less that this crime should be in all judicial cases, punished with death. For to multiply capital punishments lessens their effect when applied to crimes of the deepest dye, and detestable as perjury is, it is not by any means to be compared with some other offenses for which only death can be inflicted, and therefore it seems already, except perhaps in the instance of deliberate murder by perjury, very properly punished by our present law, which has adopted the opinion of Cicero, derived from the law of the 12 Tables, per juri poena divina, ex etiam humana dedicus. 17. Bribery is the next species of offense against public justice, which is when a judge or other person concerned in the administration of justice takes any undue reward to influence his behavior in his office. In the East, it is the custom never to petition any superior for justice, not excepting their kings, without a present. This is calculated for the genius of despotic countries, where the true principles of government are never understood, and it is imagined that there is no obligation from the superior to the inferior, no relative duty owing from the governor to the governed. The Roman law, though it contained many severe injunctions against bribery, as well for selling a man's vote in the Senate or other public assembly as for the bartering of common justice, yet, by a strange indulgence in one instance, it tacitly encouraged this practice, allowing the magistrates to receive small presents, provided they did not in the whole exceed 100 crowns in the year, not considering the insinuating nature and gigantic progress of this vice when once admitted. Plato, therefore, more wisely, in his ideal republic, orders those who take presents for doing their duty to be punished in the severest manner, and by the laws of Athens, he that offered was also prosecuted, as well as he that received a bribe. In England, this offense of taking bribes is punished in inferior officers with fine and imprisonment, and in those who offer a bribe, though not taken, the same. But in judges, especially superior ones, it hath been always looked upon as so heinous an offense that the Chief Justice Thorpe was hanged for it in the reign of Edward III. By a statute 11 Henry IV, all judges and officers of the king convicted of bribery shall forfeit treble the bribe, be punished at the king's will, and be discharged from the king's service forever. And some notable examples have been made in Parliament of persons in the highest stations and otherwise very eminent and able, but contaminated with this sordid vice. 18. Embracery is an attempt to influence a jury corruptly to one side by promises, persuasions, entreaties, money, entertainments, and the like. The punishment for the person embracing is by fine and imprisonment, and for the juror so embraced, if it be by taking money, the punishment is, by divers statutes of the reign of Edward III, perpetual infamy, imprisonment for a year, and forfeiture of the tenfold value. 19. The false verdict of jurors, whether occasioned by embracery or not, was anciently considered as criminal, and therefore exemplarily punished by a taint in the manner formerly mentioned. 20. Another offense of the same species is the negligence of public officers entrusted with the administration of justice, as sheriffs, coroners, constables, and the like, which makes the offender liable to be fined, and in very notorious cases will amount to a forfeiture of his office if it be a beneficial one. Also, the omitting to apprehend persons offering stolen iron, lead, and other metals to sale is a misdemeanor and punishable by a stated fine or imprisonment in pursuance of the statute 29 George II, c. 30. 21. There is yet another offense against public justice which is a crime of deep malignity, and so much the deeper as there are many opportunities of putting it in practice, and the power and wealth of the offenders may often deter the injured from a legal prosecution. This is the oppression and tyrannical partiality of judges, justices, and other magistrates in the administration and under the color of their office. However, when prosecuted either by impeachment in Parliament or by information in the Court of King's Bench, according to the rank of the offenders, it is sure to be severely punished with the forfeiture of their offices, fines, imprisonment, or other discretionary censure, regulated by the nature and aggravations of the offense committed. 22. Lastly, extortion is an abuse of public justice which consists in any officer's unlawfully taking, by color of his office, from any man any money or thing of value that is not due to him, or more than is due, or before it is due. The punishment is fine and imprisonment, and sometimes a forfeiture of the office. End of chapter the 10th, part 2. Chapter 11 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 11th of Offenses Against the Public Peace. We are next to consider offenses against the public peace, the conservation of which is entrusted to the king and his officers in the manner and for the reasons which were formerly mentioned at large. These offenses are either such as are an actual breach of the peace, or constructively so, by tending to make others break it. Both of these species are also either felonious or not felonious. The felonious breaches of the peace are strained up to that degree of malignity by virtue of several modern statutes, and particularly 1. The riotous assembling of 12 persons or more and not dispersing upon proclamation. This was first made high treason by Statute 3 and 4 Edward VI c. 5, when the king was a minor and a change in religion to be effected. But that statute was repealed by Statute 1 Mary c. 1 among the other treasons created since the 25 Edward III, though the prohibition was in substance reenacted with an inferior degree of punishment by Statute 1 Mary St. 2 c. 12, which made the same offense a single felony. These statutes specified and particularized the nature of the riots they were meant to suppress.
as, for example, such as were set on foot with intention to offer violence to the Privy Council, or to change the laws of the kingdom, or for certain other specific purposes, in which cases, if the persons were commanded by proclamation to disperse, and they did not, it was by the statute of Mary made felony, but within the benefit of clergy. And also the act indemnified the peace officers and their assistants if they killed any of the mob in endeavoring to suppress such riot. This was thought a necessary security in that sanguinary reign when popery was intended to be re-established, which was like to produce great discontents. But at first it was made only for a year, and was afterwards continued for that queen's life. And by Statute 1 Elizabeth c. 16, when a reformation in religion was to be once more attempted, it was revived and continued during her life also, and then expired. From the accession of James I to the death of Queen Anne, it was never thought expedient to revive it, but in the first year of George I it was judged necessary, in order to support the execution of the Act of Settlement, to renew it, and at one stroke make it perpetual, with large additions. For whereas the former acts expressly defined and specified what should be accounted a riot, the Statute 1 George I c. 5 enacts generally, that if any 12 persons are unlawfully assembled to the disturbance of the peace, and any one justice of the peace, sheriff, under-sheriff, or mayor of a town shall think proper to command them by proclamation to disperse, if they contemn his orders, and continue together for 1 hour afterwards, such contempt shall be felony without benefit of clergy. And farther, if the reading of the proclamation be by force opposed, or the reader be in any manner wilfully hindered from the reading of it, such opposers and hinderers are felons without benefit of clergy, and all persons to whom such proclamation ought to have been made, and knowing of such hindrance, and not dispersing, are felons without benefit of clergy. There is the like indemnifying clause in case any of the mob be unfortunately killed in the endeavor to disperse them, being copied from the act of Queen Mary. And by a subsequent clause of the new act, if any persons so riotously assembled begin even before proclamation to pull down any church, chapel, meeting house, dwelling house, or outhouses, they shall be felons without benefit of clergy. 2. By Statute 1 Henry VII c. 7, unlawful hunting in any legal forest, park, or warren not being the king's property, by night or with painted faces, was declared to be a single felony. But now by the Statute 9 George I c. 22, to appear armed in any open place by day or night, with faces blackened or otherwise disguised, or being so disguised, to hunt, wound, kill, or steal any deer, to rob a warren, or to steal fish, is a felony without benefit of clergy. I mention this offense in this place not on account of the damage thereby done to private property, but of the manner in which that damage is committed, namely, with the face blackened or with other disguise, to the breach of the public peace and the terror of his Majesty's subjects. 3. Also by the same Statute 9 George I c. 22, amended by Statute 27 George II c. 15, knowingly to send any letter without a name or a fictitious name, demanding money, venison, or any other valuable thing, or threatening, without any demand, to kill or fire the house of any person, is made felony without benefit of clergy. This offense was formerly high treason by the Statute 8 Henry V c. 6. 4. To pull down or destroy any turnpike gate or fence thereunto belonging, by the Statute 1 George II c. 19, is punished with public whipping and 3 months' imprisonment, and to destroy the toll houses or any sluice or lock on a navigable river is made felony, to be punished with transportation for 7 years. By the Statute 5 George II c. 33, the offense of destroying turnpike gates or fences is made felony also, with transportation for 7 years. And lastly, by Statute 8 George II, c. 20, the offenses of destroying both turnpikes upon roads and sluices upon rivers are made felony without benefit of clergy, and may be tried as well in an adjacent county as that wherein the fact is committed. The remaining offenses against the public peace are merely misdemeanors and no felonies, as 5. Affrays, from affrare, to terrify, are the fighting of two or more persons in some public place to the terror of his Majesty's subjects. For if the fighting be in private, it is no affray, but an assault. Affrays may be suppressed by any private person present who is justifiable in endeavoring to part the combatants whatever consequence may ensue, but more especially the constable or other similar officer, however denominated, is bound to keep the peace, and to that purpose may break open doors to suppress an affray or apprehend the affrayers, and may either carry them before a justice or imprison them by his own authority for a convenient space till the heat is over, and may then perhaps also make them find sureties for the peace. The punishment of common affrays is by fine and imprisonment, the measure of which must be regulated by the circumstances of the case, for where there is any material aggravation, the punishment proportionally increases. As where two persons coolly and deliberately engage in a duel, this being attended with an apparent intention and danger of murder, and being a high contempt of the justice of the nation, is a strong aggravation of the affray, though no mischief has actually ensued. Another aggravation is, when thereby the officers of justice are disturbed in the due execution of their office, or where a respect to the particular place ought to restrain and regulate men's behavior more than in common ones, as in the king's court and the like. And upon the same account also, all affrays in a church or churchyard are esteemed very heinous offences, as being indignities to him to whose service those places are consecrated. Therefore, mere quarrelsome words which are neither an affray nor an offence in any other place are penal here. For it is enacted by statute 5 and 6 Edward VI, c. 4, that if any person shall, by words only, quarrel, chide, or brawl in a church or churchyard, the ordinary shall suspend him if a layman ab ingresso ecclesiae, and if a clerk in orders, from the ministration of his office during pleasure. And if any person in such church or churchyard proceeds to smite or lay violent hands upon another, he shall be excommunicated ipso facto, or if he strikes him with a weapon, or draws any weapon with intent to strike, he shall besides excommunication, being convicted by a jury, have one of his ears cut off, or, having no ears, be branded with the letter F in his cheek. Two persons may be guilty of an affray, but 6. Riots, routs, and unlawful assemblies must have 3 persons at least to constitute them. An unlawful assembly is when 3 or more do assemble themselves together to do an unlawful act, as to pull down enclosures, to destroy a warren or the game therein, and part without doing it, or make any motion towards it. A rout is where 3 or more meet to do an unlawful act upon a common quarrel, as forcibly breaking down fences upon a right claimed of common or of way, and make some advances towards it. A riot is where 3 or more actually do an unlawful act of violence, either with or without a common cause or quarrel, as if they beat a man, or hunt and kill game in another's park, chase, warren, or liberty, or do any other unlawful act with force and violence, or even do a lawful act, as removing a nuisance, in a violent and tumultuous manner. The punishment of unlawful assemblies, if to the number 12, we have just now seen, may be capital, according to the circumstances that attend it, but from the number of 3 to 11 is by fine and imprisonment only. The same is the case in riots and routs by the common law, to which the pillory in very enormous cases has been sometimes superadded. And by the statute 13 Henry IV, c. 7, any two justices, together with the sheriff or undersheriff of the county, may come with the posse comitatus if need be, and suppress any such riot, assembly, or rout, arrest the rioters, and record upon the spot the nature and circumstances of the whole transaction, which record alone shall be a sufficient conviction of the offenders. In the interpretation of which statute it hath been holden, that all persons, noblemen and others, except women, clergymen, persons decrepit, and infants under 15, are bound to attend the justices in suppressing a riot, upon pain of fine and imprisonment, and that any battery, wounding, or killing the rioters that may happen in suppressing the riot is justifiable. So that our ancient law, previous to the modern Riot Act, seems pretty well to have guarded against any violent breach of the public peace, especially as any riotous assembly on a public or general account as to redress grievances or pull down all enclosures, and also resisting the king's forces if sent to keep the peace, may amount to overt acts of high treason by levying war against the king. 7. Nearly related to this head of riots is the offense of tumultuous petitioning, which was carried to an enormous height in the times preceding the Grand Rebellion. Wherefore, by Statute 13 Charles II, St. 1 C5, it is enacted, that not more than 20 names shall be signed to any petition to the King or either House of Parliament for any alteration of matters established by law in church or state, unless the contents thereof be previously approved in the country by 3 justices, or the majority of the grand jury at the assizes or quarter sessions, and in London by the Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and Common Council, and that no petition shall be delivered by a company of more than 10 persons, on pain in either case of incurring a penalty not exceeding £100 and 3 months' imprisonment. 8. An 8th offense against the public peace is that of a forcible entry or detainer, which is committed by violently taking or keeping possession of lands and tenements with menaces, force, and arms without the authority of law. This was formerly allowable to every person deceased or turned out of possession, unless his entry was taken away or barred by his own neglect or other circumstances which were explained more at large in the former volume. But this being found very prejudicial to the public peace, it was thought necessary by several statutes to restrain all persons from the use of such violent methods, even of doing themselves justice, and much more if they have no justice in their claim. So that the entry now allowed by law is a peaceable one. That forbidden is such as is carried on and maintained with force, with violence, and unusual weapons. By the statute 5 Richard II, St. 1 C8, all forcible entries are punished with imprisonment and ransom at the king's will. And by the several statutes of 15 Richard II C2, 8 Henry VI C9, 31 Elizabeth C11, and 21 James I C15, upon any forcible entry or forcible detainer after peaceable entry into any lands or benefices of the church, one or more justices of the peace, taking sufficient power of the county, may go to the place and there record the force upon his own view, as in the case of riots, and upon such conviction may commit the offender to jail till he makes fine and ransom to the king. And moreover, the justice or justices have power to summon a jury to try the forcible entry or detainer complained of, and if the same be found by that jury, then, besides the fine on the offender, the justices shall make restitution by the sheriff of the possession, without inquiring into the merits of the title. For the force is the only thing to be tried, punished, and remedied by them, and the same may be done by indictment at the general sessions. But this provision does not extend to such as endeavor to maintain possession by force where they themselves or their ancestors have been in the peaceable enjoyment of the lands and tenements for 3 years immediately preceding. 9.
The offense of riding or going armed with dangerous or unusual weapons is a crime against the public peace by terrifying the good people of the land, and is particularly prohibited by the Statute of Northampton 2 Edward III c. 3, upon pain of forfeiture of the arms and imprisonment during the king's pleasure. In like manner as, by the laws of Solon, every Athenian was finable who walked about the city in armor. 10. Spreading false news to make discord between the king and nobility, or concerning any great man of the realm, is punished by common law with fine and imprisonment, which is confirmed by statutes Westminster 1 3 Edward I c. 34, 2 Richard II st. 1 c. 5, and 12 Richard II c. 11. 11. False and pretended prophecies with intent to disturb the peace are equally unlawful and more penal, as they raise enthusiastic jealousies in the people and terrify them with imaginary fears. They are therefore punished by our law upon the same principle that spreading of public news of any kind without communicating it first to the magistrate was prohibited by the ancient Gauls. Such false and pretended prophecies were punished capitally by Statute 1 Edward VI c. 12, which was repealed in the reign of Queen Mary. And now by the Statute 5 Elizabeth c. 15, the penalty for the first offense is a fine of £100 and 1 year's imprisonment. For the second, forfeiture of all goods and chattels and imprisonment during life. 12. Besides actual breaches of the peace, anything that tends to provoke or excite others to break it is an offense of the same denomination. Therefore, challenges to fight, either by word or letter, or to be the bearer of such challenge, are punishable by fine and imprisonment according to the circumstances of the offense. If this challenge arises on account of any money won at gaming, or if any assault or affray happen upon such account, the offender, by Statute 9 and c. 14, shall forfeit all his goods to the crown and suffer 2 years' imprisonment. 13. Of a nature very similar to challenges are libels, libelli famosi, which, taken in their largest and most extensive sense, signify any writings, pictures, or the like of an immoral or illegal tendency, but in the sense under which we are now to consider them, are malicious defamations of any person, and especially a magistrate, made public by either printing, writing, signs, or pictures, in order to provoke him to wrath or expose him to public hatred, contempt, and ridicule. The direct tendency of these libels is the breach of the public peace by stirring up the objects of them to revenge and perhaps to bloodshed. The communication of a libel to any one person is a publication in the eye of the law, and therefore the sending an abusive private letter to a man is as much a libel as if it were openly printed, for it equally tends to a breach of the peace. For the same reason it is immaterial with respect to the essence of a libel, whether the matter of it be true or false, since the provocation and not the falsity is a thing to be punished criminally, though doubtless the falsehood of it may aggravate its guilt and enhance its punishment. In a civil action, we may remember, a libel must appear to be false as well as scandalous, for if the charge be true, the plaintiff has received no private injury and has no ground to demand a compensation for himself, whatever offense it may be against the public peace, and therefore, upon a civil action, the truth of the accusation may be pleaded in a bar of the suit. But in a criminal prosecution, the tendency which all libels have to create animosities and to disturb the public peace is the sole consideration of the law. And therefore, in such prosecutions, the only points to be considered are, first, the making or publishing of the book or writing, and secondly, whether the matter be criminal, and if both these points are against the defendant, the offense against the public is complete. The punishment of such libelers for either making, repeating, printing, or publishing the libel is fine and such corporal punishment as the court in its discretion shall inflict regarding the quantity of the offense and the quality of the offender. By the law of the 12 tables at Rome, libels which affected the reputation of another were made a capital offense, but before the reign of Augustus the punishment became corporal only. Under the Emperor Valentinian, it was again made capital not only to write, but to publish, or even to omit destroying them. Our law, in this and many other respects, corresponds rather with the Middle Age of Roman jurisprudence, when liberty, learning, and humanity were in their full vigor, than with the cruel edicts that were established in the dark and tyrannical ages of the ancient decemviri or the late emperors. In this and the other instances which we have lately considered, where blasphemous, immoral, treasonable, schismatical, seditious, or scandalous libels are punished by the English law, some with a greater, others with less degree of severity, the liberty of the press, properly understood, is by no means infringed or violated. The liberty of the press is indeed essential to the nature of a free state. But this consists in laying no previous restraints upon publications and not in freedom from censure for criminal matter when published. Every freeman has an undoubted right to say what sentiments he pleases before the public. To forbid this is to destroy the freedom of the press. But if he publishes what is improper, mischievous, or illegal, he must take the consequence of his own temerity. To subject the press to the restrictive power of a licensor, as was formerly done both before and since the Revolution, is to subject all freedom of sentiment to the prejudices of one man, and make him the arbitrary and infallible judge of all controverted points in learning, religion, and government. But to punish, as the law does at present, any dangerous or offensive writings which, when published, shall on a fair and impartial trial be adjudged of a pernicious tendency, is necessary for the preservation of peace and good order, of government and religion, the only solid foundations of civil liberty. Thus the will of individuals is still left free. The abuse only of that free will is the object of legal punishment. Neither is any restraint hereby laid upon freedom of thought or inquiry. Liberty of private sentiment is still left. The disseminating or making public of bad sentiments destructive to the ends of society is the crime which society corrects. A man, says a fine writer on this subject, may be allowed to keep his poisons in his closet, but not publicly to vend them as cordials. And to this we may add that the only plausible argument heretofore used for restraining the just freedom of the press, that it was necessary to prevent the daily abuse of it, will entirely lose its force when it is shown, by a seasonable exertion of the laws, that the press cannot be abused to any bad purpose without incurring a suitable punishment, whereas it never can be used to any good one when under the control of an inspector. So true it will be found that to censure the licentiousness is to maintain the liberty of the press. End of chapter the 11th. Chapter 12 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 12th of Offenses Against Public Trade. Offenses against public trade, like those of preceding classes, are either felonious or not felonious. Of the first sort are 1. Owling, so called from its being usually carried on in the night, which is the offense of transporting wool or sheep out of this kingdom to the detriment of its staple manufacture. This was forbidden at common law, and more particularly by Statute 11 Edward III c. 1, when the importance of our woolen manufacture was first attended to. There are now many later statutes relating to this offense, the most useful and principal of which are those enacted in the reign of Queen Elizabeth and since. The Statute 8 Elizabeth C. 3 makes the transportation of live sheep or embarking them on board any ship for the first offense forfeiture of goods and imprisonment for a year, and that at the end of the year the left hand shall be cut off in some public market, and shall be there nailed up in the openest place. And the second offense is felony. The statutes 12 Charles II, C. 32, and 7 and 8 William III, C. 28, make the exportation of wool, sheep, or fuller's earth liable to pecuniary penalties and the forfeiture of the interest of the ship and cargo by the owners, if privy, and confiscation of goods and 3 years' imprisonment to the master and all the mariners. And the statute 4 George I, C. 11, amended and farther enforced by 12 George II, C. 21, and 19 George II, C. 34, makes it transportation for 7 years if the penalties be not paid. 2. Smuggling, or the offense of importing goods without paying the duties imposed thereon by the laws of the customs and excise, is an offense generally connected and carried on hand in hand with the former. This is restrained by a great variety of statutes which inflict pecuniary penalties and seizure of the goods for clandestine smuggling, and affix the guilt of felony with transportation for 7 years upon more open, daring, and avowed practices, but the last of them, 19 George II, C. 34, is for this purpose in stare omnium, for it makes all forcible acts of smuggling, carried on in defiance of the laws, or even in disguise to evade them, felony without benefit of clergy, enacting that if 3 or more persons shall assemble with firearms or other offensive weapons to assist in the illegal exportation or importation of goods, or in rescuing the same after seizure, or in rescuing offenders in custody for such offenses, or shall pass with such goods in disguise, or shall wound, shoot at, or assault any officers of the revenue when in execution of their duty, such persons shall be felons without the benefit of clergy. As to that branch of the statute which required any person charged upon oath as a smuggler, under the pain of death, to surrender himself upon proclamation, it seems to be expired, as the subsequent statutes which continue the original act to the present time do in terms continue only so much of the said act as relates to the punishment of the offenders, and not to the extraordinary method of apprehending or causing them to surrender. And for offenses of this positive species, where punishment, though necessary, is rendered so by the laws themselves, which by imposing high duties on commodities increase the temptation to evade them, we cannot surely be too cautious in inflicting the penalty of death. 3. Another offense against public trade is fraudulent bankruptcy, which was sufficiently spoken of in a former volume when we thoroughly examined the nature of these unfortunate traders. I shall therefore here barely mention over again some abuses incident to bankruptcy, viz., the bankrupt's neglect of surrendering himself to his creditors, his nonconformity to the directions of the several statutes, his concealing or embezzling his effects to the value of £20, and his withholding any books or writings with intent to defraud his creditors, all which the policy of our commercial country has made capital in the offender, or felony without benefit of clergy. And indeed it is allowed in general by such as are the most averse to the infliction of capital punishment, that the offense of fraudulent bankruptcy, being an atrocious species of the crimen falsi, ought to be put on a level with those of forgery and falsifying the coin. To this head we may also subjoin that by statute 32 George II, C. 28, it is felony punishable by transportation for 7 years if a prisoner, charged in execution for any debt under £100, neglects or refuses on demand to discover and deliver up his effects for the benefit of his creditors. And these are the only felonious offenses against public trade, the residue being mere misdemeanors, as 4. Usury, which is an unlawful contract upon the loan of money to receive the same again with exorbitant increase. Of this also we had occasion to discourse at large in a former volume. We there observed that by statute 37 Henry VIII c. 9, the rate of interest was fixed at £10 per cent per annum, which the statute 13 Elizabeth c. 8 confirms, and ordains that all brokers shall be guilty of a Praemunire that transact any contracts for more, and the securities themselves shall be void. The statute 21 James I c. 17 reduced interest to 8%, and it having been lowered in 1650 during the usurpation to 6%, the same reduction was reenacted after the Restoration by statute 12 Charles II c. 13, and lastly, the statute 12 Ann St. 2 c. 16 has reduced it to 5%. Wherefore, not only all contracts for taking more are in themselves totally void, but also the lender shall forfeit treble the money borrowed. Also, if any scrivener or broker takes more than 5 shillings per cent procuration money, or more than 12 pence for making a bond, he shall forfeit £20 with costs, and shall suffer imprisonment for half a year. 5. Cheating is another offense more immediately against public trade, as that cannot be carried on without a punctilious regard to common honesty and faith between man and man. Hither therefore may be referred that prodigious multitude of statutes which are made to prevent deceits in particular trades, and which are chiefly of use among the traders themselves. For so cautious has the legislature been, and so thoroughly abhors all indirect practices, that there is hardly a considerable fraud incident to any branch of trade but what is restrained and punished by some particular statute. The offense also of breaking the assize of bread, or the rules laid down by law, and particularly by statute 31 George II c. 29 and 3 George III c. 11, for ascertaining its price in every given quantity, is reducible to this head of cheating, as is likewise in a peculiar manner the offense of selling by false weights and measures, the standard of which fell under our consideration in a former volume. The punishment for bakers breaking the assize was anciently to stand in the pillory by statute 51 Henry III st. 6, and for brewers by the same act to stand in the tumbrel or dung cart, which, as we learn from the Domesday Book, was the punishment for knavish brewers in the city of Chester so early as the reign of Edward the Confessor. Malum cervasium faciens in cathedra ponebator stercoris. But now the general punishment for all frauds of this kind, if indicted, as they may be at common law, is by fine and imprisonment, though the easier and more usual way is by levying on a summary conviction by distress and sale the forfeitures imposed by the several acts of Parliament. Lastly, any deceitful practice in cozening another by artful means, whether in matters of trade or otherwise, as by playing with false dice or the like, is punishable with fine, imprisonment, and pillory. And by the statutes 33 Henry VIII c. 1 and 30 George II c. 24, if any man defrauds another of any valuable chattels by color of any false token, counterfeit letter, or false pretense, or pawns or disposes of another's goods without the consent of the owner, he shall suffer such punishment by imprisonment, fine, pillory, transportation, whipping, or other corporal pain as the court shall direct. 6. The offense of forestalling the market is also an offense against public trade. This which, as well as the two following, is also an offense at common law, is described by statute 5 and 6 Edward VI c. 14 to be the buying or contracting for any merchandise or victual coming in the way to the market, or dissuading persons from bringing their goods or provisions there, or persuading them to enhance the price when there, any of which practices make the market dearer to the fair trader. 7. Regrading is described by the same statute to be the buying of corn or other dead victual in any market and selling it again in the same market or within 4 miles of the place. For this also enhances the price of the provisions, as every successive seller must have a successive profit. 8. Engrossing, by the same statute, is the getting into one's possession or buying up of corn or other dead victuals with intent to sell them again. This must of course be injurious to the public by putting it in the power of one or two rich men to raise the price of provisions at their own discretion. And the penalty for these three offenses by this statute, which is the last that hath been made concerning them, is the forfeiture of the goods or their value, and 2 months' imprisonment for the first offense, double value and 6 months' imprisonment for the second, and for the third, the offender shall forfeit all his goods, be set in the pillory, and imprisoned at the king's pleasure. Among the Romans, these offenses and other malpractices to raise the price of provisions were punished by a pecuniary mulct. Poena viginti eorum statuitor adversus eoem, qui contra nonam feceret, societatemve corrierit, quo a nona carior fiat. 9. Monopolies are much the same offense in other branches of trade that engrossing is in provisions, being a license or privilege allowed by the king for the sole buying and selling, making, working, or using of anything whatsoever, whereby the subject in general is restrained from that liberty of manufacturing or trading which he had before. These had been carried to an enormous height during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and were heavily complained of by Sir Edward Coke in the beginning of the reign of King James I, but were in great measure remedied by Statute 21 James I c. 3, which declares such monopolies to be contrary to law and void, except as to patents not exceeding the grant of 14 years to the authors of new inventions, and monopolists are punished with the forfeiture of treble damages and double costs to those whom they attempt to disturb, and if they procure any action brought against them for these damages to be stayed by any extrajudicial order other than of the court wherein it is brought, they incur the penalties of Praemunire. Combinations also of victuallers or artificers to raise the price of provisions or any commodities, or the rate of labor, are in many cases severely punished by particular statutes, and in general by statute 2 and 3 Edward VI c. 15, with forfeiture of £10 or 20 days' imprisonment, with an allowance of only bread and water for the first offense, £20 or the pillory for the second, and £40 for the third, or else the pillory, loss of one ear, and perpetual infamy. In the same manner, by a constitution of the Emperor Zeno, all monopolies and combinations to keep up the price of merchandise, provisions, or workmanship were prohibited upon pain of forfeiture of goods and perpetual banishment. 10. To exercise a trade in any town without having previously served as an apprentice for 7 years is looked upon to be detrimental to public trade upon the supposed want of sufficient skill in the trader, and therefore is punished by statute 5 Elizabeth c. 4 with the forfeiture of 40 shillings by the month. 11. Lastly, to prevent the destruction of our home manufacturers by transporting and seducing our artists to settle abroad, it is provided by Statute 5 George I c. 27 that such as so entice or seduce them shall be fined £100 and be imprisoned 3 months, and for the second offense shall be fined at discretion and imprisoned for a year. And the artificers so going into foreign countries, and not returning within 6 months after warning given them by the British ambassador where they reside, shall be deemed aliens and forfeit all their lands and goods, and shall be incapable of any legacy or gift. By Statute 23 George II c. 13, The seducers incur for the first offence a forfeiture of £500 for each artificer contracted with to be sent abroad, and imprisonment for 12 months, and for the second £1,000, and are liable to 2 years' imprisonment. And if any person exports any tools or utensils used in the silk or woolen manufactures, he forfeits the same and £200, and the captain of the ship, having knowledge thereof, £100. And if any captain of a king's ship or officer of the customs knowingly suffers such exportation, he forfeits £100 and his employment, and is forever made incapable of bearing any public office. End of chapter the 12th.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the Fourth of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 13th of Offenses against the Public Health and the Public Police or Economy. Part 1. The fourth species of offenses more especially affecting the Commonwealth are such as are against the public health of the nation, a concern of the highest importance, and for the preservation of which there are in many countries special magistrates or curators appointed. 1. The first of these offenses is a felony, but, by the blessing of Providence, for more than a century past incapable of being committed in this nation. For by Statute 1 James I, c. 31, it is enacted that if any person infected with the plague, or dwelling in any infected house, be commanded by the mayor or constable or other head officer of his town or ville to keep to his house, and shall venture to disobey it, he may be forced by the watchman appointed on such melancholy occasions to obey such necessary command. And if any hurt ensue by such enforcement, the watchmen are thereby indemnified. And farther, if such person so commanded to confine himself goes abroad and converses in company, if he has no plague sore upon him, he shall be punished as a vagabond by whipping, and be bound to his good behavior. But if he has any infectious sore upon him uncured, then he shall be guilty of felony. By the Statute 26 George II, c. 6, explained and amended by 29 George II, c. 8, the method of performing quarantine or 40 days probation by ships coming from infected countries is put in a much more regular and effectual order than formerly, and masters of ships coming from infected places and disobeying the directions there given, or having the plague on board and concealing it, are guilty of felony without benefit of clergy. The same penalty also attends persons escaping from the lazarets or places wherein quarantine is to be performed, and officers and watchmen neglecting their duty, and persons conveying goods or letters from ships performing quarantine.
2. A second but much inferior species of offense against public health is the selling of unwholesome provisions, to prevent which the Statute 51 Henry III, st. 6, and the Ordinance for Bakers, c. 7, prohibit the sale of corrupted wine, contagious or unwholesome flesh, or flesh that is bought of a Jew, under pain of amercement for the first offense, pillory for the second, fine and imprisonment for the third, and abjuration of the town for the fourth.
And by the Statute 12 Charles II, c. 25 s. 11, any brewing or adulteration of wine is punished with the forfeiture of £100 if done by the wholesale merchant, and £40 if done by the vintner or retail trader. These are all the offenses which may properly be said to respect the public health. 5. The last species of offenses which especially affect the Commonwealth are those against the public police and economy. By the public police and economy, I mean the due regulation and domestic order of the kingdom, whereby the individuals of the state, like members of a well-governed family, are bound to conform their general behavior to the rules of propriety, good neighborhood, and good manners, and to be decent, industrious, and inoffensive in their respective stations. This head of offenses must therefore be very miscellaneous, as it comprises all such crimes as especially affect public society and are not comprehended under any of the four preceding species. These amount, some of them to felony, and others to misdemeanors. Among the former are 1. The offense of clandestine marriages, for by the statute 26 George II, c. 33, 1. To solemnize marriage in any other place besides a church or public chapel wherein banns have been usually published except by license from the Archbishop, and 2. To solemnize marriage in such church or chapel without due publication of banns or license obtained from a proper authority, do both of them not only render the marriage void, but subject the person solemnizing it to felony, punished by transportation for 14 years, as by 3 former statutes he and his assistants were subject to a pecuniary forfeiture of £100. 3. To make a false entry in a marriage register, to alter it when made, to forge, counterfeit such entry, or a marriage license, or aid and abet such forgery, to utter the same as true, knowing it to be counterfeit, or to destroy or procure the destruction of any register in order to vacate any marriage, or subject any person to the penalties of this act. All these offenses, knowingly and wilfully committed, subject the party to the guilt of felony without benefit of clergy. 2. Another felonious offense with regard to this holy estate of matrimony is what our law corruptly calls bigamy, which properly signifies being twice married, but with us is used as synonymous to polygamy, or having a plurality of wives at once. Such second marriage, living the former husband or wife, is simply void and a mere nullity by the ecclesiastical law of England, and yet the legislature has thought it just to make it felony by reason of its being so great a violation of the public economy and decency of a well-ordered state. For polygamy can never be endured under any rational civil establishment, whatever specious reasons may be urged for it by the Eastern nations, the fallaciousness of which has been fully proved by many sensible writers. But in northern countries the very nature of the climate seems to reclaim against it, it never having obtained in this part of the world, even from the time of our German ancestors, who, as Tacitus informs us, prope soli barbarorum singulis uxoribus contenti sunt. It is therefore punished by the laws both of ancient and modern Sweden with death. And with us in England it is enacted by statute 1 James I, c. 11, that if any person being married do afterwards marry again, the former husband or wife being alive, it is felony, but within the benefit of clergy. The first wife in this case shall not be admitted as an evidence against her husband because she is the true wife, but the second may, for she is indeed no wife at all, and so vice versa of a second husband. This act makes an exception to 5 cases in which such second marriage, though in the 3 first it is void, is yet no felony. 1. Where either party hath been continually abroad for 7 years, whether the party in England hath notice of the other's being living or no. 2. Where either of the parties hath been absent for the other 7 years within this kingdom, and the remaining party hath had no notice of the other's being alive within that time. 3. Where there is a divorce or separation a mensa et toro by sentence in the ecclesiastical court. 4. Where the first marriage is declared absolutely void by any such sentence and the parties loosed a vinculo. Or 5. Where either of the parties was under the age of consent at the time of the first marriage. For in such case the first marriage was voidable by the disagreement of either party, which the second marriage very clearly amounts to. But if at the age of consent the parties had agreed to the marriage which completes the contract and is indeed the real marriage, and afterwards one of them should marry again, I should apprehend that such second marriage would be within the reason and penalties of the act. 3. A third species of felony against the good order and economy of the kingdom is by idle soldiers and mariners wandering about the realm, or persons pretending so to be, and abusing the name of that honorable profession. Such a one not having a testimonial or pass from a justice of the peace limiting the time of his passage, or exceeding the time limited for 14 days unless he falls sick, or forging such testimonial, is by statute 39 Elizabeth c. 17 made guilty of felony without benefit of clergy. This sanguinary law, though in practice deservedly antiquated, still remains a disgrace to our statute book, yet attended with this mitigation, that the offender may be delivered if any honest freeholder or other person of substance will take him into his service, and he abides in the same for 1 year, unless licensed to depart by his employer, who in such case shall forfeit £10. 4. Outlandish persons calling themselves Egyptians or gypsies are another object of the severity of some of our unrepealed statutes. These are a strange kind of commonwealth among themselves of wandering impostors and jugglers, who made their first appearance in Germany about the beginning of the 16th century, and have since spread themselves all over Europe. Munster, it is true, who is followed and relied upon by Spellman, fixes the time of their first appearance to the year 1417, but, as he owns, that the first of whom he ever saw were in 1524, it is probably an error of the press for 1517, especially as other historians inform us that when the Sultan Selim conquered Egypt in the year 1517, several of the natives refused to submit to the Turkish yoke, but being at length subdued and banished, they agreed to disperse in small parties all over the world, where their supposed skill in the black art gave them a universal reception in that age of superstition and credulity. In the compass of a very few years they gained such a number of idle proselytes, who imitated their language and complexion, and betook themselves to the same arts of chiromancy, begging, and pilfering, that they became troublesome and even formidable to most of the states in Europe. Hence they were expelled from France in the year 1560, and from Spain in 1591. And the government in England took the alarm much earlier, for in 1530 they are described by statute 22 Henry VIII c. 10 as outlandish people calling themselves Egyptians, using no craft or feat of merchandise, who have come into this realm and gone from shire to shire and place to place in great company, and used great, subtle, and crafty means to deceive the people, bearing them in hand that they by palmistry could tell men's and women's fortunes, and so many times by craft and subtlety have deceived the people of their money, and also have committed many heinous felonies and robberies. Wherefore they are directed to avoid the realm, and not return under penalty of imprisonment and forfeiture of their goods and chattels, and upon their trials for any felony which they may have committed, they shall not be entitled to a jury de medietate linguae. And afterwards it is enacted by statutes 1 and 2 Philip and Mary c. 4, and 5 Elizabeth c. 20, that if any such persons shall be imported into this kingdom, the importer shall forfeit £40, and if the Egyptians themselves remain 1 month in this kingdom, or if any person, being 14 years old, whether natural-born subject or stranger, which hath been seen or found in the fellowship of such Egyptians, or which hath disguised him or herself like them, shall remain in the same 1 month, at one or several times, it is felony without benefit of clergy. And Sir Matthew Hale informs us that at one Suffolk assizes no less than 13 gipsies were executed upon these statutes a few years before the Restoration. But to the honor of our national humanity, there are no more instances more modern than this of carrying these laws into practice. 5. To descend next to offenses whose punishment is short of death. Common nuisances are a species of offenses against the public order and economical regimen of the state, being either the doing of a thing to the annoyance of all the king's subjects, or the neglecting to do a thing which the common good requires. The nature of common nuisances and their distinction from private nuisances were explained in the preceding volume when we considered more particularly the nature of the private sort as a civil injury to individuals. I shall here only remind the student that common nuisances are such inconvenient or troublesome offenses as annoy the whole community in general and not merely some particular person, and therefore are indictable only and not actionable, as it would be unreasonable to multiply suits by giving every man a separate right of action for what damnifies him in common only with the rest of his fellow subjects. Of this nature are 1. Annoyances in highways, bridges, and public rivers, by rendering the same inconvenient or dangerous to pass, either positively by actual obstructions, or negatively by want of reparations. For both of these the person so obstructing, or such individuals as are bound to repair and cleanse them, or, in default of these last, the parish at large, may be indicted, distrained to repair and amend them, and in some cases fined, and a presentment thereof by a judge of assize, etc., or a justice of the peace, shall be in all respects equivalent to an indictment. Where there is an house erected or an enclosure made upon any part of the king's demesnes, or of an highway, or common street, or public water, or such like public things, it is properly called a perpresture. 2. All those kinds of nuisances, such as offensive trades and manufactures, which when injurious to a private man's are actionable, are, when detrimental to the public, punishable by public prosecution and subject to fine according to the quantity of the misdemeanor, and particularly the keeping of hogs in any city or market town is indictable as a public nuisance. 3. All disorderly inns or alehouses, bawdy houses, gaming houses, stage plays unlicensed, booths and stages for rope dancers, mountebanks, and the like, are public nuisances and may upon indictment be suppressed and fined. Inns in particular, being intended for the lodging and receipt of travelers, may be indicted, suppressed, and the innkeepers fined if they refuse to entertain a traveler without a sufficient cause, for thus to frustrate the end of their institution is held to be disorderly behavior. Thus, too, the hospitable laws of Norway punish in the severest degree such innkeepers as refuse to furnish accommodations at a just and reasonable price. 4. By statute 10 and 11 William III, c. 17, all lotteries are declared to be public nuisances, and all grants, patents, or license for the same to be contrary to law. 5. Cottages are held to be common nuisances if erected singly on the waste, being harbors for thieves and other idle dissolute persons. Therefore, it is enacted by statute 31 Elizabeth c. 7 that no person shall erect a cottage unless he lays to it 4 acres of freehold land of inheritance, to be occupied therewith on pain to forfeit to the king £10 for its erection, and 40 shillings per month for its continuance. And no owner or occupier of a cottage shall suffer any inmates therein, or more families than one to inhabit there, on pain to forfeit 10 shillings per month to the lord of the leet. This seems, upon our present more enlarged notions, a hard and impolitic law, depriving the people of houses to dwell in, and consequently preventing the populousness of towns and parishes, which, though it is generally endeavored to be guarded against through a fatal and rural policy, being sometimes, when the poor are ill-managed and intolerable hardship, yet, taken in a national view, and on a supposition of proper industry and good parochial government, is a very great advantage to any kingdom. But indeed this, like most other rigid or inconvenient laws, is rarely put in execution. 6. The making and selling of fireworks and squibs, or throwing them about in any street, is, on account of the danger that may ensue to any thatched or timber buildings, declared to be a common nuisance by statute 9 and 10 William III, c. 7, and therefore is punishable by fine. 7.
eavesdroppers, or such as listen under walls or windows or the eaves of a house, to hearken after discourse, and thereupon to frame slanderous and mischievous tales, are a common nuisance and presentable at the court leet, or are indictable at the sessions, and punishable by fine and finding sureties for the good behavior. 8. Lastly, a common scold, communis rixatrix, for our Latin law confines it to the feminine gender, is a public nuisance to her neighborhood, for which offense she may be indicted, and if convicted, shall be sentenced to be placed in a certain engine of correction called the tray bucket, castagory, or cucking stool, which in the Saxon language signifies the scolding stool, though now it is frequently corrupted into ducking stool, because the residue of the judgment is, that when she is so placed therein, she shall be plunged into the water for her punishment. End of chapter the 13th, part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 13th of Offenses against the Public Health and the Public Police or Economy, Part 2. 6. Idleness in any person whatsoever is also a high offense against the public economy. In China, it is a maxim that if there be a man who does not work or a woman that is idle in the empire, somebody must suffer cold or hunger, the produce of the lands not being more than sufficient with culture to maintain the inhabitants, and therefore, though the idle person may shift off the want from himself, yet it must in the end fall somewhere. The court also of Areopagus at Athens punished idleness and exerted a right of examining every citizen in what manner he spent his time, the intention of which was that the Athenians, knowing they were to give an account of their occupations, should follow only such as were laudable, and that there might be no room left for such as lived by unlawful arts. The civil law expelled all sturdy vagrants from the city, and in our own law all idle persons or vagabonds, whom our ancient statutes describe to be such as wake on the night and sleep on the day, and haunt customable taverns and alehouses and routs about, and no man what from whence they come, ne whither they go, or such as are most particularly described by Statute 17 George II c. 5, and divided into 3 classes: idle and disorderly persons, rogues and vagabonds, and incorrigible rogues. All these are offenders against the good order and blemishes in the government of any kingdom. They are therefore all punished by the statute last mentioned, that is to say, idle and disorderly persons with 1 month's imprisonment in the house of correction, rogues and vagabonds with whipping and imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, and incorrigible rogues with the like discipline and confinement not exceeding 2 years, the breach and escape from which confinement in one of inferior class ranks him among incorrigible rogues, and in a rogue, before incorrigible, makes him a felon and liable to be transported for 7 years. Persons harboring vagrants are liable to a fine of 40 shillings, and to pay all expenses brought upon the parish thereby, in the same manner as, by our ancient laws, whoever harbored any stranger for more than 2 nights was answerable to the public for any offense that such his inmate might commit. 7. Under the head of public economy may also be properly ranked all sumptuary laws against luxury and extravagant expenses in dress, diet, and the like, concerning the general utility of which to a state there is much controversy among the political writers. Baron Montesquieu lays it down that luxury is necessary in monarchies as in France, but ruinous to democracies as in Holland. With regard, therefore, to England, whose government is compounded of both species, it may still be a dubious question how far private luxury is a public evil, and, as such, cognizable by public laws. And indeed, our legislators have several times changed their sentiments as to this point. For formerly there were a multitude of penal laws existing to restrain excess in apparel, chiefly made in the reigns of Edward III., Edward IV., and Henry VIII. Against piked shoes, short doublets, and long coats, all of which were repealed by statute 1 James I, c. 25. But as to excess in diet, there still remains one ancient statute unrepealed, 10 Edward III. St. 3, which ordains that no man shall be served at dinner or supper with more than 2 courses, except upon some great holidays there specified, in which he may be served with 3. 8. Next to that of luxury naturally follows the offense of gaming, which is generally introduced to supply or retrieve the expenses occasioned by the former, it being a kind of tacit confession that the company engaged therein do, in general, exceed the bounds of their respective fortunes, and therefore they cast lots to determine upon whom the ruin shall at present fall, that the rest may be saved a little longer. But taken in any light, it is an offense of the most alarming nature, tending by necessary consequence to promote public idleness, theft, and debauchery among those of the lower class, and among persons of a superior rank. It hath frequently been attended with the sudden ruin and desolation of ancient and opulent families, and abandoned prostitution of every principle of honor and virtue, and too often hath ended in self-murder. To restrain this pernicious vice among the inferior sort of people, the statute 33 Henry VIII. c. 9 was made, which prohibits to all but gentlemen the games of tennis, tables, cards, dice, bowls, and other unlawful diversions there specified, unless in the time of Christmas, under pecuniary pains and imprisonment. And the same law, and also the statute 30 George II. c. 24, inflict pecuniary penalties as well upon the master of any public house wherein servants are permitted to game, as upon the servants themselves who are found to be gaming there. But this is not the principal ground of modern complaint. It is the gaming in the high life that demands the attention of the magistrate, a passion to which every valuable consideration is made a sacrifice, and which we seem to have inherited from our ancestors the ancient Germans, whom Tacitus describes to have been bewitched with the spirit of play to a most exorbitant degree. They addict themselves, says he, to dice, which is wonderful, when sober, and as a serious employment, with such a mad desire of winning or losing that, when stripped of everything else, they will stake at last their liberty and their very selves. The loser goes into a voluntary slavery, and though younger and stronger than his antagonist, suffers himself to be bound and sold. And this perseverance in so bad a cause they call the point of honor, ea est in re prava pervicacia ipsi fidem vocant. One would almost be tempted to think Tacitus was describing a modern Englishman. When men are thus intoxicated with so frantic a spirit, laws will be of little avail, because the same false sense of honor that prompts a man to sacrifice himself will deter him from appealing to the magistrate. Yet it is proper that laws should be, and be known publicly, that gentlemen may learn what penalties they wilfully incur, and what a confidence they repose in sharpers, who, if successful in play, are certain to be paid with honor, or, if unsuccessful, have it in their power to be still greater gainers by informing. For by statute 16 Charles II. c. 7, if any person by playing or betting shall lose more than £100 at one time, he shall not be compellable to pay the same, and the winner shall forfeit treble the value, one moiety to the king, the other to the informer. The statute 9 and C14 enacts that all bonds and other securities given for money won at play or money lent at the time to play withal shall be utterly void. that all mortgages and encumbrances of land made upon the same consideration shall be and endure to the use of the heir of the mortgagor, that if any person at one time loses £10 at play, he may sue the winner and recover it back by action of debt at law, and in case the loser does not, any other person may sue the winner for treble the sum so lost, and the plaintiff in either case may examine the defendant himself upon oath, and that in any of these suits no privilege of Parliament shall be allowed. The statute farther enacts that if any person cheats at play and at one time wins more than £10 or any valuable thing, he may be indicted thereupon and shall forfeit 5 times the value, shall be deemed infamous, and shall suffer such corporal punishment as in case of wilful perjury. By several statutes of the reign of King George II, all private lotteries by tickets, cards, or dice, and particularly the games of faro, basset, ace of hearts, hazard, passage, roly-poly, and all other games with dice except backgammon, are prohibited under a penalty of £200 for him that shall erect such lotteries, and £50 at a time for the players. Public lotteries, unless by authority of Parliament, and all manner of ingenious devices under the denomination of sales or otherwise, which in the end are equivalent to lotteries, were before prohibited by a great variety of statutes under heavy pecuniary penalties. But particular descriptions will ever be lame and deficient unless all games of mere chance are at once prohibited, the inventions of sharpers being swifter than the punishment of the law, which only hunts them from one device to another. The statute 13 George II, c. 19, to prevent the multiplicity of horse races, another fund of gaming, directs that no plates or matches under £50 value shall be run, upon penalty of £200 to be paid by the owner of each horse running, and £100 by such as advertise the plate. By statute 18 George II, c. 34, the statute 9 Ann is farther enforced and some deficiencies supplied. The forfeitures of that act may now be recovered in a court of equity, and moreover, if any man be convicted upon information or indictment of winning or losing at any sitting £10 or £20 within 24 hours, he shall forfeit 5 times the sum. Thus careful has the legislature been to prevent this destructive vice, which may show that our laws against gaming are not so deficient as ourselves and our magistrates in putting those laws in execution. 9. Lastly, there is another offence so constituted by a variety of acts of Parliament, which are so numerous and so confused, and the crime itself of so questionable a nature, that I shall not detain the reader with so many observations thereupon. And yet it is an offence which the sportsmen of England seem to think of the highest importance, and a matter, perhaps the only one, of general and national concern, associations having been formed all over the kingdom to prevent its destructive progress. I mean the offence of destroying such beasts and fowls as are ranked under the denomination of game, which, we may remember, was formerly observed, upon the old principles of the forest law, to be a trespass and offence in all persons alike who have not authority from the crown to kill game, which is a royal property, by the grant of either a free warrant or at least a manor of their own. But the laws called the game laws have also inflicted additional punishments, chiefly pecuniary, on persons guilty of this general offence, unless they be people of such rank and fortune as is therein particularly specified. All persons, therefore, of what property or distinction soever, that kill game out of their own territories, or even upon their own estates, without the king's license expressed by the grant of a franchise, are guilty of the first original offence of encroaching on the royal prerogative. And those indigent persons who do so, without having such rank or fortune as is generally called a qualification, are guilty not only of the original offence, but of the aggravations also created by the statutes for preserving the game, which aggravations are so severely punished, and those punishments so implacably inflicted,
that the offense against the king is seldom thought of, provided the miserable delinquent can make his peace with the lord of the manor. This offense, thus aggravated, I have ranked under the present head, because the only rational footing upon which we consider it as a crime is that in low and indigent persons it promotes idleness and takes them away from their proper employments and callings, which is an offense against the public police and economy of the Commonwealth. The statutes for preserving the game are many and various, and not a little obscure and intricate, it being remarked that in one statute only, 5 Ann c. 14, there is a false grammar in no fewer than 6 places, besides other mistakes, the occasion of which, or what denomination of persons were probably the penners of these statutes, I shall not at present inquire. It is in general sufficient to observe that the qualifications for killing game, as they are usually called, or more properly the exemptions from the penalties inflicted by the statute law, are 1. The having a freehold estate of £100 per annum, there being 50 times the property required to enable a man to kill a partridge as to vote for a knight of the shire. 2. A leasehold for 99 years of £150 per annum. 3. Being the son and heir apparent of an esquire, a very loose and vague description, or a person of superior degree. 4. Being the owner or keeper of a forest, park, chase, or warren. For unqualified persons transgressing these laws by killing game, keeping engines for that purpose, or even having game in their custody, or for persons, however qualified, that kill game or have it in possession at unseasonable times of the year, there are various penalties assigned, corporal and pecuniary, by different statutes, on any of which, but only on one at a time, the justices may convict in a summary way, or prosecutions may be carried on at the assizes. And lastly, by statute 28 George II c. 12, no person, however qualified to kill, may make merchandise of this valuable privilege by selling or exposing to sale any game, on pain of like forfeiture as if he had no qualification. End of chapter the 13th, part 2. Chapter 14, Part 1 of the Commentaries on the Laws of England, Book the 4th of Public Wrongs, by William Blackstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Haines. Chapter the 14th of Homicide, Part 1. In the 10 preceding chapters we have considered, first, such crimes and misdemeanors as are more immediately injurious to God and His holy religion. Secondly, such as violate or transgress the law of nations. Thirdly, such as more especially affect the king, the father and representative of his people. Fourthly, such as directly infringe the rights of the public or commonwealth taken in its collective capacity. And we are now, lastly, to take into consideration those which in a more peculiar manner affect and injure individuals or private subjects. Were these injuries indeed confined to individuals only, and did they affect none but their immediate objects, they would fall absolutely under the notion of private wrongs, for which satisfaction would be due only to the party injured, the manner of obtaining which was the subject of our inquiries in the preceding volume. But the wrongs which we are now to treat of are of a much more extensive consequence. 1. Because it is impossible they can be committed without a violation of the laws of nature, of the moral as well as the political rules of right. 2. Because they include in them almost always a breach of the public peace. 3. Because by their example and evil tendency they threaten and endanger the subversion of all civil society. Upon these accounts it is that besides the private satisfaction due and given in many cases to the individual by action for the private wrong, the government also calls upon the offender to submit to public punishment for the public crime. and the prosecution of these offenses is always at the suit and in the name of the king, in whom by the texture of our constitution the jus gladi, or executive power of the law, entirely resides. Thus, too, in the old Gothic constitution there was a threefold punishment inflicted on all delinquents: first, for the private wrong to the party injured; secondly, for the offense against the king by disobedience to the laws; and thirdly, for the crime against the public by their evil example. Of which we may trace that groundwork in what Tacitus tells us of his Germans, that whenever offenders were fined, parus multae regi, vel civitati, pars ipsi qui vindicator vel propinquis eius exsolvitor. These crimes and misdemeanors against private subjects are principally of three kinds: against their persons, their habitations, and their property. Of crimes injurious to the persons of private subjects, the most principal and important is the offense of taking away that life which is the immediate gift of the great Creator, and of which, therefore, no man can be entitled to deprive himself or another, but in some manner either expressly commanded in, or evidently deducible from, those laws which the Creator has given us, the divine laws, I mean, of either nature or revelation. The subject, therefore, of the present chapter will be the offense of homicide, or destroying the life of a man in its several stages of guilt, arising from the particular circumstances of mitigation or aggravation which attend it. Now, homicide, or the killing of any human creature, is of three kinds: justifiable, excusable, and felonious. The first has no share of guilt at all, the second very little, but the third is the highest crime against the law of nature that man is capable of committing. 1. Justifiable homicide is of diverse kinds. 1. Such as is owing to some unavoidable necessity, without any will, intention, or desire, and without any inadvertence or negligence in the party killing, and therefore without any shadow of blame. As, for instance, by virtue of such an office as obliges one in the execution of public justice to put a malefactor to death who has forfeited his life by the laws and verdict of his country. This is an act of necessity, and even of civil duty, and therefore not only justifiable, but commendable where the law requires it. But the law must require it, otherwise it is not justifiable. Therefore, wantonly to kill the greatest of malefactors, a felon or a traitor, attainted or outlawed, deliberately, uncompelled, and extrajudicially, is murder. For as Blackstone very justly observes, Istud homicidem se sit ex livore, vel delectatione essundende humanum sanguinem, licet juste occidator iste, tamen occisor peccat mortaliter, propter intentionem corruptum. And farther, if judgment of death be given by a judge not authorized by lawful commission, and execution is done accordingly, the judge is guilty of murder. And upon this account Sir Matthew Hale himself, though he accepted the place of a judge at the Common Pleas under Cromwell's government, since it is necessary to decide the disputes of civil property in the worst of times, yet declined to sit on the Crown side at the assizes and try prisoners, having very strong objections to the legality of the usurper's commission. A distinction perhaps rather too refined, since the punishment of crimes is at least as necessary to society as maintaining the boundaries of property. Also, such judgment, when legal, must be executed by the proper officer or his appointed deputy, for no one else is required by law to do it, which requisition it is that justifies the homicide. If another person doth it of his own head, it is held to be murder, even though it be the judge himself. It must farther be executed, servatio juris ordine, it must pursue the sentence of the court. If an officer beheads one who is adjudged to be hanged, or vice versa, it is murder, for he is merely ministerial, and therefore only justified when he acts under the authority and compulsion of the law. But if a sheriff changes one kind of death for another, he then acts by his own authority, which extends not to the commission of homicide, and besides, this license might occasion a very gross abuse of his power. The king, indeed, may remit part of a sentence, as in the case of treason, all but the beheading. But this is no change, no introduction of a new punishment, and in the case of felony, where the judgment is to be hanged, the king, it hath been said, cannot legally order even a peer to be beheaded. But this doctrine will be more fully considered in a subsequent chapter. Again, in some cases homicide is justifiable rather by the permission than the absolute command of the law, either for the advancement of public justice, without which such indemnification would never be carried on with proper vigor, or in such instances where it is committed for the prevention of some atrocious crime which cannot be otherwise avoided. 2. Homicides committed for the advancement of public justice are 1. Where an officer, in the execution of his office, either in a civil or criminal case, kills a person that assaults and resists him. 2. If an officer or any private person attempts to take a man charged with felony and is resisted, and in the endeavor to take him, kills him. This is of a piece with the old Gothic constitutions, which Sternhoek informs us, Surem, si aliter capi non posset, accedere permittunt. 3. In case of a riot or rebellious assembly, the officers endeavoring to disperse the mob are justifiable in killing them both at common law and by the Riot Act 1 George I c. 4. Where the prisoners in a jail or going to jail assault the jailer or officer, and he in his defense kills any of them, it is justifiable for the sake of preventing an escape. 5. If trespassers in forests, parks, chases, or warrens will not surrender themselves to the keepers, they may be slain by virtue of the statute 21 Edward I St. De Malefactoribus in Parcis, and 3 and 4 William and Mary c. 10. But in all these cases there must be an apparent necessity on the officer's side, viz., that the party could not be arrested or apprehended, the riot could not be suppressed, the prisoners could not be kept in hold, the deer stealers could not but escape, unless such homicide were committed. Otherwise, without such absolute necessity, it is not justifiable. 6. If the champions in a trial by battle killed either of them the other, such homicide was justifiable and was imputed to the just judgment of God, who was thereby presumed to have decided in favor of the truth. 3. In the next place, such homicide as is committed for the prevention of any forcible and atrocious crime is justifiable by the law of nature, and also by the law of England as it stood so early as the time of Bracton, and as it is since declared by statute 24 Henry VIII c. 5. If any person attempts a robbery or murder of another, or attempts to break open a house in the night time, which extends also to an attempt to burn it, and shall be killed in such attempt, the slayer shall be acquitted and discharged. This reaches not to any crime unaccompanied with force, as picking of pockets, or to the breaking open of any house in the daytime, unless it carries with it an attempt of robbery also. So the Jewish law, which punished no theft with death, makes homicide only justifiable in case of nocturnal housebreaking. If a thief be found breaking up, and he be smitten that he die, no blood shall be shed for him. But if the sun be risen upon him, there shall blood be shed for him, for he should have made full restitution. At Athens, if any theft was committed by night, it was lawful to kill the criminal if taken in the fact, and by the Roman law of the 12 Tables, a thief might be slain by night with impunity, or even by day if he armed himself with any dangerous weapon, which amounts very nearly to the same as is permitted by our own constitutions.
The Roman law also justifies homicide when committed in defense of the chastity either of oneself or relations, and so also, according to Selden, stood the law in the Jewish Republic. The English law likewise justifies a woman killing one who attempts to ravish her, and so too the husband or father may justify killing a man who attempts to rape upon his wife or daughter, but not if he takes them in adultery by consent, for the one is forcible and felonious, but not the other. And I make no doubt but the forcibly attempting a crime of a still more detestable nature may be equally resisted by the death of the unnatural aggressor. For the one uniform principle that runs through our own and all other laws seems to be this, that where a crime in itself capital is endeavored to be committed by force, it is lawful to repel that force by the death of the party attempting. But we must not carry this doctrine to the same visionary length that Mr. Locke does, who holds that all manner of force without right upon a man's person puts him in a state of war with the aggressor, and of consequence, that being in such a state of war, he may lawfully kill him that puts him under this unnatural restraint. However just this conclusion may be in a state of uncivilized nature, yet the law of England, like that of every other well-regulated community, is too tender of the public peace, too careful of the lives of the subjects, to adopt so contentious a system, nor will suffer with impunity any crime to be prevented by death, unless the same, if committed, would also be punished by death. In these instances of justifiable homicide, you will observe that the slayer is in no kind of fault whatsoever, not even in the minutest degree, and is therefore to be totally acquitted and discharged with commendation rather than blame. But that is not quite the case in excusable homicide, the very name whereof imports some fault, some error or omission, so trivial, however, that the law excuses it from the guilt of felony, though in strictness it judges it deserving of some little degree of punishment. 2. Excusable homicide is of two sorts, either per infortunium, by misadventure, or se defendendo, upon a principle of self-preservation. We will first see wherein these two species of homicide are distinct, and then wherein they agree. 1. Homicide per infortunium, or misadventure, is where a man doing a lawful act without any intention of hurt unfortunately kills another, as where a man is at work with a hatchet, and the head thereof flies off and kills a stander by, or where a person qualified to keep a gun is shooting at a mark and undesignedly kills a man, for the act is lawful and the effect is merely accidental. So where a parent is moderately correcting his child, a master his servant or scholar, or an officer punishing a criminal, and happens to occasion his death, it is only misadventure, for the act of correction was lawful. But if he exceeds the bounds of moderation either in the manner, the instrument, or the quantity of punishment, and death ensues, it is manslaughter at least, and in some cases, according to the circumstances, murder, for the act of immoderate correction is unlawful. Thus by an edict of the Emperor Constantine, when the rigor of the Roman law with regard to slaves began to relax and soften, a master was allowed to chastise his slave with rods and imprisonment, and if death accidentally ensued, he was guilty of no crime. But if he struck him with a club or a stone, and thereby occasioned his death, or if in any other yet grosser manner, immoderate sua iure utator, tunc reos omidici sit. But to proceed, a tilt or tournament, the martial diversion of our ancestors, was, however, an unlawful act, and so are boxing and sword playing the succeeding amusement of their posterity, and therefore, if a knight in the former case, or a gladiator in the latter, be killed, such killing is felony of manslaughter. But if the king command or permit such diversion, it is said to be only misadventure, for then the act is lawful. In like manner as, by the laws both of Athens and Rome, he who killed another in the pancratium, or public games, authorized or permitted by the state, was not held to be guilty of homicide. Likewise, to whip another's horse, whereby he runs over a child and kills him, is held to be accidental in the rider, for he has done nothing unlawful, but manslaughter in the person who whipped him, for the act was a trespass, and at best a piece of idleness of inevitably dangerous consequence. And in general, if death ensues in consequence of any idle, dangerous, and unlawful sport, as shooting or casting stones in a town, or the barbarous diversion of cock throwing, in these and similar cases, the slayer is guilty of manslaughter and not misadventure only, for these are unlawful acts. 2. Homicide in self-defense, or se defendendo, upon a sudden affray is also excusable rather than justifiable by the English law. This species of self-defense must be distinguished from that just now mentioned as calculated to hinder the perpetration of a capital crime, which is not only a matter of excuse but of justification. But the self-defense which we are now speaking of is that whereby a man may protect himself from an assault or the like in the course of a sudden brawl or quarrel by killing him who assaults him. And this is what the law expresses by the word chance medley, or, as some rather choose to write it, chowd medley, the former of which in its etymology signifies a casual affray, the latter an affray in the heat of blood or passion, both of them of pretty much the same import, but the former is in common speech too often erroneously applied to any manner of homicide by misadventure, whereas it appears by the statute 24 Henry VIII c. 5 and in our ancient books that it is properly applied to such killing as happens in self-defense upon a sudden rencounter. This right of natural defense does not imply a right of attacking, for instead of attacking one another for injuries past or impending, men need only have recourse to the proper tribunals of justice. They cannot therefore legally exercise this right of preventive defense, but in sudden and violent cases, when certain and immediate suffering would be the consequence of waiting for the assistance of the law. Wherefore, to excuse homicide by the plea of self-defense, it must appear that the slayer had no other possible means of escaping from his assailant. In some cases, this species of homicide, upon chance medley in self-defense, differs but little from manslaughter, which also happens frequently upon chance medley in the proper legal sense of the word. But the true criterion between them seems to be this: when both parties are actually combating at the time when the mortal stroke is given, the slayer is then guilty of manslaughter. But if the slayer hath not begun to fight, or, having begun, endeavors to decline any farther struggle, and afterwards, being closely pressed by his antagonist, kills him to avoid his own destruction, this is homicide excusable by self-defense. For which reason the law requires that the person who kills another in his own defense should have retreated as far as he conveniently or safely can to avoid the violence of the assault before he turns upon his assailant, and that, not fictitiously or in order to watch his opportunity, but from a real tenderness of shedding his brother's blood. And though it may be cowardice in time of war between two independent nations to flee from an enemy, yet between two fellow subjects the law countenances no such point of honor, because the king and his courts are the vindices injuriarum, and will give to the party wronged all the satisfaction he deserves. In this the civil law also agrees with ours, or perhaps goes rather farther. Qui cum aliter tuere se non possunt, damni culpam dederent, inoxii sunt. The party assaulted must therefore flee as far as he conveniently can, either by reason of some wall, ditch, or other impediment, or as far as the fierceness of the assault will permit him. For it may be so fierce as not to allow him to yield a step without manifest danger of his life or enormous bodily harm, and then in his defense he may kill his assailant instantly. And this is the doctrine of universal justice as well as of the municipal law. And as the manner of defense, so is also the time to be considered. For if the person assaulted does not fall upon the aggressor till the affray is over, or when he is running away, this is revenge and not defense. Neither, under the color of self-defense, will the law permit a man to screen himself from guilt of deliberate murder. For if two persons, A and B, agree to fight a duel, and A gives the first onset, and B retreats as far as he safely can and then kills A, this is murder, because of the previous malice and concerted design. But if A upon a sudden quarrel assaults B first, and upon B's returning the assault, A really and bona fide flees, and being driven to the wall turns again upon B and kills him, this may be se defendendo according to some of our writers, though others have thought this opinion too favorable, inasmuch as the necessity to which he is at last reduced originally arose from his own fault. Under this excuse of self-defense, the principal civil and natural relations are comprehended. Therefore, master and servant, parent and child, husband and wife, killing an assailant in the necessary defense of each other respectively, are excused, the act of the relation assisting being construed the same as the act of the party himself. There is one species of homicide, se defendendo, where the party slain is equally innocent as he who occasions his death, and yet this homicide is also excusable from the great universal principle of self-preservation, which prompts every man to save his own life preferably to that of another, where one of them must inevitably perish. As, among others, in the case mentioned by Lord Bacon, where two persons being shipwrecked, and getting on the same plank, but finding it not able to save them both, one of them thrusts the other from it, whereby he is drowned. He who thus preserves his own life at the expense of another man's is excusable through unavoidable necessity and the principle of self-defense, since their both remaining on the same weak plank is a mutual, though innocent, attempt upon and an endangering of each other's life. End of chapter the 14th, part 1.